Hello everyone, welcome back to Project Horizon. I'm Charlotte, joined by Team Asura, and it's the start of the final week, of the group stage. I'm very excited. Timo, how are you feeling?
It is the ramp up towards playoffs, and of course, as you said, this is going to be the final week of the regular season. It's all hands on deck, stakes are high, and I don't think any of these teams want to fumble at the end of their season.
Yeah, absolutely. The game we have for you right now is XLG versus Nova. So let's just dive straight into that one and look at where these teams are in the group. It's sort of a story of two separate sides, really. You've got XLG at the top 3-0 and Nova at the bottom 0-3. So David versus Goliath, perhaps, but this one, there's still stakes on the line.
Exactly. For XLG, they could potentially confirm that they'll be going to be the first seed out of Group Omega coming into playoffs. Yeah. And sadly for Nova, they'll be out regardless. But, you want to end your season on a high note regardless, right?
Yeah, absolutely. They don't really have much. It's a bit of a dead rubber for them, but at the same time, you still want to get wins. You still want to have as much success as possible. And like we said, for XLG, a win here secures them as the first seed from their group. And in fact, if they win both of their games this week, they are pretty much secured for champions as well. We were trying to run the permutations before the match, and that's just about where we ended up with. Obviously, a win here and other results later on in the week, looking at Trace Tech particularly tomorrow, and also 8G FPX tomorrow. Those two games could potentially secure XLG for champs, even if they don't win here. So keep your eye out for that. But let's sort of come back to this game then, because for Nova, I think there are signs that they don't think their season is over, right? They've been making changes. Just in their last game, they brought in a substitution. Olingo replaced Monk. So for them, where does that sort of leave them, Timo, in terms of, there's a lot of uncertainty, but they're kind of showing that they still want to find these successes. They're not just giving up.
Not at all, because obviously Olingo was part of the starting roster back at Stage 1. And if you look at their journey throughout the season, it's just that they have the potential. All of their matches has been 2-1s. They lost after winning a single map. In the case of DRG, they kind of come back after losing the first map. But for the rest of their games, it's been they win a map and then suddenly they just lost team immediately. So it's just it's good that they're looking back to what they're comfortable with, coming back to Olingo, coming back to some of their comfort roles. But for me, I want to see how Nova want to excel in their mental, because clearly there's gotta be something that needs to change if they want to confirm a win here.
Yeah, I mean, especially against XLG. And, speaking of Olingo, he's also stepped into the IGLing roles again. So sort of straight back into all of that sort of chaos, no sort of rest. And then, obviously, you look at the IGL that he's going to have to come up against on the other side. Viva is... it's going to be a challenge. XLG, obviously, they won VCT China last split. Made it to Toronto, had a bit of a weird showing, some roster changes, but now No Man's coming in, and after a rocky start to the stage, they are now looking back on their fine form.
Obviously, losing YOU and then, swapping out MIDI with No Man, nobody really know what this roster had to offer. But for No Man, he played in Rare Adam, he played in Europe, and he's currently topping the stats almost. He's become a good company to Rarga in terms of his flexibility, in terms of his fragging power. And it's clear that XLG, even with the roster change, they look comfortable and, at the cusp of a potential first seed and champs qualification. That's all you need if you want to keep your staying power as the top dog.
Yeah, absolutely. Because, we look at sort of the stakes for that as well. For XLG, it means so much more to get to playoffs, to get to champions, because as an Ascension team, if they make it to playoffs but don't qualify to champs, they at least get to play in Ascension later on in the year to get their spot back. But if they make it to champs, and there's a little caveat there with still performing better at champs and DRG if both of those teams qualify, then they just get to stay in the league no matter what. So there's real drive to qualify to champions, even more than you might already have, because I mean, let's face it, XLG, they've tasted winning. They are going to want to continue that. And Noman, like you said, topping the stats is going to be someone that also wants to be part of that drive.
Yeah, and when you're talking about XLG, when you're talking about being an Ascension team, right? You see how G2 Esports are performing at the Americas, being the team to beat, and XLG, they look to replicate it right here in China. A win for Stage U will immediately put them as the top of the cream there. And from performances like, for example, this guy over here, Coconut, who we see did play a bit of an IGL role, switched back towards this man right here, and it's just they're all performing way above their levels right now. And as for Nova, I think you need to gain that confidence in terms of how can we face against these people.
Yeah, absolutely. And here's Noman. He's got so much energy up on the stage. Like, he is absolutely loving life in Tier 1 in VCT China. And I think as well, you always talk about, the vibes and things like that. It's not really quantifiable in that sort of way, but you can just see the impact that these players are having. Think Zelsis on Sentinels as well. When they went on to win Masters Madrid last year, those vibes are a big factor of this. And with Noman coming in, he just has been setting the stage alight with just his pop-offs and celebrations and everything when they've been winning. And even their first game against All Gamers, it started off on a rocky start. Noman was the one who sort of got the team galvanized again in that match.
Yeah, and like you said, you really can't deny the vibes here. And I think for Nova, same thing. Like, you want to say that, yeah, they're 0-3, but if you look at their faces on these recent matches, and you see how they keep fighting overall, it seems like regardless if they lost or they win, they're gonna give a good fight, especially against XLG.
Yeah, for sure. So CB coming out now, the man who was the IGL before the return of Olingo. And again, we talk about that they are 0-3 right now, and there has been that sort of uncertainty that's sort of been rippling through the team, what with the changes and everything. They haven't really been able to get settled. If they can pull out a result here against XLG, that would be certainly quite something. But you had some questions about what this map Veto was going to be like, because XLG, they haven't played the Corrode, but Sunset's a weak map for them, and Nova haven't been tested there yet.
Yeah, they haven't played. So the last time Nova played Sunset was all the way back at EVO, which is a couple of months ago, way before the current meta. And XLG never really, either they don't want to ban Corrode because XLG always bans Corrode on the first turn. So it's not like they want to float it out or anything. It's just they straight out didn't want to play it. So maybe Nova could either want to be brave enough, maybe test out their Corrode, test out their Sunset. But a couple of highlights here, of course, for Nova is their Haven is probably their strongest map. 13-6 win against FPX, 13-10 win against AG. And for XLG, it is also one of their strongest maps, 13-9 and 13-8. So I can see maybe Haven being thrown in there, maybe a Lotus or even Ascent rather, if things goes well if they feel like they're going for it.
Yeah, well, we'll get the map Veto up in just a second, and we can see where the battleground will be for this series. And again, looking at the stakes, XLG can secure themselves the first seed here in Group Omega with a victory here. For Nova, it's all about just playing your best, playing to your outs. And we do see the sunsets coming on in with a Haven pick from Nova, and should we need it, a map 3 bind.
Good. I think good call out here for XLG. They know Sunset haven't been played by Nova all season long, but Nova, Haven, good middle ground between both of the team. And for Bind, I do believe, so Bind, Nova haven't really played Bind at all. It's their second most banned map in this season, but they did play it against FPX. They lost 6-13, while for XLG, they haven't played it either, but most of the time, it's more of the ban by the other team. So it'll be interesting to see, because the last time XLG played Bind was all the way in stage 1. So again, a tale of, interestingly, two worlds, the change of metas, and it'll be interesting to see how they're going to, especially Nova trying to replicate it in a current meta.
Yeah, Sunset has proven to be a bit of a tumultuous map at times for XLG this stage. They are, I think, 1-1 on it, but that includes a close win, 14-12 against FPX. But then again, that is FPX who've been showing up this stage. But the very first week, a 3-13 loss against All Gamers. Now, I did cast that one. It was right at the start of the stage. You could see that No Man wasn't really clicking with the team at that point in time. So things have changed, and for Nova, they're looking to change things up completely. We got the double duelist Raze Phoenix, and also they're bringing along the Chamber KO. I mean, what's going on? What's going on?
Actually, this is their exact evil lineup. Chamber is so their exact Chamber lineup was Cypher instead of Chamber. So they're coming back towards what they know best, and for XLG, I think it is their typical lineup. So again, interesting that they swap out Cypher for Chamber, especially how good Cypher is in Sunset, especially on that B side. And I believe, did I see, was it? Yeah, it is going to be Nova defense and XLG on attack. So it'll be interesting to see how Nova will stymie the pressure first, especially when we know XLG have that explosive attack with Rarga, with No Man. But regardless, this is going to be the first round of the first match here.
Yeah, No Man playing on the deadlock like last time out against FPX. A change from the first week when he brought along the breach. They recognized that those comps don't quite work, but it's the early crunch here from Nova. He gets the first pick. Happy Way falling towards B main. And immediately XLG, they pivot, they turn tail towards the A side.
Oh, good recognition there for both of the duelists there to catch out Happy Way, who might have not expected the crunch there. But XLG right now, as the rest of Nova, actually going for a far flank here. Look at the Cypher Chamber there from Huang.
Yeah, he's gonna be...
Yeah, knife, will be popped, and XLG hasn't yet really committed.
Yeah, but in through elbow, they're trying to get the wrap around, and with No Man from main as well, it's Raga to find 3, ripping the side apart. Huang, only good for 1, as Raga's on for a 4. An aim lights up gold, and he sees his name light up in lights. Yet again, the superstar for this XLG side in stage 1. A slower start to this stage. He certainly got the beginning he needed here on Sunset. Just Swirl, the player with the opening pick, left against 3 from XLG. It's just pot shots. He doesn't really know where these players are. And all this time, the spike has been ticking away. The first tap, Raga reveals his position. He's trying to get the swing. No ace, unfortunately. The time keeps getting lower. Coconut's just going to wait and stick it. Oh, surely not. There's the other tap. Although the time expires, the spike detonates, and XLG just about get the round.
You know what, Rarga Neon, I think it is the complete match here. Rarga immediately pushing in towards the side, no fear, crispy aim all around, but Swirl, recognizing that the members of XLG were far apart, could have closed it out pretty early there. But regardless, I do like what Nova had in mind, trying to catch some of XLG's members off guard. But Rarga's demonstration was just too strong for them. 53%. Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
I mean, I'd say it's again the B pressure here from XLG. Guang exploring down mid has been found. Did not expect the position of Coconut. Like you said, 53% win rate in the pistols for XLG. That one got close. They still win it out.
Guang there, I do really wonder, probably want to gain that advantage even further. But XLG now a bit more reserved. We can see both of the duelists there on elbow, while the rest of XLG is just holding the way back on towards the spawn. So XLG could get a complete B side here.
They absolutely could. The brief regroup up in mid, but they find a camaraderie. They find the B site completely empty. Barrier mesh towards market. They don't have to worry about that angle or position. All their focus towards the back site, towards a possible flank. Happy Way watching for any wrapping players. Again, the time just ticking away, and Nova with the classics are just not really able to find any sort of avenue of access. 0 point does come in, tag on to a couple. Barrier mesh goes down. Again, it's just a clean lockout here for XLG. Nova, they might just be looking to die to the spike here. Maybe a couple of exit frags. It's not to be.
Yeah, you know, good eco round there coming from Nova. Guang, a bit of an adventurous moment there, right there on mid. But XLG just immediately dominating with the weapons difference. Now, coming into the anti-bonus here for Nova, looks like they want to be a bit more patient this time around. Only the Chamber and the Ray is going to be on B, while the rest of Nova is going to stay on A.
Indeed. More of a look towards mid this time around. XLG. They've done their B main pressure twice in a row, and it's Happy Way to find the opener over towards A, in fact. Marshall comes up good, and CB, the Phoenix, has been taken down. Not able to find any usage from that agent as of yet. Trademark to spot a player up towards top mid as well, but Raga has to catch on to Guang. As well now the next line of defense here in market. There's a first, the paint shells find another as well, and suddenly we're back in a 3 versus 3. Oh my god.
Oh no, Coconut get off guard here while throwing out the dark cover. Happy Way only got with the Marshall, now picking up the Vandal. But Swirl, good anchor here. Coming towards market, and now it's going to be a 3v1. Happy Way is all alone, stuck on market, while Spike is outside on mid.
Well spotted him as well. He's on the 4K looking for the ace. A burst on round. Nolan Go takes it away from him. But he's up, popping off on the stage. Excitement abounding, but again, it was a great start from XLG, Timo.
A bit of a concerning where CB caught off guard on that jiggle pick there. Happy Way with the sharp aim, but Swirl with the good anchoring there. Rarga caught off guard as well as this pain shell kill, and Coconut unfortunately gets caught out. A needed recovery round for Nova, as right now guns are now equal and Nova might be looking towards a second round.
He might be. Find ourselves a slower round from XLG here. Confidence maybe slightly knocked from the previous. Swole with a 4K. 7 kills in total. And I want to see Raga step up to the plate again. He got 4 in the first round, only 1 since then. And A-Main is coming through, and there's Raga, the man we wanted to see the impact from. Well, he finds it. He finds CB again on the duelist, shut down early.
Azir though, getting one off right immediately from the get-go, but Raga turned down to 23 HP. Now, a bit of an awkward situation here because one wrong move, XLG's push could go down regardless. Olingo will try to stymie the push, but Viva responds regardless. So it's going to be a 4v2 for Nova. It's not unwinnable, especially looking at Raga's HP. Almost get caught on by the pain shells.
2-on-4. Well, now pushing into the site. Guang by his side. Clearing these angles slowly. Over the top. Oh, Viva catches that. And Guang's only good for the first. A 3-1 start for XLG. They keep their lead intact.
Good recognition there for Raga, knowing that CB might as well be trying to gain the advantage. CB has been quite aggressive on a couple of these 2 rounds, getting caught off guard by Happyway on the last round. Now getting caught running away from Raga. And so far, CB doesn't really have any sort of impact in these defensive situations.
Spot there from Guangji. Oh, Guang, sorry. He would have at least seen Raga. He knows to be aware of that position as again EDG looking towards his B site. It's the half buy from Nova. 2 Sheriffs, a Stinger. 2 Classics as well. But with a Headhunter, it's basically a mini Guardian in the pocket for Guang. 8 bullets as well, so he can turn the tide of this round. The stack over towards B leaves this A site completely undefended.
Guang probably hearing there XLG slowly rotating and could actually get Happyway off guard, rated by Viva in return. Now Nova immediately scrambling towards A, but XLG already lost 1 member, maybe a bit more careful in their approach.
Yeah, they think Nova are on the site, but that's not the case. And they realize it now as the spike gets planted in the corner, out in the open. Plenty of spots to watch upon it from. Solid post-plant position now for XLG. 1 up close, 1 behind the box, 1 elbow, 1 back in main to watch for the lurk. It's a Hunter's Fury from Viva. Doesn't spot anything, but at least stalls the time. Flash from Olingo. Oh, it's Whiffy from Coconut, but gets the double in the end. Teleports away, finds a 3rd as well. Azir at least with 1. But again, it's just a consolation for the side of Nova and XLG. Well, whatever signs of weakness they had in the first week against all gamers on this map, they are not here now.
I like what they're doing here. They're becoming more reactive. They're becoming more certain, more sure, more confident in some of their immediate rotation. But like you said, XLG, whatever troubles that they have with FPX and AG, it's not showing.
Yeah. I think the trouble that they had with FPX is that FPX is a team that have found wins in Stage 2. But Nova, they can change that here, however unlikely it may be. We'll get on to the caster predictions after this map as well. We'll see how those are shaping up, but what I'm saying is after these first 5 rounds, I'm feeling quite good about my pick. That's it, forced away from Market here, and oh, he's gonna get caught on the retreat by Raga. I called him out, he's just started firing on all cylinders. Well, the showstopper wasted, but CB finds his first pick. Healed up with the hot hands, no, to run it back too. But he gets caught by Coconut, 2 wasted ults in B main. Next XLG putting the squeeze on Nova yet again.
It's going to be only Guang on the operator there. You can't really do anything, especially as the Chamber gets the kill onto No Man, but whatever whatever advantages they have, I think Nova really a bit of a misplaced there, especially leaving that mid completely wide open for XLG to rotate around towards market. And now it's going to be 5 for the Ascension team.
It is. Spike detonates. Round count ticks over. Is this where you start to call the timeout for Nova? I think if I was in their shoes, this would be where I chuck a pause in.
You have to, because right now you're looking at a 6-1 and
yeah,
oh,
that adjustment from Happyway is so nice.
But yeah, coming back towards your point there, you're 6-1, you really want to do it, and yep, there it is. And while we have our first timeout here coming from Nova looked a bit, maybe a tad bit too aggressive at times. A couple of rounds from CB at the start of the match there, as well as leaving mid wide open on that most recent round win. It's just indicative of how Nova can't really get any sort of stable footing in terms of trying to stop XLG's aggression.
Yeah, they really haven't found the answer, and the thing is as well, is they've started these rounds, particularly I'm thinking the pistol, they started it out really well with a nice sort of B main crunch idea with the 2 duelists. The flash on out swirl as well. But after that, haven't really found much success apart from, albeit the bonus round. And at least build off of that, you'd like to think. But
yeah. So, you see Swirl trying to pump the team up. I believe Guang, saving that off from the last round, so they still have a bit of a firepower there. But looking at a potential 6-1, only Azir buying with a Bucky. They're very heavily pivoting towards a hold here, only leaving Swirl. And it looks pretty much trying to catch XLG off guard, because look at XLG. They're just in mid, but they haven't committed yet.
Yeah. And in terms of the buy, all of these Nova players have bought down to about 1,500, Azir included in that. The only one that hasn't is Guang, who's on 900, despite saving the weapon. But the operator in the previous round will do that to you. Swell closes the mid door. Aldrone, it gets locked out. No entry in through market for the initiator utility. The trademark shot out top mid. And again, it's go time. Raga clearing through Boba. Now looking towards the side itself. It's just Swirl here left to try and fight against the whole team. Gravnet does catch. I believe that was actually No Man's Gravnet.
Yeah.
And Swirl up close. He might actually be able to find something. No one's looking in his direction. Oh, and it's a second. Lovely work. Denying the spike plant as well. This has allowed the opportunity for Nova to get back in. But here's Happy Wave from main. It forces CB to throw up that blaze wall. There's another from Guang. Now it's only Guang. And the annihilation in towards Boba shuts him down, and here. Not too much left, but like you said, there's barely any time. It's a 1 versus 1. No Man planting the spike, gets it down. The right click, for some reason, tries to go for that play. And Azir had the HP, had the rifle to shut it down.
Amazing heads-up display, or rather, amazing patience from Swirl, recognizing that most of Nova are already on top of Boba. They're trying to plan towards that side, but Swirl, amazing adjustment on that second Sheriff shot. And the rest of Nova really stepped up, especially Azir here with the clutch.
Yeah. I mean, it's calm shooting, but the thing is as well, is that won't have been the round that the timeout's for Nova. They go, okay, we've got an eco round next, we'll plan for the buy. They end up winning the eco. So, all things fair in love and war, I suppose. Now just a 3-round deficit. CB has been found, but Azir again with the heroics. There's a double from Elbow. Brings things into a 3 versus 3 after he gets shut down. No Man on 46 though. Inch advantage is still very much with Nova. And a double from Swirl as well leaves Coconut in the clutch.
Amazing bait and switch play there for CB. He was trying to set up Azir, who teleported on the other side. Now it's only Coconut remaining. Gets the kill onto Swirl.
Nice shot.
A 2v1. Not really a losable situation here. Nova gets their third round. And they're looking well damn comfortable.
Yeah, I would say so. They found a new lease of life. That eco win, that clutch, and suddenly your team looks entirely different. This double kill from Azir is ridiculous.
Oh gosh.
And then, yeah, they just line up for Swirl in that situation too. Nova, they've settled. They're feeling a lot more confident, and again, Swirl standing up, looking confident, looking fiery. XLG, they want to talk about what went wrong in those 2 rounds, because that's a trend that cannot continue.
No, if you let it on go, you could have been looking at a potential snowball for Nova. But let's talk about how Nova actually adjusted on that 2 rounds. Yes, the eco can be talked about as XLG didn't really have an answer to basically how Nova suddenly take over that particular round in total. But for the next buy round, Nova just completely trying to be as reactive as possible, trying to be proactive in terms of trying to find their engagements, and they're not as aggressive as they would a couple of rounds ago.
Well, what changes do they end up making in the end? I feel like if I just ask for more kills from an XLG player, then it ends up happening. So I'll just say Raga again. Why not? I want to see more kills from Raga. We'll see if that works for XLG. Right now, a buy round for both teams, and again, a trap play up towards B main. Happyway's been able to get the catch, backing up his teammates! And No Man's there as well. Both duelists falling for the side of Nova, but what a shot that is from Guang. And Go as well, in on the action, a 3 versus 3 now. Suddenly, this round has been turning on its head. And Happyway brings the advantage back for XLG.
Amazing, just back and forth coming from both teams here. It has been activated. Happyway will actually not going to be spotting Azir here, but No Man will, and it's going to be Oling all left, as the barrier mesh will deny any sort of flanking opportunity.
Does fade, but hit falls. There's so many angles to watch for on the site. It's not going to happen. No Man stepped up and stands up as well after the fact. 3 kills from the XLG deadlock, and the round's back in their control. But again, Viper's Pit was instrumental in that one. This trap play as well. I mean, that was close.
That was close. I think XLG finally recognizing what was happening with Nova, but maybe CB's world didn't manage to support his Phoenix on time and resulted in a trap play turned on his head, as now Nova only with Keras with Swirl on a hero rifle.
Yeah, I mean, if he's able to get something done here, certainly would be massive, but right now XLG are looking towards A, where there's no players actually on the site itself. You've just got Go and Swirl who are looking towards the ramp there at Link. The barrier mesh does look out the KO. Swirl is still close by. The flash doesn't quite catch, and the sonic sensor is going to deal the stun. No Man is there for the kill, and that's the rifle now dropped. The flank, it's watched for. One player's found CB. There's another flash, but Paranoia back the other way. It forces No Man to use the ult Annihilation to deal with that, as the spike's been planted on the site itself. A 3 versus 4. Made a 2v4 as now finally the confirm comes in from the ultimate. Tour de force from Guang, quickly dealt with, as it's No Man with a triple again. And you said his name before this match, Timo. He's been the one topping the scoreboards. And my god, is he up there right now.
He's just taking over the server as soon as he could. But again, the barrier mesh separating Olingo with Swirl early on. And while it's an eco, XLG just showing complete control over what they could take. And right now, XLG, the snowballs on their side now.
Genji made the point of focus, at least early on in the round. The wall comes up as well. So XLG, they've got plenty of space here. But Guang is watching for this with an operator, the long range. Well, at least they found it now. Doesn't deter XLG. Instead, they go in for the fight. Oh!
Wow, what was that shot there for Guang? Immediately nullifying Rarga there. It's going to be a 4v5. Spike has not yet been committed, but Berry Mesh has been thrown. Now it's going to be an awkward situation where Plant will be settled down, but Nova looking like they want to push out.
Two players caught by the 0-point knife. Here comes the showstopper as well. Swirl wants to try and find the kill. Fragment Grenade is going to find some sort of damage, but the trades go in favor of Nova Esports. 4 versus 2 right now. Spam through the smoke. XLG, they're playing this like the old way things used to be played. But Olingo is just sticking the spike. Nova get their 4th round on the board in a scrappy post plant.
That immediate kill there for Guang towards Rarga just decimating what XLG had in mind in terms of their entry. And Nova with the no command. My god, just the adjustment. But Nova with the call and response come from them. XLG couldn't really settle in. And 7-4, if they can make it to 7-5, it is going to be a much better situation for them.
Oh, it for sure would be. XLG, they want a 4-round lead heading into the half, but Raga is being caught out. CB, they were the first, and Guang the second for Nova. Hunter's Fury coming on through from Viva to try and deny some of this space. It's not found any sort of catch, and Happy Way's been caught in market. Oh dear, oh no, XLG crumbling here in round number 12. And Nova looks set to get that 5th round in the half.
No more ultimates coming from either Viva or No Man. Yes, you have still the shock charge for the Sova as Viva gets an important kill onto Azir here. It is going to be a 4v2, but it's still going to be a tough mountain to climb, especially with look at how the rest of Nova's members are. It's only going to be Swirl and CB already expecting the remaining push.
There's a 2v2 here on A, so potentially XLG could get something going, but they just don't have the information. Look at this, creeping round the corner. I mean, there's a spot onto CB. And Swirl takes down No Man. Now it's a 1-on-4 for Viva, the IGL, the captain. What can he do? It's not enough. Just the singular kill. And a 7-5 half for XLG. And the way things started, Nova, they're going to be feeling pretty happy with that.
You can see how more comfortable Nova is on these several rounds. They're shooting a lot better. They're playing a lot of their set plays better. Rarga gets baited by Azir's paranoia as well. And XLG, they looked a bit flustered. They couldn't really center their aim. They couldn't really expect where the rotations are coming in for Nova. And now we are switching the sides here. I want to see how Nova can build up, especially with that double duelist on that attack side.
Yeah, indeed. Well, I mean, here's my question. Are we saying it's a... I mean, I would say that Sunset leans more towards the defense, right?
Yes.
So maybe 7 rounds is still enough for XLG? Perhaps? I mean...
Perhaps.
Nova chose to start on the defense for a reason, you'd like to think, and they only got the 5 rounds from it, but, you know, a pistol round in the second half, and suddenly, you know, 7-7, things could quickly get out of control.
Yeah.
There's still danger here for XLG.
Yeah, there's still dangerous XLG again. With the double duelist, you have that more explosive power coming from the Rays as well as the Phoenix or Nova. But XLG with a more defense-oriented agent, you have the Deadlock, you have the Viper as well. It's going to be a not exactly a rough spot for Nova if they want to try win both of these pistols. But at the same time, you can't really count out XLG because their agents lineup is so much more suited on defense.
Yeah. I mean, I'm excited to see what kind of shenanigans Raga gets up to on the Neon here on the defense, because I feel like he can just run around, do whatever he likes, really get in the faces of the attack in the way that we couldn't really see from Swirl and CB in the first half. As things stand right now, again, the attack looks towards B early on. Raga inserted behind the box. They don't end up going towards his position, and no man spots Guang on the off angle. So doesn't entertain that idea either.
Vivo will shut down any potential market push, at least delay it for the time being. Coconut already settled in with the angle. World potentially messing it up, but look at Happyway. Nova did not expect the back there, and Happyway got 3K. 4K maybe. But Coconut gets the kill. But Kwang, the sole member that was stationed on A, now left on a confusing situation.
1 on 4. And it's not going to be. Happyway secures that 4th kill. Well, another explosive pistol round for a team from XLG. It was Raga in the first half, Happyway in the second to find a quad. They get it over the line. Those first 2 kills are lovely, and the adjustment onto Ezir as well. Nova just weren't anticipating that flank, and this is where you start to think that maybe with a more traditional Sentinel other than this chamber, they might have been in a better position.
Yeah, the trademark were in position on A, right? Was positioned for the B push, rather on A. But now Nova, they're trying to get the orb. They're already on the hands of CB. But XLG are wary of it. Happyway immediately gets the blind kill towards the Rays.
Raga, a little bit dangerous there on scopes at a risky time, but he still finds the pick. CB down low as well. XLG, they're looking to secure this round, and Coconut's only bringing a ghost into this as well, so I think that even for the next, they're looking to get some rifles. Paranoia out is perfect. It's now just a low HP Phoenix left as XLG secure a flawless round and keep their lead alive. 4 rounds the gap now. 9 rounds on the board.
It's inching ever closer towards a Sunset victory, the decisive Sunset victory as well. Happyway blindly firing as well. This Ararga kill here. Clean up for Coconut there on the 2 remaining members. And now, coming into the anti-bonus here for Nova. They have the guns here. Are they going to be a bit more proactive? But XLG replied very convincingly with the Rarga kill.
Yeah, just continuing that form and that dominance. And it's hardly even a half buy here for XLG on what would be their bonus. Vandal, Phantom, Guardian, 2 Spectres, sure, but you could just direct the gunfights in towards, you know, Praga, Happyway, and Viva. You're going to be sitting pretty. The Aldrone gets a spot onto Olingo. And a barrier mesh too to deny that space and positioning. As it does get the catch onto No Man. Raga's only good for 1. The advantage now spun on its head. A 3-on-2 for the attack inside. Nova Esports sitting pretty here on the entry in towards the B site. Tap of the spike. Now trying to look around the corner. Happy Way can't wrangle the Phantom into submission. It leaves Coconut all by himself. 1 versus 3. Creeping through market. He's sends out a smoke. Tries to bait them into expecting his position to be towards Boba. Instead, the spot from CB comes on through and he just walks straight into the angle of Olingo. A great start, but the bonus round goes the way you'd expect with a Nova victory. This time around, though, they're going to have to hope that they don't let XLG just win again straight away. Because that's what happened in the first half, and it was a 5-1 start for the Ascension team.
Yeah, a bit of a unfortunate positioning there for Noman on that little angle. Maybe a bit too overeager for XLG, knowing their weaponry. But now, equal guns, and now Nova actually going to be barreling down towards B. It's only Noman there.
They've certainly found the weak site. The sonic sensor in the way would certainly reveal things, and absolutely does. There's a stun as well. Gravnet to try and deny some of this space and deny the time away from the run it back. CB will expire, but not before finding Raga. The spike now planted into a 5-on-4. As it was the ultimate that went down for CB. A bit of a gap in the blaze wall there. Gives away Swell's position, and now they have to dip away. CB retreating behind the pillar. Snakebite out. It doesn't catch onto anyone as the time continues to be burnt away. There's the Seer. There's all of the kills coming in for Nova.
Yeah, and you can see the potential explosiveness from both of the duelists there. CB getting with the ultimate kills onto Rarga, and Noman couldn't really stymie all of the potential push there, all of the aggression that Nova had on the entry. And now they're looking a lot more confident, especially with those entries.
Yeah.
Nice, CB.
All the kills fall.
Calm down.
Okay, well, that's interesting. But now the deficit's only 2, and it's just a couple of marshals in the hands of XLG. You'd like to think that Nova can get 8 here.
You'd like to think so, but you remember how happy when Rarga has been with the marshals.
Yeah.
Couple of dangerous kills, so I don't want to really write them immediately, but with only Sharos remaining, again, it's only Noman on B, but the remainder of XLG is actually going to travel towards mid.
Yeah, Viva's already made it down tiles. Oh, there's the spot and the catch. Azir finds the first, but only one. Raga falls, but No Man's there to trade. Because of course it's No Man again, the one to be able to find these kills, and now he's got a Vandal. Look at this, pushing up towards the attacker side. Spawn Guang, he might get caught out here. The Gravnet gives things away, and he gets caught by the Outlaw, just trying to play things a little bit too cheeky. A 2v2 on the site, and Swirl locks Coconut out of Boba. Beaver's left to clutch. Round has been chaos, and Guang is sneaking up behind him. Snake in the grass, that Shark in the water. Oh, what a shot that is! And now the time is ticking. Guang has got to win the foot race. He's been hurt. The Sheriff can't quite land the shots. It's so darn close for Viva, but Nova just about crossed the finish line.
Oh, what a close call coming for XLG. Happyway did kind of balance the situation with 2 of his martial skills, but Guang, importantly staying alive with that 1v1 duel against No Man, really were the skills that Nova really needed to clutch that round.
Nice shot from No Man. And from Happyway as well. This one, I feel like they're in a good position. Like, I mean, No Man's been doing incredibly, but I mean, that that gunfight towards the attacker spawn with Guang
my fault.
could have turned the tide. In the end, though, even the heroics from Viva can't get things done, and XLG called the timeout with Nova Esports now nipping at their heels, just one round away.
And you can see the difference between attack Nova and defense Nova, where you see on defense, they did look a bit more comfortable. They look a bit more proactive towards the end of the half there, but now they're on attack. The double duelist composition now fully activated, and you can see how much confident they are, especially facing against a lot of this utility like the sonic sensor, like the grabs net coming from No Man in particular, as well as all of the denial utility from XLG.
Into round 18 we go. XLG, they've got a buy. An operator from Guang. Potentially spotted out by the Owl drone. Paranoia to try and deny the orb, but Viva collects it and gets away. A counter stun in return, and oh, Raga, it's messy! He can't quite land his shots. Jumping about everywhere, and finally lands one. But perhaps could and should have been more. No Man's been found towards top mid as well. Vizier potentially TPing past the barrier mesh, and a player that was in the defender spawn's been taken down and out. Well, the next one to fall. And Happy Way. Oh, that's a double towards B main. Nazir's on this B site, but he doesn't have a spike, and he doesn't have any teammates left either.
Could be going for a... nah, not exactly. Was going to be able to survive all-in-all, but right now Charlotte, Azir has the spike, but what can he do?
Oh, he's been spotted by the tag as well. The cavalry is charging him down. He can get to the back site here. Potentially an opportunity to stick the plant, but oh, Raga sprinting in has been found. Slight distraction perhaps, it doesn't matter. XLG, they take it.
Good. I feel like credit goes to the Paranoia there, catching both CB and Swirl off guard. Yes, it was a bit of a messy exchange, let's say, about that for Arga, but putting Swirl and CB so low health, as well as Happy with the anchor here, really puts XLG on a good position. Once again, it's a 8 to 10.
That it is. The gap extended. Oh, there goes the flash from CB and catches out Raga. Two teams wanting to play fast, wanting to play aggressive. Attack inside wins out. Lovely curveball there from CB. Wang's found the wrapping flank from Coconut as well. He's expecting the second. Happy Way gets the better of him though. Nova still in the advantage, 4v3, and now most of them have guns to work with as well. Say site's looking mighty scary.
It is going to be denied, however, on towards main with the barrier mesh. Elbow will be the battleground, only No Man with the Sheriff, as well as Viva with the full buy Phantom. But neither team doesn't really want to concede here.
Yeah, just waiting. Canal Drone will reveal the information. That's the signal to go for XLG. Gravnet is wonderful, and CB is down on 1 HP. So now the showstopper out. Ezzy has been able to find a kill. Viva gets one. It's the showstopper to take him down post-mortem. The round goes the way of Nova yet again. They are right there with XLG, keeping things close.
Good flash there coming from CB. You can see how Raga really wants to get at least one of the trades there. But also credit to Guang, recognizing that, yes, there's the flank, and the dark cover really helping him, even if Heavyweight did get the kill at the end. And Nova, just good trades all around to clean up this 9th round win.
The hero rifle again from Happy Way. In 16 and 14, he's certainly been a player to step up to the mark in these big moments. This may have to be the biggest moment of all so far in this match. Greenbot clears the close box. They know no one's playing there. Full control of B main established for Nova, and Happy Way. He's swinging round. It's a tour de force from Guang that finds the kill. I mean, that feels unreasonable, but okay. They're able to find it, and the Sonic Sensor doesn't stun just in time. First bullet accuracy for CB is good enough anyway. Run it back will expire shortly.
Rarga has the overdrive here, but it is a 3v5, and most of the ultimates still favors Nova.
I feel like EDG, XLG, have to pull their ults together. They can't just go using them one by one willy-nilly. That's where all the kills come on in. It's flawless. Against an eco, sure. But flawless nonetheless. It is 10-10. Tied up, and XLG have used both their timeouts here as well.
I was going to say, they really can't make any more mistakes here. They can't get a respite. But Nova, they still have their one timeout. They won't use it, but Nova feeling a lot more confident, a lot more certain that right now it's all on their court.
And this is Nova sort of playing without the pressure. Playing without any expectations. Their stage, for better or for worse, is done. They don't need to worry about any sort of stakes at all. They can just play a free-flowing game. For XLG, there are those stakes. A win secures you the first seeds. And you can potentially get yourself on the way to securing champs as well. Securing survival in the VCT. There's so much on the line. Perhaps you're starting to see the pressure on their shoulders really faltering them.
Nova did expect the Sonic Sensor there, right on top of mid. Now mid is wide open, showing a bit of discord for the members of XLG, whether or not there will be a flank. But Coconut here, expecting the rest of Nova actually going to push.
Oh, he's got to get out of there. The flash comes through. Escapes elbow just in time. So much utility now comes the way. Paint shells as well to deny that space. There's the flash. Oh, curveball round doesn't catch on to Viva. And things are traded out. It's Coconut on the site. No man as well. One left alive. Dodges the annihilation, finds the operator shot, but the spike is down. There's barely any time. We're in the red time. 7 seconds, 6, 5. It's ticking down. There's no more left. And it's done. The round is over. Happy Way, all he needed to do was survive. And that's exactly what he did. And Guang tried to save the operator. What a swing at the right time to deny any sort of weapon. Goodness me, Timo, that was wild.
That was wild, but a clutch gravity net there from Noman actually catches CB there. The stun actually from Rarga actually catching CB, and the trade just coming on XLG's favor. Guang really made it close at the end. Nova aren't actually going to use the timeout here. So Charlotte, we're going on for another round.
Indeed we are. But for right now, Nova have cut noise, but been spotted inside of market now. Hot hands over the top. And Blazewall as well to deny that space from Boba. Paranoia, paint shells, denying all of that space, but Happy Way still alive, still standing, still fighting ahead of this as Viva gets in on the action. It's a second from Happy Way, a 2 versus 4 for Nova. These players are low on XLG, but they're still winning the fights. Olingo in the clutch, he's got to come up massive. The gravity net doesn't catch. but he doesn't expect Coconut up close. Map point now secured for XLG.
Oh, a peek at the wrong angle, allowing, I believe it was Happyway to kill both TB as well as Whirl. But XLG finding their second win here at the dying stages of Sunset. Nova still has one more timeout left, but it is going to be as close as it could get if they want to go out.
And I think the buy here for Nova is going to be a rough one as well, right?
Yeah, I think they can half buy, but it's not going to be a pretty buy regardless.
It's not pretty, yeah. So, I mean, backs against the wall now for Nova. They brought things close, but XLG, they seem to just have that hidden factor where they can just step it up another level whenever things get dangerous. It's kind of reminding me what people used to say about EDG. You know, back in kickoff, back in last year, where, you know, maybe during groups or whatever, they used to mess around a little bit, get a bit silly, get things close, then you get to playoffs, they look down and out, and suddenly they just find that extra gear and end up winning the whole damn thing. Like, I'm thinking of kickoff where they were down against DRG and then won 2 maps of Haven in a row 13-0, right? Like,
yeah.
They just have that ability, and it feels like XLG, they've got the same thing here when they can just step up when it's needed.
Oh, man! With the paranoia coming out for Coconut.
He dodged the curveball there.
Yeah, and I want to talk about how well prepped XLG is. Their synergy is just immaculate. And right now, Nova, they're 4v5. Only half shields for Guang. While the rest of the members have full rifles.
Oh,
I think this is going to be the end.
You'd like to think that XLG won't throw a 5v2. Olin go as well with Guardian. No man has a Gravnet. Back recharged. Oh, and he's spotted that player, so out it comes. Doesn't catch on to anyone. The start of this round, Nova, they tried that trick. They tried that play one too many times. Called XLG one too many times. This time they're ready, they're prepared. Now the safe site completely locked down. These two players, they're trying to fight in, trying to do anything they can. And they're sent away. Scrambling, retreating. There's nothing they can do. Only 20 seconds left. There's no time to rotate either. It's just bash your head into the brick wall until you can break it down, or you end up with a fractured skull. And it seems like the latter is what the result will be. XLG, they find that extra gear. They find that next level. And they find the first map here against Nova Esports, 13-10.
Nova Esports really kept it close there. You can see how much comfortable they are on attack, but XLG looking like they didn't really break a sweat. Yeah, sure, maybe Nova a couple of rounds. They're starting to be looking a little bit more dangerous, but performances like from the likes of Happy Wave, from the likes of No Man, really sets the deal that XLG aren't really going to play at all.
Yeah, I know. We can looking through the highlights here again. I mean, we saw plenty of great moments for Nova in this map. You know, it just didn't quite come to fruition. There's, you know, a couple rounds where things got down to 1v1s, those tight margins. Things could have potentially gone different ways, but in the other things as well, I think more thrifties came through for Nova than they did for XLG. You've got all of that to consider as well. XLG, there's still signs of weakness.
There's still signs of weakness. You can, like you said, a couple of thrifties really favors Nova, especially with the double build composition. But XLG, just all around, a lot more just comfortable, a lot more calmer in some of this like 1v1 situations. But again, Nova with performance like Wang, like what you see earlier. This second map on a equal ground, Haven, could really set the tone of how the rest of the match could go.
Yeah, we could even see a bind in for map number 3. We'll just have to wait and see for that.
Wait for smoke, guys. Here close.
What? Don't close.
Don't close.
I play
Here timing peak. Here timing peak. Holding smoke.
You play anti-flash. You play anti-flash. You play anti-flash. Go, go.
You?
Top mid one.
There you go.
No, we're playing too.
Yes, it's okay.
Go, Joan. I resmoke top mid. Yeah, I'm resmoking.
Nice.
Nice.
Nice. Mark it, mark it.
Only one.
You need stun.
Baba.
Backside. No.
31.
I'm
We
on
have Viper out.
Backside OP.
We have
Out, box. I'm only here.
just Viper out. Viper out, you can play inside.
No.
Viper out,
Smoke
you can
CT,
play
guys.
inside.
Go.
3v2.
我带屁股啊
Can you guys play off me? Can you pick off me? One of you?
Care flank.
Care, bro. Care backside.
That's fine. The
One
wall.
unknown.
Yes, come on. One CT, one unknown.
CT Baba. Stay backside.
That's
Come on,
good.
Backside.
Three-
Right.
I
go market.
Should be right side.
James, I'm gonna give you a smoke here, okay? 3 seconds.
Yeah, you're good.
I jump peek
You
one
want
for
to
you.
stay for people over there.
And
That's
Carlos ulti.
Nice.
Nice, James.
A DK!
I mean, who else could you have as the MVP, right? I mean, Happyway put in one hell of a performance there, and with the on the Viper as well, he's always doing these sorts of things on an agent where you don't really expect people to be popping off like this.
It's just a testament of how well he plays into the role, right? Some of the anchor positions, some of the important kills. I think one of them were the double kills where they caught Nova off guard on the wraparound. But I want to shout out again to No Man. His positioning, his sharp aim really goes around, especially with the gravity net. His utility usage is really immaculate, really good in some of these retakes and holds. But Azir, shout out also to them for the Nova side. He really shows up where it's needed. And coming towards here, the round breakdown, 14 first bloods coming for XLG, 7 out of 9 post plans. It just shows how really equal in some cases that Nova really that they could do, especially in terms of post plan situations or some of the thrifty situations. But XLG really shows up with the amount of firepower that they have.
Yeah, for sure. And for XLG as well, you know, we saw in the MVP screen for Happyway, 5 first kills playing on the Viper. I mean, that's over a third of the first kills for XLG, and it's just those lurks that he was able to find, those positions that he was able to insert himself into, particularly on the attacking side. Just Nova didn't really have an answer for that, and you know, we look towards Haven. I mean, lurking's the name of the game on that map, so things are going to need to improve there.
Nova really, I do agree there with Happyway getting some of these lurks here, because Nova really didn't have that traditional Sentinel, right? They have the chamber, but the trademark weren't really great at catching the lurks, catching some of the more faster pushes. So XLG just run rampant, especially on that top mid. Some of the wraparounds, especially towards Boba, really sets the tone of how eventually Happyway really gets his stats there.
Yeah, well, can Nova improve? Can XLG secure another 2-0 victory? All of that to find out and more on Haven after the break. It's us again. Hello. Ready for map number 2 between XLG and Nova. It's Haven. Now, last map was a 13-10. XLG's map pick, it got close, but they were able to win it out. This time around, Nova, they're playing on a bit more even territory. Things they might be able to take us to bind. Now, Timo, let's have a chat about our talent predictions, because, I mean, you're in the Nova camp. How are you feeling after map number 1?
I think I'm really comfortable. I'm really a bit more confident, especially with now they're showing. It's just whether or not, like I think I mentioned this earlier into the cast, where can they retain their mental in order to move on? Because right now they didn't, like, the pattern is they didn't win the first map, but somehow they'll come back and hopefully it ends in a 2-1. But right now with predictions, no comment.
Fair enough. I mean, yeah, there were certainly some quite good signs, and you know, you play it that close on a map that you've never played before, a map that they're more confident. Yes, of course, a map they're more comfortable and confident on. You know, maybe they do push us to a decider. But looking at Haven, you know, we mentioned some, I guess, compositional issues that Nova had on the first map, particularly around the chamber. It didn't really allow them to locate the lurks and the flanks quite as well, you know. Do you think, especially on Haven, it's a very good map for, say, a Cypher? Do they switch to something like that, or do they go a bit more rogue with a Deadlock Vice? Do they stick with the chamber? What are your thoughts, and what would you like to see as well? That may be two different things of what you expect them to do and what you want them to do.
Well, it is going to be interesting if whether or not they can go for the Cypher there, but I believe Nova runs the Killjoy rather on Haven, so it'll be interesting to see whether or not they want to switch it up. But also, flipping the scene here towards XLG, a bit of a mirror matchup here, because both of the team's composition really doesn't stray much. So we are potentially looking at a mirror matchup for both of these teams. But regardless, the Sentinel role was really not exactly an issue, but definitely a weak spot for map 1. I really want to see how they can rein themselves more, because with chamber you really want to be a bit more aggressive, especially with the trademark, with the headhunter, with most of this kit as well. But now switching out to a more traditional Sentinel, potentially a Killjoy or a Cypher, it really kind of flips it on its head, where I want to see how Guang adjusted. And like we said, it'll be a mirror matchup for both of these teams, with Nova starting on defense.
Yeah, it absolutely will. And again, we've got Happy Way on the Viper again, which I'm certainly quite pleased about. In fact, for XLG, the only change in their composition from map 1 is No Man going from Deadlock to Killjoy, which I think makes a lot of sense here on this map. There can be some difficulties with attacking with a Killjoy. That's like really my only concern for XLG. And this is quite a defender-sided map, so XLG have chosen to start out on the attack here. Have they spotted something? Do they reckon if they can get off to a good start and then they get onto the more favoured side, that they can get Nova to crumble completely? I mean, obviously, I don't think that you're an expert psychologist, but do you think there's some sort of credence to that kind of idea of starting on the weaker side?
I think it really boils down to how confident they are, right? You're looking at the cusp of a potential first seed, potential championship qualification. You really want to see that now Nova weren't really looking too good on map 1, especially if whether or not they kept it close. But XLG may be seeing that Guang kind of misplayed some of his roles here as we come down towards the first round.
Leon. It's looking like they're exploring towards A here for XLG. This is the setup for Guang as well with the Killjoy. Look at this push, the 4-player rotation through the attacking spawn. I don't think they've been caught there by the turret.
Not at all. The
Alarm
turret was
bot.
facing garage.
Yeah, oh, Happyway's watching for this, so it's only a 1-for-1. There's an alarm bot inside of lobby as well, which they will now tick away. But Guang's up close with a shorty, and Azir the Sheriff as well. As A-site control now for XLG, but it's very quickly being retaken by Nova. The pre-take really here. As the spike gets planted and Raga deals at least some kind of solidity on the site. They've planted it for CT, but choosing to fight ahead of the box here. Oh, that's nice.
Attacking. Oh.
Raga.
Never really want to count out Raga.
Oh. That was close. Very close. I believed for a second there in the Raga clutch,
No,
but
you and me both. But
it didn't come to fruition, and that's a 3K from Azir, a player who was the highest rated in terms of the ACS on his team last map. Again, comes up with the goods here.
and a bit of an unfortunate that I believe No Man's Third wasn't really positioned well for the lurk all the way from C. The alarm bot didn't really had enough impact because he was killed almost immediately. But right now, Nova getting their first pistol win of the match so far. It's looking good for them.
Yeah, Haven, a little bit more their playground. Again, perhaps that previous round highlighting the issues that I brought up with attacking with a Killjoy. It can be difficult. That's something that Nova are also going to have to contend with in the second half. That's for right now. The push comes in towards B. It's a 2-for-2. Olingo, one with a snake bite, one with the gun. On Raga spotted Azir coming on in, but swell the right click. Oh my word, breaks the ankles. It's another spike plant for XLG. They're not going to be able to find the rounds. The defuse comes on in. It's 2-0 for Nova.
There was a possibility where XLG could have really anchored it, maybe settled in a bit more, but Swirl immediately slides in towards the face of Raga. I think Raga spotted Azir earlier, so that's why he was scrambling on, but Swirl catch him off guard in return.
Yeah, that double kill, the snake bite, so much value, so much impact. Like you said about Swirl, runs on in, and yeah, classic that range with the right click, no shield. It's only going to go one way. But now XLG on the anti-bonus, full rifles. What can they do with them? That is going to be the question. Well, that's a good start with a double kill towards C-Long from No Man. Nazir, again, the one to stand up to the moment, to the mark, and finds a second in the round. It's finally being caught out by Coconut, and Raga spots Olingo towards main as well. Early, aggressive, punchy start. We end it in a 1v3.
Guang is a bit in a weird position there. Really trying to crawl towards garage, but in a 3v1, only with a Bucky, I think it'll be the first round here for XLG.
Right? Was able to find the kill. So, all things considered, it's gone pretty well for XLG.
Not too bad. Not too shabby there for XLG. Only losing
keep
2
three
there.
alive.
Solid. And coming now towards the gun round. Yeah, this hole for No Man here, expecting the 4 push that Nova did earlier on the first round, was really smart now. And I really want to see what kind of adjustments now the guns are equal for XLG. And I think they're looking at an A push actually for them.
Smoke out early. Recon bolt as well to try and gather some information. Look down short. Expecting there to be the push. And again, turret more looking towards that C rotation rather than mid. Alarm bot again in lobby. Here comes Raga, and there goes Raga. He's dead. But Happy Way on the entry to the site. His aim is good for 2. And Olango is only good for 1 before being shut down. Again, it's an advantage for XLG here, Timo.
Ooh, a bit of a scrappy trade around there for XLG. Swirl didn't really expect Viva there, right at the bottom of window. It's going to be only Guang remaining. Turret will spot Guang, but probably not on the immediate off angle. Smoke will be thrown out, and Guang will be settling here for a save.
Yeah, indeed he does. Again, XLG keep 3 alive as well, but I tried to go in on the side. I mean, it was scrappy entry, but they got it done in the end. I think just in terms of gunfights, making sure they won them out. And the key difference between Sunset and Haven, after 4 rounds, we're tied up 2 apiece.
A better start here for Nova, but XLG with 2 rounds already in a row on their gun buys, looking a bit more, let's say, conditional, especially looking at Nova here, only with a rifle on Guang's hand from the save.
Yeah. You'd like to think that XLG could get one here, but Nova, I mean, they've thrifted before. Certainly could do it again. Happy Way, and perhaps a little bit of peril. Perhaps a bit more than he realized. Over towards short. You see main now, the angle of approach. CB's up close. He's not actually been involved in any of these gunfights. It's instead a nanoswarm to deal some damage to him, and quite a bit of it as well. Cut down to 32. There's an even 1-for-1, and Swirl has inserted himself up in window.
Not really shown here by XLG. We see how much patience this man has, especially looking at that, but sadly, Happy Way spotted him. Now it's only going to be Azir on B. Gets the kill onto Happy Way. No man's trading him. A 3v2, a lot closer than what originally would have happened, especially on a Nico.
Yeah, definitely so. And there's upgrades abound as well. CB now with a Vandal in the hand. He's been cut down. A double swing out from the smoke. It's just Guang. 1-on-3 again. The same 3 players he's up against. This time he's got away into the site. He's found an angle! And the headshot onto Coconut. Just 140 damage. It's not quite enough to take him down. I'm going to be honest. I started to clench there. That got close.
A bit of a phantom moment there. Only 140 HP deleted from Coconut's health bar. But again, a lot closer in terms of these eco rounds. Nova has been really good at converting some of these like less than likely situations. Just unfortunate for Guang that he didn't get the kill.
Yeah, very much so. And again, there's a bunch of A pressure at the start of this round. TP cancelled, so from the shadows. Doesn't come to much fruition, just information gained, and Swirl has been caught out. I'm not sure if Happy Way was really expecting the player there, but still gets the kill in the end, was watching for it. Coconut as well on the site. Happy Way has been spotted. Is way back in now for Nova in the 4 versus 3. Azir pushing in through window. CB on the site as well. Now we're 3-on-3. This one's quite scary.
Viva has the ult there.
Oh, no way! Oh my gosh, it's now a 1-on-versus-1. Azir knows he needs to push up. Rug has got the overdrive. Sending in some of those pot shots to come on through. Now switches back to the Vandal up close range. There's the first tap. He pulls out the shorty! But can't get it done.
Time?
Is there time? No! 0.02 seconds! Oh my god!
expensive round from all sides. Rarga had to force the overdrive there. But Nova 0.02 on the defuse. Oh my god.
That's heartbreaking. He's taking it in good stride though. He's giving a chuckle about it. I'd be absolutely devastated if that was me. Clearly, I just don't have the mentality of a pro player.
Gotta smile through the pain.
Yeah, laugh or you'll cry type situation. All 5 players at A now. Raga's going in again. He's trying to find the kills. Oh, and he does so. It's a Nana Swarm as well. Complete chaos on the site. And Guang's left to flank in a 1-on-4.
I believe his demise is going to be meeting its end pretty quickly. As no man gets the kill. 5-2 to XLG, and actually, you asked me earlier how much confident that XLG is on attack. Apparently, they have a 67% win rate. I believe it is 67% win rate on attack. So clearly, it's a lot more comfortable for them on this side rather than defense.
Yeah, guess so. At least the shotgun got one. Not quite a wasted investment, I suppose, but that transfer's ridiculous. And so is that shot as well. So XLG, like you said, 5-2 up. And immediately we go again into the next.
Operator though, from Twirl.
2 and 6. He's going to have to try and find some kind of impact. The only one that's really been fragged out has been Azir. 13 and 4. Despite only his team finding 2 rounds. And yeah, they have been close. And this time he's going to get called upon again. He's over here on ready for the A site. Guang finds a kill. Raga though rushing in, gets that trade. Hunter's Fury onto the site. There's a kill from it. Raga again deals the death blow to the defensive Omen, the player who's been stepping up so far for Nova Esports. Shut down Viper's Pit and a counter ult as well from Happyweight. 3 versus 3, even in the man count. But the round in the advantage of XLG because the spike is planted. Out comes the player's overdrive from Swirl. Spotted, taken away. Raga drops the pit and gets the ace.
Getting the ace, finally. A redemption with no man bowing down to him. Swirl, unfortunate that he looked on the other angle. I'm not from that Viper spin. A bit of a messy entry point regardless. TB gets the important kill onto Coconut, but Rarga. You're talking about this man right here. He is activated. A days? I think we're looking at a very quick turnaround.
The crowd is loving it too. And there it is, the reaction. And we've missed 4 kills. Hello, okay. Well, it's traded out there, I guess. Ezir has a Marshall. Could be doing work with it, but suddenly shut down Swirl. In the 1-on-3. Makes it a 1-on-2. Just a Sheriff in his hand. And he's expecting the rotation here over to the C site. He's won this foot race.
But the weaponry.
Oh! Oh no, that's unfortunate.
Somebody please put up a recap on what happened on the first half of that round because
I'd love to know. Okay.
Oh, Azir.
Okay. Ooh. Nice kills. And Happyway's kill was actually towards A. Interesting. There we go. We're ready. We're here before the round starts. Isn't that so exciting? Oh, this operator from Swirl could find value. But no one's peeking towards B so far. Instead, it's Garage the point of focus. Alarm but out, they dip away.
World doesn't really have enough impact here, right? Neither on the rifles or the operator. He can't really get the kills there. And immediately gets killed by Coconut. XLG wiping the house down. It's going to be Guang and Zero only remaining. And so far, Nova couldn't really get any sort of read on the fans.
Well, we were here thinking that Haven would be a better map for Nova instead. They're about to have a worse defending half than they did on map number 1. Desir dips away, saves the Vandal. XLG, they get up to 8 rounds, something that took them a fair few more on Sunset to get done. So, I mean, confidence, it's growing, it's grown. It's massive right now for G-Light Gaming.
There's nothing that really sets Nova apart, trying to figure out how to, again, stymie the aggression coming from XLG. It has been a recurring theme for them. And XLG, now they're just letting loose. They didn't really have too much of a apprehension as they had on Sunset. First time out, called out for Nova here, and
Bit late?
an 8 to too late, I think. Maybe on a 5-2 or rather on a 6-2, maybe would have been a bit better, but 8-2, potentially you're looking at an 8-4 half, and even then,
Yeah.
it's not a good mountain to climb if you want to come back.
Especially as they're going to have to come back on the attack inside. You know, because you look at Sunset as well, they used their timeout after they went down 5-1. They ended up winning a thrifty immediately after that and the round afterwards. And in fact, for the rest of the half after that timeout, they only lost 2 rounds. You can't afford to be taking a timeout this late, especially when we saw on map number 1 that they got incredible impact from the TAC timeout. So, who knows?
Like you said, I mean, regardless if you win both of those rounds, the halftime will eventually kill your momentum slightly.
Yeah.
And with the side switch as well, you swapped out your mindset. You now trying to figure out more of your, different styles, different situations. 8-2, XLG might as well put the nail on the coffin already if Nova couldn't really adjust.
Yeah, we'd have to see one hell of a comeback. Especially as this round, they've gone with the half-buy. Bulldog, Stinger, Guardian, Bucky. And then that saved Vandal from Azir. I mean, it's looking
he's
rough.
top of the leaderboard.
He is.
15 and 6. But, XLG are actually not going to be aggressive this time around. Maybe expecting that thrifty potential coming from Nova. So Nova, again, being sown the discord of uncertainty coming from XLG.
They are going into the Bucky, though. Look at Swirl. He's up close for this. Oh, but breaking his ankles. Raga still gets felled. Happyway jumping on into the action. Gets the trade. 4-on-4 here on this site, and Happyway's found another, continuing to be the player that we saw on Sunset, finding those multi-kills in the big moments, not allowing the timeout to find success. The spike's being planted. Nova are just shut out of this site. They're locked inside the CT. One player starting to explore towards Garage, but seems like it's just too little too late. So much utility to just hinder this progress in, and when they finally do, they're met with Coconut and Happyway. The guns come alive, and Azir yet again left in the clutch, left against the entire XLG squad. He's only good for one.
Desperate times calls for desperate measures. XLG could have really wanted to save there. But regardless, they really want to get these rounds win, because now it is going to be a 9-2.
I mean, a 10-2 half very much on the cards. But Nova, they're going to have to get this next round and then hope and rely on the 9-3 curse, I think. At least as it's still in high spirits, I suppose. Oh, that movement from Raga just completely breaking the sideline there from Swirl. It's lovely.
No,
They
it's CB actually.
Oh, from CB, you're so right.
CB's on the operator instead of Swirl right now. Well, 3 to 10 doesn't really change much.
Either way as well. They've spotted the operator on A, immediately pivot C.
Oh, overdrive. Pop here. Not really meeting too much resistance for Nova. Looking at a 5v5 retake here, especially Guang has the lockdown as well as the rest of the ultimate.
Well, double lockdown investment. XLG, what do? Do they stick around on the site? Do they try and fight forwards into this? That's what No Man's trying to do. It's not going to work out. Swirl has been felled though, but Raga caught inside of the ultimate. Lockdown takes him out. Shock Dart's coming on through. It gets the kill, gets to catch the spams as well. And Raga coming back from the dead inside the garage as is the only one left. A 10-2 half, double digits already for XLG.
It was looking a bit perilous there for Nova. Both Coconut and Raga did get caught on with the lockdown, but Raga actually saving himself on Garage. Not really expected by the rest of the Nova members. And to the scoreline coming towards the halftime here, and if you're Nova, this pistol is do or die for them.
Oh, for sure. Oh, and it's 10 in a row from XLG as well. I kind of forgot about that fact. Nova won the pistol in the follow-up, and that's been it on their defensive side of Haven. They only won the pistol in the follow-up. I mean, it's rough.
No,
rough.
there's really no other way to say it, but it's rough. Nova, coming back towards the statistics there, they only have a 56% amount of attack win percentage on towards Haven. Mostly revolving towards at A push. But right now, with a 10-2 scoreline, they have to win the pistol. If not, that's pretty much curtains for XLG.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And the China broadcast pranking the desk as well. You love to see that. I hope Magnum doesn't do that to us.
Please don't. Insert him suddenly switching us.
I was going to say, I've given him an idea now. That's dangerous. Well, I'll just have to hope that XLG don't win this map and then I can escape scot-free. Well, hope that XLG do win this map, sorry. Then we won't have to worry about that. Yeah, second half though, XLG on the defense. And a 10-2 scoreline, like we were saying, Nova, they need to get this pistol round because XLG have won 10 rounds in a row.
Doesn't really exude that much confidence, does it?
No, not really. And you know, in the positive news as well, Raga's back. He's had a bit of a rougher stage, but 16-8 right now on this map. He's awakened, and we're seeing a similar thing from XLG as in Nova's pistol with the stacked flank from round C. And Nova, the attack here, looking towards the A site. Rush on in, utility, No Man's forced to dip away. Happy Way under pressure, under the firing line, but No Man gets 3! Ridiculous work to lock out Nova from the site. Now it's a 2 versus 4.
A bit of a tunnel vision there, trying to get the confirmed kill. I believe it was on a Happy Way, but No Man. Guang? Nope. A 3v1, and I think, Charlotte, we might be seeing the final chapters here of this match.
Oh, hold your horses. Hold on a second. Oh, that's the first tap on the spike. The longest swing ever from No Man. diverts the attention, and the crosshair goes awry. Around for XLG. I mean, that's ridiculous. My classic doesn't do that.
Me neither. I prefer the frenzy nowadays, but you're right. My classic never really does that. $3K though, coming from him. He has been spectacular throughout the match.
Oh, Nova Force here. I mean, they have to. They've lost 11 rounds in a row, including that pistol. Their backs are against the wall here, Timo.
A bit of a... Ooh. Coconut and Viva traded each other with Guang there. The Zero fall as well. Recon drone didn't really get any sort of help there. Oh, happy we just said we're taking the win.
Yep. And because of that, Force Nova now don't really have an economy for this next round. What is potentially and probably the final round here on Haven, here of the series. They're going to have to do it with pistols, most likely. And yeah, the shock dart from Viva ended up destroying the Al drone. In terms of funny utility interactions. So they've got another Force here, actually. And Sval is going in on B. Oh, the nanoswarms do so much damage. The vulnerable as well. Snakebite in the way too. The spike can't be planted just yet, and Noman, he's watching for this swing. Swole deletes him, and Happy Way falls as well. Surely not. It can't go down like this, but Nova, they're going to want it to. Raga, oh, he's in so much peril. Looks away at just the wrong moment. And now a 4 versus 2. 13 rounds in a row was what XLG were looking for. That streak might be stopped at 12 for now, as Nova have the advantage and have the spike planted on C.
What did we talk about with Nova having 50 wins? I think they just pulled one out again, and the aggression from Swirl was sorely needed, especially with the Neon and the Stinger combo. We were trying to maybe get a couple of exit frags, but right, it might be 8-3 to 12.
Viva, I mean, the time's gone, the round is over, but this is some good util damage as well. Goes down to the spike, and like you said, they don't have the guns. So an already weak economy, really, for both of these sides, ends up getting weaker despite the round win. And honestly, XLG will get a little bit of a loss bonus in this one as well.
Maybe a bit of misplay there for Nova, not trying to exit as fast as possible, giving Viva an amount of time to just get this frags. And now I know the question is, does Nova have the better buy? Yes, they have. They have the Vandals, and ooh, case in point, Olingo gets the kill onto Viva.
Yeah, Viva did have, I think, a Phantom there though as well, so...
And the Hans Fury gone.
Yeah, that's a big ultimate. And the fight on back Nova, they need 10 in a row to secure OT. They've already found the first of that. It's now just 9 required. Just 9.
Just 9, but...
only 9 rounds. That's literally just 9 things to do. Happy Way with the Odin finds one. The Outlaw from Raga up from on high. Deals death blows from the top ropes. And there goes fast lane. CB's on the sights. Takes down the Neon, but Coconut continuing to rain on Fury. It's up to CB, the former IGL of this Nova side. A 1-on-2 made into a 1-on-1. He's recovered the spike now. Both of these players so locked in. No man. The new kid on the block for XLG. He's creeping closer forward and is able to find the kill. CB, the uncertainty plaguing his mind. And yet again, it's an L in the books for Nova Esports, an XLG. They do get that first seed from Group Omega. They do get their 4th win of Stage 2. And they do get a comfortable victory on Haven.
One step closer to immortality for XLG. Perfect regular season. Maybe an even better record coming towards playoffs as well as champions. And oh yeah, they immediately straight to Chong. They are heading immediately straight to Chongqing.
That's true, yeah. We didn't mention it before, but yeah, like you said, the top 6 of playoffs, it's not going to be here in the VCT CN arena in Shanghai. It's in Chongqing instead, which is going to be very, very exciting. I'm excited to see what that stage looks like. Obviously, we saw for the top 4 back in Stage 1, the JDG arena in Beijing. I was about to say Beijing, yeah. It looked absolutely incredible. We're going to get the same thing here in Chongqing, perhaps. For XLG, they're locked in, and, you know, with certain other results going their way, they could lock champions tomorrow or the day after as well. Because no matter what happens tomorrow, if they win against Dragon Ranger Gaming on Saturday, that's it. They are locked for champions. They will be in the VCT next year. But, you know, if AG don't beat FPX, or if Trace lose to Tech tomorrow, they're locked for champs as well. They're locked in for stage or for 2026, unless Dragon Ranger Gaming can outperform them at champs. That's the only slight caveat. But
yes,
right now XLG are looking on top of the world.
They never lost the beat. Never really lost any sort of momentum coming home from Toronto. And now, besides BLG, they're the team to beat. And BLG did lost the match. So again, perfect season, maybe a perfect overall record for them coming towards the end of the year.
Mid smoke, careful.
Oh, we don't break recall, guys.
It's under, from under, it's from
Come
under.
ready for species. Come ready for species. Come.
Just smoke window.
We need faster, guys.
I
They
can
know.
smoke, I can
Can under
smoke.
window, can under window now.
I can smoke city, I can smoke city.
Go on the window. Ready?
Ready? I smoke.
Smoke.
Running. Go on close.
I go down chat. Now
I
don't see
power
trap.
killjoy. I power killjoy.
Okay, power.
It's okay. I TP here.
Close smoke, okay? Close,
I'm
close,
ready.
close tap.
Give me
Careful.
bomb. Give me
Oh,
bomb. Did I kill? I'm soaking
Peeking,
CT.
peeking, bro. Dead,
Dead,
dead.
I saw CJ.
I'm out.
Dead. One more CT.
Viper.
Sova B.
Viper
Can you
CT.
ulti? Can you ulti?
I'm holding.
Viper CT. Sova B.
Nice.
Neon don't know, guys. Can flank.
They will.
It's okay.
爆能器已部署。
The
Backside
bomb's
can
out,
be
guys.
out.
We have a good bomb.
Yes.
Can
Can
I see
flank.
long.
Okay.
Line open.
I need to recon here.
I check see long.
What he defuse, I go recon.
3.
Dead.
It's all 2. All 2. Kill garage. Ace. Right, got Cat Vandal on Haven, please.
Well, despite the ace, it's not Raga the MVP. Happy Way instead, with a 320 ACS, gets the MVP for that map again. I mean, what a ridiculous scoreline from this man, who again is doing it on the Viper.
Someone please teach me how to do it on controller. 100% KAST as well. 18
Wild.
to 10 on the KD. I believe it was 2.6 on the ratings as well.
Yeah.
And again, commiserations to Azir. He was popping
popped off.
again.
The problem is the rest of Nova didn't, and that's the thing. You know, you can have the star player, you need that support network around them, and I think that's what Haven really showed us was, you know, Happy Way and Raga were popping off, but you still had Viva, you still had Coconut, you still had No Man putting in the impact when it was needed. You know, No Man clutching up the 1v1 to win the map as well. All of those players, they get that success, and you know, looking at these statistics as well, you see that one at the bottom with a little sort of star on it. That's the team ace statistic. So everyone on the team getting a kill. And on the last map, it was 1-0 to Nova. This map, it's 1-0 to XLG. Not the most meaningful statistic, but still one that's quite fun to point out. Yeah, and Raga gets the ace as well in that game. So, yeah. All in all, a stunning performance from XLG.
Doesn't really. And unfortunately, for Nova, we have to say goodbye to them for the rest of the year.
They still got a game. They play against Wolves on Saturday. So,
Yeah.
hold your horses there. They're just like you're kicking them while they're down. It's crazy.
Unfortunate, but you know, XLG, we want to, again, they are very much on the cusp of immortality. One more win, and I believe it's 2 more matches in playoffs that they automatically qualify for champs regardless.
Yeah.
So we might be seen as early towards Paris.
Yeah, we absolutely might. But yeah, like you're saying, if they win against Dragon Ranger Gaming on Saturday, then that is them confirmed. But we're going to toss it to the interview, and we've got Bedos for the translation.
我们也邀请到了 Viva 选手来接受赛后采访，先跟大家打个招呼吧。
Hello， 大家好，我是 XLG 的 Viva。
欢迎欢迎。其实上一场比赛之后 ，XLG 就已经顺利晋级到了季后赛。当然，今天也很开心在现场看到你们以非常饱满、非常亢奋的状态出现。能不能和我们分享一下今天赛前是以什么样的心态来迎战 Nova 的呢？
Can you tell us what kind of mentality you had before this match, facing this match?
1号种子出现的话，可能更会有优势，所以我们也会更加专注一点。
还是不骄不躁的。
And he says we're kind of focused to get that first seed today.
其实 XLG 是一套5闪阵容嘛，那在面对到对手出到明居或者说上伯乐有了孤高火力之后，会面临一点点的小困境。当时教练也是随即叫了一个暂停，能不能和我们分享一下你们是怎么去调整、怎么去克服的？
就是虽然那个。
And then how do you prep against Nova? How do you play against Nova with this flashless comp against that Phoenix utility or that chamber op?
执行的非常非常周密。
Yeah, and he just said that the coach during the time just gave him a lot of stress to try.
战绩来看，其实都是非常有优势的，都是2胜0负的战绩。 并且虽然说是镜像阵容，但是你们的进攻风格可以说是不尽相同的，一边偏向猛攻，而你们更加偏向控图一些。能不能和我们分享
And they're talking about the attack styles between the two, both teams who are pretty good, even.
其实可能我们对这张图的部署可能就是这样的吧，然后也没有做太多的针对，因为可能做太多的针对反而会在场上会有点懵吧。对。
还是冷静的去思考执行。
And he says maybe even doing a little bit too much of anti-strat against the other team will kind of messed up their game plan a bit.
今天你们的表现没有让现场为你们加油助威的粉丝朋友们失望，有什么想对他们说的话吗？
谢谢大家支持 XLG。
And what do you want to say to audience?
希望大家能来重庆看我们打季后赛，谢谢大家。
And he says thank you everyone for the support and hope everyone can come to Chongqing to watch their playoffs run. Yeah, and that's it for the interview.
傲风电竞职业战队的选择，连续5年中。
Well, clearly recipes for success there for XLG, and I mean, clearly, maybe what they need to do is again just not tell Raga that their next game will qualify them to champions, because we saw in stage 1. He didn't even know that the game that they won against EDG called them to Toronto. So, clearly that's the recipe for success, and the recipe for success was predicting XLG. As we can look at the predictions again.
I'll take my lead.
Yeah, it's I mean, it was certainly a punt, I will say. But map 1, I was like, hang on, maybe there's something to this, but. I mean, Haven was a completely different story.
I had hopes, especially with Nova looking maybe a bit more balanced, especially with their Haven. But XLG probably already riding that momentum towards the second map. Just couldn't be stopped. and it again looked a lot more confident than how Nova was. But of course, this is not the only match of the day. However, and you know, us here in Project Horizon, we're all volunteers here. We're all appreciate your support, you know, from the viewers, from the subscribers, from the donations. And speaking of donations, I believe Jack Igo actually donated quite a bit of decent amount to us. I believe it was
50 pounds.
My. So again, thank you so much. Whether you are a subscriber, a donator, a viewer, you know, all of the watch parties as well. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
for
we
your
appreciate
support.
all of the support. Yeah, it's
and you know, again, this not going to be the only match for today. I believe we have
it's EDG
Edward
versus
Jamie.
JDG. So an exciting match there from the other group. JDG are basically fighting to stay alive in Group Alpha. EDG are basically fighting to get to playoffs, to confirm themselves for the playoffs. So there's a lot of stakes in that other game. XLG, they've got themselves in their first seed. So that's everything for us. Like Timo was saying, we appreciate all of the support from all of you at home, and we thank everyone that's subscribing to the Twitch channel. You know, donations again, Jack Igo, thank you so much for those £50. The only thing left to do is to hand it over to a very exciting match. It'll be Volt and Gimson just after this break.
Aloha! Welcome back, everybody! Project Horizon is here once again. A big thank you both to Timo and Charlotte for the previous series. I am pretty happy myself. I'm Volt, actually. And I got Kimson with me on the other side. And you know, we're gonna touch upon the previous series a bit. But how about we say hello to you?
Hi! Yeah, hi! I'm back. I've been gone for a little bit, but now I'm back. And we have a bit of a match coming up for us today. So we just saw an earlier match that was pretty cool. So what do you wanted to talk about? What did you want to say?
I just wanted to say I'm really happy that XLG are back.
Yes.
You know, hopefully, you know, Pinky promised nothing breaks apart this time when they actually go to champs, because they've been pretty cursed with their international runs. But if there's a glimmer of hope for someone, it is for JDG. You know, we got the matchup here today. EDG, JDG, their track record is good. Me and Affinity are basically the crazy believers. Everybody else are looking at us like, you heretics, what religion are you following, freaking JDG?
I'm about to do the switch up, or whatever you want to call it. because I made this prediction a couple of weeks ago, and I was like, yeah, EDG is gonna win, and now I want the chaos, because I have realized that if JDG takes this win, Group Alpha is gonna be absolutely madness, and I crave this chaos. Also, I will say, just to give them a little bit of a heads up, from what I've seen, JDG have some good stuff. They have some good macros and they have some good team plays. So it's not as divided as it looks on these predictions. I think they have a chance of at least taking them out.
I'm just gonna say they have a non-zero chance. The main thing about JDG is that, like, whenever I try to present the narrative of what this team is, this is the best pugging team probably in the world. They're just 5-second comp. They're not really playing, I guess, to the same big tactical macro level as everybody else. They do have their strats, I'm not discounting that, but for them to win a game out, if you've seen the game that they've played against Tech, the maps that they've taken of the pretty solid teams, by the way, they've taken maps of Strays, they took a map of Biddy Biddy, and it came down to them just outscaling their opposition, which I think when you look at this EDG roster, you know, they're pretty much known quantities now, and ZJC actually on the substitution side, it is going to be Gianni starting today, which is pretty interesting. I like the 6-man roster, but it's a double-edged sword as always.
It really is, because you never know. For me, the not double-edged, the 6-man roster always takes me back to Lakia. The Lakia was the secret weapon. It's such an old callback, but my biggest fear with the 6-man roster is that you don't get to utilize people in the right way. Yeah. But on the other end, you actually have people who can specialize and only play a certain agent or are specialized on a certain map. So I see pros and cons for the for 6-man rosters. But yeah, I always worry with the 6-man roster because of the whole Lakia situation. It was really rough, man. He was the secret weapon, and we saw him once.
Yeah. Okay, so here's the thing. Those stats that we see, this is attack win rate, defense win rate, first blood, and JDG is higher in that metric, and then 5v4 win rate, which is the conversion. You know, once you get the first blood, how likely you are to win those rounds. And it's very natural to see EDG, the team that is doing better generally, being ahead in those stats. But I think the first blood metric is actually going to be really important in today's matchup, which for EDG, this is everything. If they win this matchup, they guarantee playoffs. If they lose and EDG win on the other side, then as we've discussed, this basically goes down to complete chaos in the group. And that is the chaos that both Kong and Stu absolutely thrive in.
Exactly. As you can see, Stu is actually stat-wise doing quite well compared to Kong, right? The only thing is first kill percentage where he's a little bit lower. But yeah, Stu has been absolutely frying. And I do really, really love how he's not just fracking out, but he's also very good at setting up J-Kuro whenever he has like the op and stuff like that. He will do on the Neon, and I think it was Haven, there was a C look on attack where J-Kuro had the op and he basically baited out T-Virus Luke. So T-Virus Luke tried to shoot the Neon and just got nailed by J-Kuro and the operator. It was beautiful. So yeah, he's I love the way he's utilizing, like, he's not just a fragger, he's also a team player who sets up his other teammates, and I do adore that with a good duelist.
Yeah, and that's the main thing I was talking about. You know, those little things are where JDG find their strength. But when you're talking about duelists, well, Gianni has been a revelation for EDG, and I feel like he's such a good fit for this matchup. You can rock the double duelist, you can out-aim JDG, and then this game becomes so much easier for them, especially considering, unlike their previous setup, where they played in EVO and JDG won 2-0, the map veto now and the map selection, or the map pool rather, is actually rather different. And we've talked about this off air, so how about we take it here? I feel like it's a little bit more favored to EDG, but there's a way that this veto can completely flip on its head if somebody's having a bad day on the side of Edward.
I agree. So what we talked about was JDG looks pretty damn good on Lotus. So I was suggesting that if I was EDG, I would definitely ban Lotus and get that out of there. But you had a different idea, didn't you?
Yeah, I said, you know, sure, it was a 13-4 loss against Bitty Bitty on the Icebox last time that they played that, and it was a decider left open. I feel like their odds though are a lot better against EDG. EDG are, I would say, a bit more shaky on the Icebox. They rely on their individual skill a lot more, which is something that if you leave it to that in an Icebox against JDG, we've seen them punish pretty much everyone. They've taken a map of Trace, and previously stated, they've taken a map of Bitty Bitty. It's always about whether or not they can convert that map into a victory. And if EDG are actually able to close this one 2-0, that is in itself a statement, because JDG is basically the dark horse of the entire Chinese scene. And if you're able to tame it down here, then it means a whole lot. But again, it comes down to this map veto. I feel like it's going to be a bit shaky because Icebox is basically the map of upsets. And we've seen Stu fry. He absolutely goes nuts when he plays there. But the composition is where I have basically my prejudice against them, because they still play Jet in like we were in August, basically 1 day away from August 2025, and we're still playing Jet on Icebox.
I mean, Jet on Icebox is good for vertical stuff, but it feels like they are still stuck in an old comp, and I'm worried that they might not be ready for the adaptations that you need to actually win. I will say they did better against Trace than EDG did though on Icebox, so there is a possibility. Also, we've been told that Yinsu says nobody has asked Boaster for IGL advice, which is a big thing. Boaster is...
you win an EMEA, but this is not an IGL's game. This is a duelist game here.
It is a fragger game. And also, I will say, we have two duelists. Like, if you have two duelists, I do want to point out, what was it? T1, when they won. They just ran two duelists the entire time. Just one
and
on
again,
that.
if you're that cracked, if you're that cracked, it works.
At the end of the day, what is it? Portuguese is about is about gunplay. What's the phrase? I don't remember.
Project A is a tactical shooter or precise gunplay matter.
Yes. Exactly. So yeah, I think it also really depends, because we've seen some really off days recently from quite a lot of teams where you go, oh, this should be an easy 2-0, and then they struggle, right? Or the other way around. So again, my little heart, I know I predicted EDG, but my little heart really, really, really wants JDG to do good here. And I do think, depending on the bans, I think really it might come back down to the map pool. Like, the bans and the picks.
Yeah, and again, one of the things about that though, the Evo game, of course, that wasn't here on Project Horizon. We were taking the off-season for a break. Zion just decided to show up and said enough is enough. You know, you got Gianni on your side, you know, yesterday's friend is today's enemy, but I don't care. I shoot them all the same, and that is going to be a big factor in that head-to-head here today. You know, we talked a lot about Stu, but I don't want to undermine the other members like Jakuro and Zion, even Baby Blue. Really, all of them can step up in their own right in a series like this one.
Exactly. Also, a little thing I noted when I was doing my nerdy stuff, aka looking through all the stats. It seems like JDG are generally better on defense, which kind of makes sense. But EDG is a mixed pool, which means that some maps they're better on attack and other on defense, which lends itself to the actual map. That's a problem. So what do you do? Do you, for example, Icebox? JDG are better than defense, but EDG are better on attack. So
you bring in the second duelist and fix that. Yeah,
exactly. So what do you do there? So I'm very interested in seeing what we can see, but what we will see. But really, I genuinely think that it all might stand to fall with the map pool. I'm very worried that. So, do you think we're going to see a corrode? I assume that corrode is going to be banned.
if I'm JDG, that is probably my ban for the series.
Yeah, I would definitely ban that as well. EDG they look very comfortable on corrode to the point that I'm a little scared.
JDG just don't look good on it when they've played it either. So just stay away. You know, play what you're good at. Play the simple stuff. Make things just be very easy, and I would definitely go with that. You know, for EDG. Now that they got all the players on the stage, the veto's going to be under discussion. We will have to see how that one goes. I'm actually really interested in what the decider is going to be in that series, because I'm going to go on a whim here and say that this one probably is going to go all 3 maps.
Ooh, I would love to see a 3-mapper. I mean, this history predicts that, right? JDG takes 1 map at least. What do you think we're going to see? I think we're going to see Ascent, possibly Bind, maybe a Sunset. What do you think? Oh, Icebox is out.
Yeah, okay, so that's one for me. JDG banned the bind before when they were playing in Evo, when that was in the pool. So that is still their ban. And, you know, as part of the course, comes in the corrode, EDG takes that. The Lotus then is the other option that we talked about the ban, so we got those 2 right. And instead of the decider being the Ascent, EDG were actually the one to take that one away, leaving the choice between Sunset and Haven. And honestly, with JNE in the roster instead of ZJC, I understand the Haven a bit more because ZJC is going to be a little less comfortable. Rather JNE is going to be a little less comfortable on that one. I feel like ZJC was probably going to be a bit more fit for playing that initiator in that 3rd map. So that is a great proposition if we get there. And I feel like that is basically the predication of this entire series. Can JDG take the map?
I think we might. I'm also very shocked that EDG banned Ascent. They're decent on it. I mean, yes, JDG has also been alright on it, but why would you ban Ascent? I am confused.
I mean, they won against Billy.
Yeah.
Right? Does that is a concern? Because I feel like Billy basically are better than EDG at the current moment. But that was such a grind. And again, that's the thing about JDG. It was a 15-13 overtime win. It wasn't even normal one.
Exactly. That's why I'm thinking, like, why would you do that? Because they look very comfortable in Ascent, and they've won quite a few Ascent matches recently. So I'm confused why they would remove that from the pool. But hey, we get Lotus, which is on paper. I'm gonna bring out the on paper here. On paper, there's a good chance of JDG winning that. So we honestly could get a 3rd map.
I was expecting them to just try to play the bind instead of that corrode, because coming in, EDG know their comp, know what they want to do. It's nobody on Kong playing the duelist. JNE, again, you know, he's been pretty flexible. He opens up the space for the duelist, but that's the new thing that he adds to the team now in comparison to stage 1. Is that Omen presence, you know, the smoke that he can allow nobody to be freed. ZJC, of course, is a bit more of an initiator player. So, you know, you give Smoggy what he wants. You set it that way up that you want to play. They've been really good on the corrode in general. And ironically enough, it is almost a mirror matchup. You're on both sides, but the Waylay for Zayan instead of the Neon is actually going to be really intriguing for the way that this one plays out.
Yeah, so we haven't seen corrode from JDG before, and that makes a lot of sense because, you know, is this not the Heretics comp? Am I misremembering?
I think it is.
It is. Oh, I can't wait to see how they're going to use the Waylay, because the Waylay is very good on defense, but we're still struggling to see people use it probably on attack. But your Waylay means we might see some really, really interesting stuff. I cannot wait. I'm so excited. Sorry, but oh my goodness. Especially, like, again, they're going up against a team they've never seen before. What do you do here?
Well, what we do is we get ready, we set, and we draw EDG on defense. And they started off pretty aggressively as well. Nobody taking the angle. Already a blindside invested and an early duel that goes a bit messy, and it almost goes awry for EDG. Thankfully, Kong, despite being blinded, is able to find first blood. The trades trying to come in. The right clicks are doing a lot of value, and Chicho's able to capitalize on the back of that. And still Kong finding value. That's steal from him. JNE ate him as well, and only Baby Blue left. That's a hat trick for Kong off the get-go.
What an absolute slaughter outside of B. What was he just dead? Sorry, I'm just completely speechless. That was absolutely insane. And I want to point out the beautiful way of, like, even Kong gets a kill while blinded. What is this? Look at this! What is this? Absolute chaos. Just goes out, gets a kill, and then, of course, is supported by Chichu. And at the end, we get the beautiful, beautiful final kill.
Wait, did Kong even press left click once in that whole sequence? I don't think he has.
I think Kankan is on that right click energy today, and I adore him for it. We gotta go fast. I want to point out right now, you can see how deep A control they have, all over an A. So that means they can very quickly rotate people through mid, which might end up having. Oh no, JDG also going mid now. Are they gonna? They're gonna run into a 3-people stack.
I don't think they're gonna push it. I think they can just go through the other way and go towards A main itself, which is gonna be a better shot. Nobody's only on a ghost, and that's the 1v1 that they can try to win with the good utility. Yeah.
It's just about timing here for nobody. Yeah, he gets out of there so fast. I was a little worried he would stand and try and actually take the fight, but I'm glad to see him go back.
Yeah, now it can be tested. Flash in, TP's coming out as well. Stu's caught with a blind side. So that's an easy kill for nobody. Trade's coming in from Smoggy, but it's 2 for 2 for the attack. If they get the side, that's a problem for EDG. Because Kong only got a sheriff. Full shields, yes, but he needs to find 2 more heads. That he is capable. Back-to-back triples, and EDG locked down the site.
I was gonna say this is actually a pretty good save round from them because they did so much financial damage, and then Kangkong comes in and just takes off the head of 3 of them. What was that, Kangkong? That was big. Oh my goodness. Another. Like if it. At least it wasn't a right click this time.
Yeah. Hey, the aim is crisp though. That's what matters.
Oh, the second shot. Oh, it's so good.
Absolutely. No vintage. That's what I would call that. So 6 kills already. 2 away from the overdrive. And that is such a scary spot to be at. 4,800 kills total now with the ghosts in the VCT Chinese region. But Waylay already invested, and Kong is already set on point. And that is the buy collapsing for the side of JDG. Oh, that's a bit of an over-investment there from Jakuro. And they might live to regret it, because EDG have upgraded to the rifles, and they still got the angles unlocked. Baby Blue's trying to hold the cross, but they're going to be peaked this time, though. Kill is able to find that one, and Drake comes in from JDG.
Baby Blue gets them. I don't know how Baby Blue managed to get 4 there. Or was it 3? I completely lost count. He saves the entire team. I was going to say, they also got 2 kills, like spam this skill. But they got kills through the smoke as well, right? I do... Look at this for Baby Blue. That's just beautiful. Oh my goodness. I will say, I kind of like the idea of them going into side, like sending the Omen and teleporting in. But when there's no support, there's like, they didn't take advantage of that. And I was a little saddened to say that, because that could have been a beautiful set play. So the idea is good.
Speaking of support, that is the set play of the nightmare for EDG, who has been pretty aggressive on that B site. So of course they would be saddened not to find that much here. Now they've lost first blood. JDG found the upgrade. They're back on point, but I'm not too sure that even with that upgrade, their firepower is still enough to crack the code. They will need to find 1 more kill, maybe on Smolga here towards middle, especially with the wall coming up. Haunt reveals their position, but EDG are not moving, and this could be a problem if they decide to split towards A.
Definitely. Smoggy is about to run into 4 people, and he takes off the head of Kuro. How?
Oh, they maybe find something.
Smoggy!
Oh my god!
All of them! What? Kickin's just like, what just happened? What's going on here, guys? Help!
And now KK starts well, looking for another shot, but Chichu is gonna shut that one down, and that's a highlight reel moment again. EDG pretty much shutting it down only with the multi-kills, so it's great to see, but it's a little bit alarming, because if that ever falters, JDG seems to be the better team, at least as far as the preparation goes.
Yes, I will say that kill on Nobody, he was completely alone. There was no one pushing out with him, so that was just giving them a free gun, basically, right? I was a little confused by that push, but then we just saw that. it's like as soon as EDG does like a tiny little mistake, we see we just see how one of the individuals step up and go, you know what, that mistake we didn't see. We'll just fix this. Real quick." Done.
Yeah, definitely feel like establishing a protocol here for EDG. Like mid, a bit give and take. This time, a little bit more aggressive. I love the setup for nobody and the neural the smoke, because that basically puts a lot of pressure on the players of JDG. And while they do have utility, not a lot of ultimates. And Smoggy on the other side got the Nightfall, so it makes a bit of sense for JDG to be playing early on for those setups. You're talking about nobody and Gianni, both in that A site. But if you look at the spike, it's actually moving back towards the B site.
Yeah, and if they go into the B side, there's a 3 people stack here. Because they've completely given up mid control, which on this map, I feel like is so important. If you have mid control, you kind of control the map. It's so interesting to see that they give it up. But the map is, I was going to say, the spike is coming back towards A.
Yeah, it makes sense. They got the control of A main. They need to get their setup done though. 2 players at elbow. Not the easiest of us to crack on that side, but they'll still be trying. The Waylay have been taking space, but not finding a lot of value. The paranoia will come in. The C's though. Perfect to stall time for the other side, but there are only 10 seconds left in this round. They figured out the first, but they have not cleared the Omen yet, and that's the pivotal kill for Baby Blue. On the other side, Kong Kong waiting, he slides in, and that's a spike down! That's the round over! Kong Kong once again, back-to-back-to-back hat-tricks to put 4 on the board for EDG.
Kong Kong, what are you... as soon as I saw Kong Kong in that smoke, I was like, is he gonna do it? Is he gonna do it? Is he gonna do it? And he did it. And of course, you know it's Kong Kong. He's gonna get 3. He's gonna get, like, there was no, oh my goodness, there was no doubt in my mind that he was about to do this. He cannot keep getting away with it. This was so beautifully played for JDD. They had such good macros and plans and everything, and then Kong Kong does this!
Nice! Let's go! Let's go!
That's tough. That's tough.
I was gonna say, the only critique we can kind of have is like, didn't they hold the planta? But they kind of did, because he shot the person holding the planta first.
Yeah, but the time though, that's the real factor. You couldn't really afford putting a player in elbow that early on in the round, and they paid for that price because the player elbow, he was there. If they were double holding that smoke, Kong Kong probably would have had no chance. Instead, just a single player to hold for the time. Again, JDG, I feel like they're playing a really solid setup in the way that they're slowing down the pace of the map, picking the right sides, but really, in comparison to the 2 duelists, I feel like that they're getting very little value actually out of the Waylay itself in comparison to... They're basically playing her like a jet, and I'm not a big fan of that.
No, I've heard some people say that the Waylay on attack is still, people still haven't figured out how to use it, and I agree.
I agree.
A lot of people do play her like a jet, and I don't think that's the way to do it. Don't ask me how to do it, because it's a little bit complicated. Ooh,
yeah, I don't know about that one for Stu though. At least they take over middle, but there's still a contest there. Nobody. Blindside into the wall. And back they go. That duel is everything, and Stu winning that one means that they might get the side open. Gianni, I'm a big fan of him leaving that one out, because now they've lost both the Initiator and the Omen. Only the Viper remaining, and her wall is nowhere near that A side. They got that one completely unlocked.
Oh, nobody.
For sure. Nobody will find the kill, but that means they've given their position away. And they can just try to pressure the paranoia. Not finding a lot of value, but that is a pivotal one to find for Stu. Because now, they've cleared them all out, and they know where the last player is. Nobody. Still go for another one, but he's only on 29 HP. Can still do some damage. But that will need to be an ace clutch to win that one. Still got the blind sight. Still got the fake out. No smoke on elbow. But he's making his position known, and time is running low. Electing to play off the site, that makes a lot of sense as the call, and leaves very little to the imagination of nobody, as he's found absolutely nothing on that part of the round. And I believe that it is correctly the right call to just back off and save. Let that round go. JDD deserve a victory, but they've already made it very costly with that hat trick.
Oh my goodness. I can't believe, again, that's another one where it's like, how is he allowed to get 3? He's just so good. And I was worried because they didn't check him. I think they
Yeah.
assumed that he wasn't in that corner, and then just keeps catching one after the other. But I will say the rest of the stuff they were doing, JDG, it was beautiful. Like the actual individual duels they went into, they got some beautiful kills, especially on Kankan. I think it was a sheriff kill in Kankan.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a bit of a risky call from Stu's side, but everybody else, they made it work, and they sped up the pace a lot, which I feel like that's the most important part of that round. Meanwhile, look at EDG. Look at how much space they're able to capture. Kankan got the angle in A main. Look at the side of B main as well. It was very aggressive from both Nobody and Chichu to take early space. They've basically denied it from JDG, and they'll have to recapture that again. It's 5 strong on the B side. They got the divergent paths, but I don't think that they're going to use it for the execute itself.
No, I wouldn't assume so. And I don't... Oh, it is coming in. Okay.
Yeah,
the
of course,
Nobody
after
as
the
well.
first kill. Yeah, after a first kill, it makes a lot of sense, but you gotta be careful. Smoggy knows that there are 2 on site. They're presenting himself 3 duels, but in the other sides too. Still excellent on the trade. That's 7 in total. Leading the charts for JDG. And the retake is coming in. Gianni got a Bulldog, and Kankan got an op, so I don't favor that as a retake. I feel like saving again probably is the better choice.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think there's financials can actually handle a push in, especially with an operator. I would try to get some exits, which is looking very much like what they're doing. Kuro just gives Kangang a kill because he needs more, apparently, you know. Sometimes you give a very good present. But Jenny was trying to get some exits and might be able to get a mid kill if they run mid. I don't think they're there. I think they're just gonna be like, this is our safe space.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. You know, enough is enough. You've bled, and JDG has been pretty much bleeding this whole first half. Like, even the rounds that they win, they lose at least bare minimum 2 players, and that opener there, that pretty much secured the round for them. They just made the call on the back of it, and if Smoggy found much from that position, this might have been another disaster, thankfully enough, for JDG. Now, they're the team that is leading the helm, the operator, still present from Kong Kong. Gianni still got the Bulldog, but everybody else on a much weaker buy, and the ultimate economy is not going to help them either.
I do like this push-up for Nobody, because I was going to say Stinger could do a lot of damage, and it did! He got traded, though, by Stu.
I don't know about working into that one, because it's still difficult. JDG, good on the trades again. But that's the JDG that I know, and that is their hubris in playing this game of Valorant. They will butt heads with anyone, with any kind of setups. And we've seen them do that here now. They've lost 2, they lost Zion. Now they'll need to play a much slower pace for the remaining minute because they got no space takers left.
Yeah, I do love it. JDG has such a honey badger attitude. It's like, honey badger don't care. I'm gonna take this fight no matter what. And sometimes you're like, maybe not that fight though. Oh, I love this push down from mid from EDG though. Look at this. Oh, the timing might be crucial here. They have
but they left the side open.
Yeah, exactly. They have no sentinels. They have no, they have no flank control, and no one is actually looking for flank.
Oh, that's the Omen gone. That's it. That might be the round that in there. Baby Blue still trying to fish for more. That's 3 from him already. And now it's all down to Kong Kong. 1 on 2 with the operator. He will definitely favor his own odds, but he understands there must be somebody coming in from that end. Shorty at hand. If he denies the plant, that might be the round. And in there, Baby Blue, though, whips out a classic and is able to save that round. A quad kill to put JDG over the edge. Again, it comes down to heroics, to either ends, really.
Yes. And also, I want to point out, they are scared of Kankan. They threw in a Viper's Pit and Nightfall against Kankan with an operator. It's like, we want to make sure, like, this is... I get why, because that... Now that this round is secured, like, the bank is starting to run up and they have a better economy, basically, right? They wanted to secure this round. And also, they got the op out of Kankan, which is quite impressive and very important. And that even calls for a timeout from EDG.
Makes a lot of sense. EDG, again, like, you know, we look at those 4 rounds. 2 of those are heroics from Kong Kong.
Yeah.
One of those was a big round from Gianni. And pretty much those 4 rounds all relied on somebody popping off for their side to win. For JDG, it happened again. I'm not saying that they're absolved of the blame, but they got even the 4 rounds that they've lost. They looked like there are very clean executes that they had planned. And even when they won, 2 of those 4 were pretty clean executes in their own rights, even if it did lead to one of their players like finding a triple kill, a quad kill there. For the case of JDG in the previous round. And if I'm EDG, I'm really worried because the face, or not the face rather, but the pace that we are actually seeing from Baby Blue is frightening. 9 kills on the fade. On course to, I think, find another ultimate before the end of that half. Which, you know, you talked about, Jimson. It's one of the problems for JDG. They've invested a bit too much of their own util in the previous round of Scenes 2. Do that exact play, 1-to-1 before. They're trying to supplement him with a utility, but he needs to back off. Oh, the timing could have been disastrous, but thankfully he's able to back up just in time. Waylay dipping in, going back. Jakura with the same play. He goes up towards heaven and now tries to support the team. And that is a great first pick, but they will need to find a trade. Ziani goes big, and they're unable to crack hold of that site. And it means that it's all down to Zion. Was found 3. He's got the TP, but the positioning from Kong Kong is everything. And this one, he's patient, bike on the floor. Zion needs to be aware, but he's not fast enough on the trigger. Kong Kong pulls and scores for EDG.
And that's what we were talking about. Like, it feels, this sounds really hard, but or harsh, I guess. But it feels like the actual macros, the execution, and gameplay, like actual planning, is on JDG's side. Unfortunately, the dueling is not. They just can't. It's not up to the level that EDG are currently throwing at them. And it bothers me a lot because it feels like EDG are playing very much in an individual play where it's like go out, shoot heads, and we see some very beautiful and good tactics from JDG. And
it's opposite day, basically.
Yeah, exactly. Like I want that to be rewarded, right?
Yeah.
So I really want to
unfortunately, though, when Kong Kong is 13-4, not that much that you can do about that one. Nobody again. Looking for the same push. Blindside from blindside. He should be still caught by that one. He turns the flash though. Great trades from JDG. At the end of the day, it's a 1-for-1. They can slow down the pace. They got an entire minute to play for. It's a very risky play there. They spot Smoggy and they back off. I like the call that they made to go back towards B, but it's a little bit segregated there. If you look, there are 2 players already much ahead of the pack, which could have caught Kong Kong off guard, and they're pretty much be routed into that B side, courtesy of the Viper's pit. So I'm not a big fan of Gianni sticking around there in that pit with Tichu on the A side.
I agree with you. I do love the little macros from Kanka as well. As soon as he realized they were probably coming towards him, he was like, I'm gonna go further back. Because otherwise he would have given them a completely free site.
That's not good micro though on the relay ball, but they're able to shoot their way out. Smoggy with a pair, Kong Kong with 2 of his own. And that is pretty much every EG round in existence in this game. Pretty much also is going to be the case from the series, and it is really out of a fairy tale that JDG is the strategic team and EDG are the fraggers in this series, because that one is driving me crazy, especially in EDG's map pick of all things.
Yeah, especially it's their map pick. They have, we assume, more reps on it. We know that they have played in tournaments more reps on it, right? And still, they look like they're playing an individual game, whereas JDG look actually tactically. They're making some weird decisions at times, but they look like they actually have a game plan, and it's it frustrates me a little bit.
Trust me, I really do get you, but then I look at Zion and I'm looking at the Waylay. Like something like that, not the best to happen. They basically lost 2 thanks to that slow there from the Waylay, and now they're gonna pay even more for their price. Remember, this is the round that they're just half buying in. It's not the biggest of investments. They want to play for around 12, but they really could have exploited their pace. Instead, they find themselves paying the price for trying to, I guess, played a bit too much in a tactical sense, and that's a bit the thing about JDG. I feel like they're not playing to their own comfort zone, they're not playing to their own style, and it is coming back to haunt them here in this one. 40 seconds on the timer. Smoggy knows that there's at least one player there in the angle, but Jakuro is going to be the other piece. If they peek it together, it will work a lot better. But Smoggy should have an isolated one-on-one. 3 already from Gianni, and they know where Zion is based on the barrel. But the shots from Smoggy, not good enough. But they will line up for Gianni, who will score against all 5.
What? What an ace! I was gonna say, I really actually, we were saying that they didn't have as much of a gameplay for the beautiful, beautiful people in EDG, but you saw the mid push. They did a very good mid push. Yeah.
Well, the multi-kills are great, but I just want to highlight, like, I just want to look at Gianni's POV from that whole thing.
Yeah.
It's like one player caught through the waylay queue, another player that he just caught on the transition,
yeah.
The third that he caught while the 1v2 was there, and then the final 2 were both players lining up, and that's a lot of mistakes from JDG. It is usually mechanically sharp, and again, they find themselves caught on the trays. EDG just a bit faster on the draw.
I love seeing this push down mid. Mid control is so important, and look at this. And now it's just kicking it to left, and he can't do it. I love this fast push from EDG. What chaotic! But that's the thing about it, right? We really need to see this mid control coming up. I think that is so important, and I am very, very glad to see that they're like working on doing this, because that really, like, look at how aggressive this is. Although the first kill on Gianni is a little awkward.
I mean, I feel like Gianni just thought that he was safe because he's like, my teammates are there, ready to make a push. Of course I can make the cross, but then, unfortunate for him that happened. But the fortunate part for EDG is I feel like that 8-4 is not really fair to describe the state of this matchup. But the good thing for EDG is that JDG's comp on defense, well, yes, that's where traditionally people have found a lot of value in the waylay. I feel like pacing is going to be a real big problem for them. We've seen that on attack, and it's even a lot more hurtful when you're playing on defense.
Yeah, and that's the thing. So far, Corrode is more attacker-sided, so it's going to be very, very interesting to see what's going to happen.
I always like the audience interview, so let's see how that one goes.
Yeah. Let's see what they're saying.
那也想问一下你，因为你现在也是一个单杀过职业选手的人了，那今天来到线下看他们的比赛，如何评价他们今天的发挥呢？
就是单杀那个职业，只是因为运气好，然后呢，那个我觉得他们两队都发挥的特别好，他们的道具配合，还有他们的枪法也表现的淋漓尽致，然后现场的氛围也特别好，比我在家里面就是看直播就是好太多了，就是也很期待他们下半场的发挥。
是的，来到线下这种感觉肯定是很不一样的，而且就像你说，今天其实两队表现都很好，那对于他们下半场的比赛还有什么样的期待呢？
下半场我特别期待康康的表现，我特别喜欢他。
OK， 接下来让我们把镜头交还给赛场。
So basically, yeah, we gotta catch up with the teams, I guess. That's basically what this interview rounded out to. And realistically, if I'm EDG, I'm feeling very great about that one because they just got away with murder in the first half, and they might get away with it again because look at that positioning of nobody. Caught by the Prowler, yes, but he is gonna be such a nuisance in dealing with those rotations. Him and Smoggy, thankfully for JDG, Zion is able to extract him quick enough, but the Yoru tries to work his way early. Meanwhile, on the A side, Kong already got control of that part of the map. The blind side finds a great kill for his nobody, and he's just able to work his way back. Spike planted for EDG. And there are 3 players that will work their way through. The timing is good for them to bypass the dark cover. But as we see, like the plant fully to the outside, Kong, the great first kill, and the timing continues to be once and for all in the favor of EDG. And that one, then it betrays them. Sorry for the caster curse. But Chichu should have 2 players on the lineup. That's the third for nobody. And Gianni to get the second pistol for EDG.
I almost believe it. I almost believe you actually cursed him. But I wanted to say, this is why mid control is so important. Look how just one person kept the rotated away, like kept them from rotating and made sure that they were actually like free to plant on an A side. It's such a beautiful way to just take control. Like EDG had control on basically the entire map.
Yeah.
It was beautiful from them.
I mean, it is beautiful from EDG. I'm not going to take anything away from them and their 56% win rate on the pistols. But yeah, it is pretty much whatever woes the JDG had from the attack half are now even further accentuated by the fact that they are on defense. And the responsibility is on them to set up their play. They got the right stack. That's a 4-man setup. Actually, all 5 now. And there with the OTP, they're gonna try to break through. This could be a round that can go very, very wrong for Edward. And they might actually leave it up to chance. 2 kills there from the pistols. Almost a third. There will be one. But it's not gonna be all 5. Significant damage from the JDG. But EDG finding double digits at the end.
What did we just watch? What absolute chaos did we just watch?
A mess.
A brawl. An actual brawl. That was beautiful, though. I keep saying beautiful, sorry. Things are beautiful. Life is beautiful. But as you said, like, it's very important to do that much damage. Also, was this round about 2 seconds? Stu's patience here. Oh my goodness, I love. Also just.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's pretty much chaos the whole time, and you know that's one of the highlights of the 2 teams. But the other thing that I did not anticipate to happen is a timeout this early, but it makes a ton of sense because under other circumstances, with a bit better of a cleaner team play, JDG would have actually won that round. They had the right stack. They had the 5-on-5. They even had the drop on a few on them.
Exactly.
So this is one of the things that you talked about earlier. You said that if somebody is not showing up to today's matchup, it is going to be a disaster for JDG, and I feel like that they are feeding on that nightmare fuel now, at least on their individual performance.
Yeah, it seems like they're maybe a little nervous. Again, EDG is a big name, I don't know. But they've beaten them before, they can do this. But it does seem like at times there are some little bit of jitters. That could mean, like, that could definitely indicate why you would take this timeout. Another reason is also because now we go into a first full buy and you're up against a 10-4, right? So you kind of want to guarantee this round. You don't want the economy to start rolling from EDG. And we're about to see another mid push from EDG.
Oh.
I love this.
Not a fan of this though myself. I feel like the TP is too close from Zion. No setup from any of the teammates, so now that one has gone to waste. And JDG will still have to fight Stu, forced out by the util. It's a good util exchange from JDG, but they cannot afford to lose a member. And Zion has let GNE go. And I don't think that they even have a clue of how deep this Omen has gotten. It's a free kill onto Kekilen. And then that means that the B side is open for business. The only thing that they have as a saving grace is that the spike is out in the middle of nowhere. But there's still a TP for the Yoru that he can use to go through. Speaking of which, Stu used his own, found the kill. And JDG now got the numbers lead, but the spike is actually going for the ruse. Look at that. Nobody actually going for the plant on the A site.
Look at this. This fake is so beautiful. They have no idea what they're... Like, they have completely sold it, and Smokey gets 2! Now it's a 2v2. How did that happen?
That is absolutely abysmal from JDG. It's like they were not prepared for that play, and now nobody himself is ready to deliver them a bit of their own medicine. You look at that on the instinct. They got the right read. 2 players on the cross, catching the backstab on Zion. That leaves just 2 in a 1v2. Nobody's already back on site. But the spike is planted for him at elbow. A tough duel for Stu to take. They use all the util. They figured him out, and they are making it as difficult as possible. He elects to 1v1 Smoggy. But that's a tough duel to crack because there are a lot of angles for him to find. Couldn't even find a first shot. So it could be a quad kill. It will need to be such a Smoggy catch it on the running spray. 11 on the board for EDG. And this is pretty much what we expected out of Corrode.
Yeah, but also just, again, the mid control. Once again, mid control wins them the match. The round, right? Because
Yeah.
they inserted Gianni all the way up, and then Smoky just deletes two people when they try to rotate. Oh, I would. Oh, it must be so frustrating if you're JDG, because you know, like, they have such good plans, they have such good, and then there's like little small errors that just.
I feel like that something in this, of course, leans itself back to what we've seen in the press conferences and just the talk in general. You know, like on the main broadcast, they had that slide or the graphic that was basically showing off Gianni. You know, Gianni and Zion both basically flexing a lot in their positions, and Ego himself was talking about how Keikilin is basically a source of firepower on scrims. But you look at him today, 8-13, is not really delivering to the level that will be required for the JDG victory. And they start off pretty well. Smoggy with a kill. Nobody, one of the people that we talked about, you know, Patient, he's one of the people that are calling on the team. But now he's calling the shots with the trigger. Fighting that on his own. A great pair from Zion. But at the end of the day, if they know that Jakuro's here towards that site, it's pretty easy for them to just play for the contingency, lock him out in that A site. Even look at how far nobody has gotten. I think that is for sure a step ahead of the Omen, and he should be dead to rights when he goes for the cross.
Oh, nobody. This is bullying at almost. Oh no. Yeah, they read them. This is so well read. I feel like they exactly know what to do, and we've talked about this earlier today with Nova or an XLG. Sometimes you feel overconfident. I feel like EDG is they seem overconfident, but they can totally do it. Like look, they're feeling it. Look at this from nobody. It's beautiful. It's like there's no reason for him to go hunting, but he'll do it.
Hey, that's the thing about the EDG though, in comparison to all of the other teams, in comparison to JDG themselves. They're one of the teams that will talk the talk and they will walk the walk. And right now, they are absolutely stampeding over JDG. Just look at how good it is from their side though. Zion comes a massive F4 from him. He could have had the ace. Jakuro decided to put the end credits on himself. But that is quite the round from JDG. Where the hell has that been for the past 7 rounds?
Maybe they're waking up now. They just needed like a little bit of warm up, and now we're getting back into it. Could you think? I just that was beautiful. That was speaking of how you play a Valen on defense. This is how you play a Valen on defense. Look at the Omen flash as well, and then I mean, Kuro was like, I helped you with the other 4. I'll take the 5th one. Thank you.
Yeah, and that comes back to the Waylay again. You know, Waylay value on defense. Unable to extract the same thing on attack. So that's one of my own gripes with the composition. No gripes with Stu though. That is picture perfect on the head. KK almost had a chance for another shot. Now force back off the angle. Knife ball enables Kong to go all the way in. Even the divergent path is not really going to do that much. Yenny caught off, but the timing from Kong is everything on that play is already in heaven. He's locked the side off completely, and they will need to wait for the players that are coming in on the rotate. On the other side, Smoggy got him a lock, and that is an overdrive coming out of the Neon. Still, man advantage for JDG. Spike is out. It's all about Smoggy and how much he can find. We've seen that before. Kong again, looking for another quad kill. He will deliver once more. That is the deal sealed. Kong stamps his authority on Kurode.
No, what was that round? No. They did everything right. They did everything right, but then Kong just is dead. I will say, shout out to Smoky for waiting. The fact that he was waiting for Kong to come with him. And also, JDG did this kill. Like this. The swing from Stu here was a little unfortunate because he managed to blind not only himself but also his teammates when they were going to swing out to get Smoky. And I think that actually just unfortunately might have cost them the round.
Yeah, and of course, that is going to be the problem from them. Yeah, no, that is it's too evil to see the highlight reel. It is literally, it feels like that this is their like season highlights package from how cracked out it is. But that's just another day in the park in a match against JDG. Like I just gotta say, every time that either JDG is playing with or against a team, their players, the opposition players, they just get the highlights of their life. And that is why I love the team. But I just gotta say, like, they are so good today on the macro, but then those small things, you know, not checking for Smoggy, the blindside being bad in the final round, a lot of those smaller stuff are a lot tougher to watch on the long term of things, and that's the ace from Gianni that we're seeing here again. Again, look at that, like how many advantage duels did Gianni get on that ace, and that is something that they'll need to fix on map 2.
Yeah, JDG really need... we have had too many times where they're peeking 1 by 1 or letting them get one by ones, right?
Yeah.
And that ace especially was just it was just painful in so many ways because they lined up, and it's just not like one of you guys go wide swing, do the sum swing.
A 大有 打了个眼。
而且你可藏着，这样直接就不用起。
我把藏着的兄弟，我上网就藏了。
我这把是狙，
他要打闪出的。
我躲一排闪，我躲一排闪。
好，没事。
我可以给 A 大烟，要不要？
耶路欧门 A 大，
我给 A 大烟。
进了，要不进了。
我这帮。
帮一个我。
真太走，你直接踢进去行吗？我给你个阵，没人打得了你。
我推。
中路我看死，中路我推了。Viper 也在，中路我看死了。
Viper 回一大。哎，这儿
Viper 要不一个一起掰，我们一起保证，我们一起保证。要我踢回来吗？在的，不用，暂时不用。
Viper 是 A 大，要不有个欧门。
换能呢？点一下换能。
换能不懂。
要不推了。啊，换能摸了。要不一个。欧门有大的，我先。
闪避。
要不右手。我在包点看 elbow 了，他们没有闪了，我直架了。北家应该有一个。 elbow 有一个的，欧门有大招，闪避。我跟你说，换人可能摸壁了，然后 elbow 留了个欧门。对 ，elbow 还有一个杰尼。elbow 再加几家 ，elbow 再加几家，两个。再见了。
All right, we just saw some a little bit of Wiscoms, and they were telling Gianni telling him to teleport in. And here we have multi-kills 8 from Kong Kong. Look at this, damage per round 204.
Yeah, and by the way, just to elaborate on how nuts that is, I think out of those 8 multi-kills, there are like 2 4Ks, 2 3Ks. It's absolutely out of this world phenomenal level of performance from Kong Kong, and you can see that reflecting all over the rest of the team. Chichu, I think taking the short end of the stick on that one, that comes down to the split calling. Like when nobody's playing Duelist, he's fully unleashed, he's doing great, but then Chichu has got to take the brain power, and that's where his own stat line just, I guess, recedes a little bit in comparison to everybody else. He's the lowest ACS in the entire pool, but you look at EDG, on the entire scheme itself, they are pretty much leading the chart in each and every metric but First Bloods. And I feel like that is the most important thing. That, you know, EDG, they're a lot more proactive. They came into this map with confidence, maybe not with the scrapbook, but the mid-round calling from Chichu, from nobody, all the intuitive calls that they've had have basically taken over any of the, like, playbook stuff that we like to see. You know, I'm a fan of the playbook, but to have the playbook work, your IGL needs to actually have the contingencies, to have the protocols. I've seen that from Nova, where they anti-statted the hell out of XLG, but they didn't come in with a playbook. I feel like now we're seeing it in reverse, where the playbook is there, but you didn't really anti-strat in the way that EDG are going to play this crowd.
Also mid-rounding, I think the mid-rounding might also suffer a little bit from them. But I will say, you said Chichu didn't really show up. He didn't have to show up when Kang goes 24 and 10. You can just lay back and go there. Go kill. Oh my goodness. It's absolutely impressive from him. I literally cannot, I'm so involved. But really, it is, as we're saying, like, we are both big fans of having a playbook, of having macros, having good set plays. And I will say, especially on defense, they have some great plays from JDG. And it's first time we've seen it on Corrode. I was not besides the shooting, which unfortunately they didn't win their duels, but they did some good things. There are some things they need to work on. Maybe not stun your teammates and yourself with your Waylay util, but generally I'm hopeful, which I know it's a little late in the season to say that, but it gives me hope that they actually are working on things and have some interesting things to do. On the other side, I was very happy to see on attack that EDG really, I feel like, understand the map, and if you have mid control, you win. I felt like
absolutely.
I mean, I don't know how many rounds. As soon as they get mid control, they're almost going to cheat the round, and it makes sense because it's a big map. It takes forever to rotate, and if you don't know where this person mid is inserted, you might have to wait that out, and that means that they're suddenly going to a site where they're, instead of where against 4 people, 3 people, there might only be 2 people on the side. So it's a very good strategy from them, and I adore it. So yeah.
I mean, hey, we've basically seen yet another Monday for JDG here on Corrode. So how about we skip a day? When we go back, it will be Tuesday. Hopefully that is the day that they actually find the win in. And we'll hope to go to map 3. If not EDG, I think that they would have finally put the horse to rest. So we'll find all that out after the break.
And welcome back with the match with EDG against JDG. That's hard to say fast. I am Gimson, and with me I have Walt to this side. And we are ready to go into Lotus, which is the map that I didn't expect to see today, because JDG have looked solid on this map for quite a while. So what do you think?
You know what? I'm actually a fan of it going the other way around. I feel like the Icebox, that's the one that I would have been a lot more hesitant, because EDG with the addition of Gianni, look at that. It's basically the same thing again, except this time nobody. It's just free to play the Initiator like normal. Smoggy goes on the Viper, and you basically allow Chichu to play the Senti. So I guess the roles line up a lot better that way. And again, you know, nobody on the Initiator is something that I feel like I'm actually a really big fan of. Especially on those stuff like the Fade, you have a lot of control. The Nightfall, you control the tempo, which as one of the co-colors for the team, I feel like it is a big card to have in your hand. For the side of JDG, this is basically the JDG comp that they played and won for the most part. But what I'm hoping is that unlike the previous time, you know, they start the round great. They have great ideas all around, but the intuition is not there. They'll need to bring that killer instinct here to map 2. Otherwise, we will not be going to the decider. It all comes down to this: whether or not EDG will put their spot in playoffs or JDG will still be in contention. It comes down to this Lotus. We start with JDG on the defense, EDG on the attack, and they are trying to mount an offensive towards that C site.
Yeah, well, I will start out by saying that JDD has a win rate on defense by 71%. That's a high win rate on a 3-sided map. So I'm very interested. This should be this should be these 12 rounds are the rounds they need to win to get this through. And stats say they can. Let's see if we can do it. If they can do it. So far, they've been very passive. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they're trying to bait the shear out. I like this from Zion. Kong already down to 29 points of health. No healing on their side either. Jakuro getting out safe from that one. Stu needed to find a kill, but it's an excellent return from Chichu, and they even doubled down onto that one. Jakuro overpeaked, and now they might commit to that B side itself. Baby Blue late on the uptick. Paranoia again invested. Very little util left for the attacking side of EDG, but they're trying to make up for it by finding a few more kills. It's an excellent right click from Gianni, leaving just Zion and Baby Blue, each of which are trying to take a different angle, as now we see Zion trying to work their way back into spawn, but once again EDG one step ahead. The problem is, I think EDG thought a bit too far. Kong caught on in the open. Now they find the right timing, and it's all down to Baby Blue. Starts off well with the first, the jumping shots not connecting the best, and Gianni again with another right click to make it another 3k. It is multi-kills galore here today.
It really is, and EDG is keeping their thing about being very, very good on pistols. They are definitely still keeping their pistols, and I will say some of these kills seem absolutely ridiculous. Also, how many right-click kills was this again?
I mean, if we combine the pistols from both maps, I think we had like 4 ghost kills in total, and then like around 10 right-click kills in the classic.
It's definitely absolute chaos. Oh, and now we have the outlaw out. Oh, this is about to be. This could be a problem. I do love the fast rubber control. Yeah, I do love the fast rubber control here, and I want to kind of, yeah.
Like they get it. What next? You know, they run out of util. They don't have the firepower. They're trying to jiggle some peaks, but Kong really patient there with the outlaw. An excellent first shot. He doubles down. He backs off. Sure, there's a kill for JDG, but for the price of that, they basically lose the B side control again.
Also, I love as soon as they confirmed there's more than 2 or 3 people here, they immediately run in and plant on it. It's like, okay, they must be having a stack somewhere, and we know where 3 of them are, right? So now it's a retake on B. At least short-range weapons are alright on B.
Yeah, I mean, the classic right clicks have worked great on the pistol round. They could work great here, but nobody a lot sharper. Comparison to the tools in JDG's set. Yakuro not really being safe from the fury of Kong in this game. Already found 3 kills. Probably looking to add to his tally. Gianni will not make it a Chichu here, not make it a 4th instead. So, you know, the level is a little bit problematic, but Kong then holds on. That's 3k up to a 4k. And pretty much I feel like we're carrying over where we left from the Corrode.
Yeah, Kankan is on a banger today. I think at the end of the day, he's going to have an absolute stats out of the window. I also wanted to point out one thing. Of course, they sent him in to get the Bulldog because he can get out if he gets the kill, right? It's like either, you know, you get an ult, which you die to you die, which is also needed because, again, we want to build up that overdrive as fast as possible because Kankan is insane with the overdrive. So I really like that little play to see if they could get out an extra gun, and they did. So now they had more guns to take over to the next.
That's
side.
such
So
a
now we
good
have
call
a
from
full
JDG
buy,
though. Like they used the early bit of aggression initially, forced all the investment from EDG into retaking rubble, and then they themselves back off. Try to double down towards that B side. EDG again seems to have an excellent read in what's going on, so their understanding is top notch. But it will come down to that crossfire. You can tell how many people are looking at the angles. The rifles are in the hands of JDG, so they should be better off in those duels, and they do actually end up winning. But damage return on both sides, so now it's all about that final commitment as they all go towards that A site. We got Jakuro on stairs with the rifle, trying to open up the space, but there it is for EDG! They find 2 kills, could find a bit more. Thankfully, Stu will make it 3. And that will be JDG putting EDG over the finish line on that one.
I was very scared for 2 seconds. They lined up. He could have had a collat with a sheriff. We could have been in way worse situation than we are. They have to rebuy 2 guns and 1 shield, I think. Still not great, but better than what you could expect. And also there was no plan from EDG. So money-wise, they're pretty okay, but this was about to be very... None of them see him. Oh, this crossfire. I'm
almost gone full wrong there. Like that would have been disaster in their camp because JDG needs to find a win here. Remember, and it's not looking the greatest from the Neon. Kong being caught once again, and EDG unsuccessful in their escapades to find a trade. Now it leaves JDG a player up, one way re-established. Zion in the angle. They try to open the door. I think that they have heard the player there, but thankfully Zion is able to actually be proactive himself. Find the initial kill. That's the ultimate economy we're talking about. Viper spotted initially, but with both the orb and the snake bite, they buy enough time that this ultimate becomes moot. And then it pushes EDG back. They need to spin their cogs one more time and try to find a final destination. It could be C. They're still flirting with that idea, but of course, as we can tell on the other side, nobody's already making his way back into rubble.
Yeah, and look at this. They are... EDG is just waiting for JDG to come out looking, right? And Stu might run into nobody if the timing is right. Oh, Stu. He got him! I was gonna say, that haunt is gonna reveal him, and he...
Oh, look at the rotates. It's all gonna be down to KK. KK then. Not a lot of fuel left. It's all a matter of time. He lets them pause, but he needs to strike while the iron is hot. He allows Hichu to get away with that one, and now it's a very doable round. 2 on 3 in the retake.
And look at nobody!
Smoke, I'm not a fan of though. That smoke is a big problem. They allow JDG to get back on the site itself. Nobody's trying to go for the big play, but that leaves Chichu alone. He only finds the one.
But that smoke also allows...
Yeah, now Jakuro on 2.
Exactly, that smoke allows nobody to come back. That's why they put it, because that means that, you know, it gives them the option to push in, and that definitely signals that there's definitely not a flank. And then, oh my god, this play was, that was insane from them. I like the smoke because they had a flank coming in, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, if I'm JDG there and I see that smoke deployed, I'm pressuring on site. That's the one part that got me off guard. They didn't, but they tried to go water. I'm saying site itself. You know? Like try to go through the ramp there on the side itself. Pressure that part instantly instead of playing towards water. That bought enough time for EDG to restructure the way that they want to play that one. And since, of course, on the side of EDG, nobody was spotted by Gianni, it was a lot easier for him to play that initial bit of contact. And I really like this from EDG. They understand that apparently we got into their head on the C side. So they're gonna keep putting the pressure on Zion. They take the shear out of commission. That would be great. It's a lot deeper this time around, so it almost cost Kong Kong his life. But at the end of the day, part of the course, pretty much the standard in terms of playing this map. That could have been completely wrong for Jakuro. He's still pretty wounded, but him being alive is pivotal for the chances of JDG. They need the smoke later in the rounds, especially if they're going to play post-plant. And for EDG, once again, small advantages, map control on either ends of the spectrum, and that makes the JDG defenses weak. They've made a gambit on the 2 players on the B side, probably are going to make the push. Time is running low for EDG, but if they do find another good timing on C here, things would be great. The problem is, it's still a 2-player play. They find the push, but look at that timing from the players from JDG. They themselves got the backstab on them now, and this could be completely for free. Ziani on the Wiser, Spike out in the open, but they need to find the kill. Baby Blue converts, and this goes completely wrong for EDG. As Stu is able to add one more to the tally. Kong Kong and Smoggy. 5 seconds, 4 players, and no chance in hell. JDG presenting them those duels easily, but they're losing players. Oh, this could have gone very wrong. Thankfully, time was on their side, and JDG were able to win the round. But for EDG, this almost got their way, and you gotta say, JDG are playing with fire in this game.
They really are. EDG overcooked it. They really did literally overcooked it. I loved how JDG was like, yeah, we have rebel control. We'll do 2-2 on the other side, and then started pushing out. Because I was about to say, before they started pushing out, look at how much map control we haven't reclaimed anything. Look at how much map control EDG has. But then they started reclaiming out B, and I don't know if it was like Kuro just texts Tierney. What was that?
Well, drive peaks.
Okay.
JDG's specialty. Yeah, just play for the bait and switch. There's a great timing there for a trade from EDG. They start with the 1. Remember, only sheriffs and a single stinger for the side of EDG, and that's why JDG are so confident. Timing to nobody could be great. That's the 1. And they got the Prowlers as well. Stu is able to hold for a kill, but they're put between a rock and a hard place, and the Viper wall makes it even a bit more difficult for them on the cross. That's a big miss from Stu. Thankfully, he does make up with the classic. A double for him there to make it 3 in total. Still not out of the woods, and I've got to say, for the most part, the one thing that scares me is I feel like we've taken the momentum off Corrode, and we've applied it here to the Lotus as well.
Definitely. I'm a little worried of how much space they allow nobody to take. He was a problem on Corrode, he's still a problem here. And he is dangerous when you allow him to take that much space. I'm a little worried for JDG. Although they have good ideas, there are some mishaps now and then. I think you can call it.
And hey, they try to feign that it's the same stat, that they're aggressive on the A side. EDG not taking the bait. You look at the defense, JDG strong on B again, but this time they're gonna beat the timing. That's exactly what I was talking about, by the way. In that C-side play, you just beat the timing. If they're playing with that much of a feign of ignorance, you just strike the iron when it's hot. They're not going to wait for Zion, which does mean that it's going to be a separated play. The Viper's Pit in the middle of main is a real problem for JDG. They'll need to clear it with some util. Still got one more Prowler. He got the numbers. Nightfall coming in, but a TP as well from the side of EDG. Not that it will do that much, because nobody is going to start around great. The Thorns buys a ton of time, but Chichu's only got for a single kill. And now a ton is going to be asked of Kong Kong in the angle. Steer Garden, the swing behind it. And Baby Blue and nobody trade. Nobody again peeking the angle. He's punished here. Still 2 more players to be found. They try to go for the peek. That buys enough time for Smoggy to find a Vandal. He goes and denies the defuse, and that should be enough in terms of time. JDG did everything right, but EDG played the time to a T.
They tried so much. This was an insane round. How many ults did we just see? 5?
I think 5. Yeah.
5.
we saw 2 Steel Gardens.
Yeah.
A Pit.
And 2 Nightfalls.
Yeah, and 2 Nightfalls, exactly.
2 Nightfalls. This was a 5-ball round. And that was because it's a very important round. for EDG, that's like the financial situation is gonna be like JDG are gonna be completely tough now, right? On the other side,
Yeah.
EDG are gonna be having bank, and they're gonna be feeling quite good. And now we're back.
I mean, both teams seems to be broke, but you gotta say JDG are more broke. In that sequence, they got the right read though. Numbers a bit on their favor. We're driving over with Kong here, but Baby Blue still able to isolate some of those duels. What a shot from Jakuro. Please, that is an absolutely filthy one here. On that end, nobody. We've seen that one before. Seen the same equation. A player on that side, and it's easy work for the Fade.
Arkuro. Oh, please do it. Smoky should be aware. Yeah, he is aware there's someone close.
Oh.
Stinger works out. I adore the Stinger for exactly those kind of plays.
Absolutely. You know, fading in and out of the smoke, the rate of fire, especially when you're that up close, you are bound to find a kill. But they're playing together. I do like that call. That means that Jakuro should be able to find an upgrade on her way, as you can tell, the bloodbath, of course. Towards that A-link position means that it should be a bit easier for them. Nobody planting out in the open on that C slide. That leaves a lot of options for where he could be stationed from, which is going to mean that JDG will have to worry about a whole lot when they're going for the retake. Nobody got the right angle. He might push for one when they open the door. Instead, he does not let them pass. It's a one-on-one. He's already on 3, and KK trying to find the timing. The peak is great. The timing is excellent for the Viper, and JDG keep this game within arm's reach.
I feel like a couple of times on Corrode, we had JDG get some terrible timings. Like, absolutely just luck-wise timed. Now, it's actually the other way around. That timing was... Because... I was absolutely sure this one was gonna get that on. If he'd not taken out his haunt, he would have gotten that kill. But Kuro has been so clean with those sheriffs. I'm in awe of those sheriff shots. I do love a good sheriff player.
KK, let's go! Let's go!
Look at this, you know, like, again, like EDG, excellent morale. Same thing with JDG, Reed. Like, the two teams really have very good vibes, and right now the vibes couldn't have been any greater for Stu. He got 13 kills on his lonesome, but I feel like it's time for the rest of JDG to step up when it matters. This is the round where I want to see the rest of the team not just presenting opportunities for Stu, but also taking the opportunities themselves. It's an angle there for the Omen. Still an excellent adjustment from Stu. They take over that part of the map. We've seen that one before, and EDG are trying to speed up their play. Kong dies to the Thorn and the Snake Bite. An excellent combo from the defense, and it leaves nothing for the side of EDG. Only the A site, that is what they have, but not the A site in its entirety. They're taking control of main, leaving 3 for the other end. The timing is great for Smoggy. Jakuro and KK find the kills, leaving a bit of a labor spray, but nobody could really find much on the end. So finally, this is the first time that we see JDG in the lead.
And a flawless on top of that. That was, the Kankad kill was, that was painful. Because you know he was going to bunny jump through that, and then, please don't show it. And also Stu's kill here is just absolutely, like, timing-wise, perfect. And then this from Kuro was a little, but it was beautiful to see. And also, I think this is what they need, right? This is what to get the momentum going and get their adrenaline pumping. And of course, EDG calls a timeout because better not get let JDG gonna run.
Hey, and that's what we were talking about, by the way, in Corrode. Remember, we said, like, if those multi-kills start to dry up, it's gonna look like a very different game from EDG. Those 4 rounds came up off heroics. Again, mistakes from JDG. And they almost, by the way, presented them even more than those 4. Like, remember the round in the Thrifty, where they just decided to 4-man peak before time ran out, when they could have just played for time?
Yeah.
Like, you know, this game is still on the knife's edge for the two teams, and it's great to see that there's a timeout for EDG, but it does give the time for JDG themselves as well to perhaps talk and strategize about what to do in this one. I think that's what 14 kills for Stu, 12 kills for nobody. Everybody else in the server, other than those 2, are still on single digits. Most of them are negative in KD, and that is something that they will need to work on to fix immediately.
Very much so. Yeah, it really has been the Nobody and Stu show. Honestly, I've been a fan of Nobody's for a long time, and this is just like, as always, he's showing up in the best way.
Yeah.
I really hope that we can get a little bit more in. I know that Kuro has been insane at times. Okay, Stu is speaking of Stu, he's just full on
How
sending
many
it.
times? Oh my god, that is
Stu,
beautiful.
please.
No, but here's the thing. Before, it was the snake bite and thorns. Now, it was the C's and the paint shells. Another great combination from JDG. They net another kill with a util. That means that despite losing Zion there on the angle, it's still a 4-on-4. It's a mistake from KK, but he still recovers. Excellent shots despite the aim punch. And now he tries to buy for the time for the rest of the team. The snake bite comes in a tad too late. Open the door, try to deny the angle, but instead they present duels to Kang and Smoggy, and they will never say no. An important one to be found. Buys Stu in that angle, and the pinch is coming in from Chichu. It could be a matter of time, but there's not a lot of it here. For EDG, 30 seconds on the timer. Chichu, perhaps finding them all for free. They open the door. It's all for Chichu in that position to keep them locked. Look at the rotation there from Neon. The pace on the sprint couldn't have been any higher. They got more than enough time to make it to the A site. They open the door for 3. And Chichu now holding the angle through spawn in that what will be a 2-on-2 retake.
Chichu is about to... everything Chichu did here was absolutely beautiful. It was amazing. He got so much information that he could send Kang over, be like, hey, I cleared out A. There's no one. There's no one B. I can hear someone outside of B. Go A. And now they have so much map control. JDG have to clear everything because they have no idea what these people could be. And we have a post-plant Vice.
Oh, but there's paint shells on Stu. If he uses his util, this could have been a very different game, but he didn't get to use that much, and Chichu covers for Kong. They played the trades pretty well. You gotta say, a little bit disappointed with the util usage there in the post plant, but time was against JDG.
Yeah, because they had to go through the other side of the map. But also, I wanted to point that one out. Not to go on, Jan, but he pushed out after it'd been confirmed that they had left A, and he was in front of all of his Vice util. Yeah. And there was no one to back him up. I was like, get away, get away, get away! And he got punished for it, like really quickly, right? Oh, Stu.
Yeah.
Get away.
One of the funny things about JDG, by the way, they just released their fan app, I believe, a few hours ago. Yeah. If I'm a JDG fan watching this series, I'll be having a heart attack for the most part. It's such a back and forth game. It's still dead even at the final 2 rounds. We've seen it pretty close before, but KK is left for dead. He's gonna die anyways. It's just about whether or not they want to invest more, but they are happy with still keeping the numbers in their advantage. They use the Viper. Pit is only a single orb away, and Stu with the operator is holding the right line. It should be an easy kill. That's the sitter for the op. Repeaks, strikes again. That's 3. And now Jiani is the last carcass. That might not take too long. He tries to peek the angle. You play it like a shotgun, or instead the paint shell's coming again. And not the first nor the second time. This is the 3rd util kill. By the way, guys, Project A is a gunplay-based game. Apparently.
I just want to point out you called him Carcass while he was still alive, and I was like, And then the grenade went down. I was like, oh no, you can just see the future. That's it. Vault's just, you know, a prophet. You can just see through in the future. That's fine. You called him a dead body before he even died. And I was like, you called it.
Hey, at least I'm not cursing. You know, like the caster curse is very real. The caster curse is very real. So I'm happy that, you know, there are a few of us caster prophets out there. I can't see the future, but right now, it's pretty foggy for this final rounds. 4 stingers, a hero rifle in the hands of Chichu, a steel garden, and from the shadows. All of which are available in this round, and they will be needing in that execute. They forced Diane completely off the shear, the wall. Everything bought time for EDG to wait. for the timing of the Vice utility on the other end. I like this a lot from JDG though. They understand that the onus is not on them. Stu got the ultimate, but that one goes awry. Thankfully Zion is there for the shots. Stu beat them to the punch, but there's a chance for Chichu. He does find 1-2 from Smoggy on the Sheriff, and they go and strike again. It leaves a 1-on-2. Jakuro got the best gun, but he's outnumbered. And they can outnumber him. He didn't even check the angle. Smoggy's delivered a freebie as he delivers a 3-piece with the Sheriff, tying the game down. It is 6-6 at the halfway point.
Nobody was on 1 HP. What? First of all, how is Smoggy allowed to get, what was it, 3 kills? Also, that, we don't need to see that. But was it Smoggy with the he should not be allowed to get 3.
That second kill never should have been the case.
No,
yeah.
No, and the third one either, honestly, because check your corners. But, and that's the thing, like, they had such a good idea. They waited it out. They were gonna retake together, and then Smoggy does that. He shoots 2 people who swing him with better weapons. Oh, the meme cam.
Yeah. And again, you know what? I'm just gonna say this. It pretty much was a repeat of the previous game where EDG got the superior mid-round calling, but I gotta say this. It's pretty much a bad setup. You know, the defaults I'm not the biggest fan of from EDG. The post plants not the sharpest. It's just down to JDG basically not respecting, I guess, the positions that they should check. You know, they got a very complacent, not just a bit complacent, towards the latter end of that half. If they had their wits about them, this could have easily been a 7-5, if not even more, in some of the rounds that they gave away to EDG. Luckily enough for EDG, they swapped sides. They're on defense, and this part of the game, I do trust Smoggy a lot more here.
Yes. Definitely, Smoggy's gonna be a pivotal player here. Also, Chichu on the Vice is a joy. I adore his Vice, so I cannot wait to see what's gonna happen here. But I agree. It's like there's so many rounds where it's like the idea is there.
Stu on 21 kills.
Yes, Stu is. I was gonna say that actually at the beginning of that round he was on 20. So and then he got the op shot.
What the heck?
Yeah, no, so Stu is fracking.
Yeah.
The rest of the team is just not with him. Because that's the thing. He's like the next person, like nobody is on 14. He has 7 kills. Like, it should not be. We need the rest of them to show up. Nobody's about to get into a lot of party.
Somebody showed up, yeah. I mean, the pun riot itself, you know, somebody showed up, but nobody died. So, hey, it happens. For now, though, JDG, I like the patience. They're waiting for the little bit of utility of EDG to run out, but they've given an angle to Smoggy. 2 players on site, 2 players on stairs, so they're gonna try to contest both lanes at once. And KKLin can just wait it out as much as he can. They need to find that duel. This time Kankan will not find value on the right clicks. It's everything JDG, even that duel, which was a bit ugly, I gotta say. At the end of the day, got recovered, and they find the pistol, one that they are desperate to find, because the last 3 pistols did not look the best for them.
No, exactly. Also, how did they get those kills? I feel like most of them were stunned up for all of their kills. Am I incorrect there? No, they weren't stunned yet. Okay. It looked like they looked like Baby Blue was completely stunned while getting those kills. I was like, okay. I mean, to be fair, if you just aim, it doesn't matter. But still, that's a good start. They needed that pistol. Also, just for, you know, a little bit of a mental boost, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
They did not get the pistols so far. And also EDG are known for getting pistols, so yeah, it's very interesting to see. This buy they have coming in though, Baby Blue is allowed to die, and Kicklin. But besides that, they need to be passive. And I do love doing this. They wait for EDG to push out, but EDG is like, nah, come to us. You assume they're gonna be you assume they're going to be aggressive, like pushing out in the 4-man stack or something like that, because they've done that on Corrode, right? On the second round, but or a save round.
We'll see if they do it this time around, though.
I don't
Because
think
that
so.
is always the case with both of those teams. It's like they can do something great for a round, and then the next round they just have Alzheimer's or something. You know, they just completely drop dead. For now, JDG found an open B site. It's an okay play from EDG. I'm not against that whatsoever. They can crunch onto that
like
B
this.
site for sure.
I like this because, again, because they're so passive, they are almost guaranteed if someone from JDG dies, they're almost guaranteed access to the gun. But the fact that they've planted B means that they have to go really far out, like Stu here, and finds nobody, because, you know, you don't want to have a close-range fight.
Oh, well, not the best of starts, but Jenny finding the first frag there. To the 4-on-4, it could get messy. Baby Blue's gotta be careful. Thankfully enough, they are finding some kills, but this duel, that window is going very wrong for them. Hold the line, and they will not be able to hold the door for long. Chichu inflicting some damage. 2 players going down. Not the best for JDG, but definitely still not enough to deter them or call this a bad anti-eco for their side.
No, I agree. They kept the Guardians, which is the most important ones in that group. I would have liked if they kept the, I think it was a Bulldog as well, but 2 Guardians through, I am very happy with that, for sure. Also, like, they got to plant. They have 3 alive. They need to probably buy some armor, but not bad, not bad. Let's see how it goes for the, what do you call it, bonus? Because the bonus might be...
They walk in.
Yes, they walk in. Oh, it's about to be a slaughter on A.
Oh, they did walk in. So I was not wrong about that part. They're just delivering themselves to Kong again. He's already on 2. 2 more from Smokey and nobody. At least just KK. And unfortunately for him, not really finding that much. It just doesn't really go that well for them, and that is pretty much them walking in and just figuring out, oh, they're ready for us at the other end.
Yeah, I did. That was... I love how you now had done that twice. Completely calm. The different, like, oh yeah, so they're just gonna walk in, and I was like, this is about to be a slaughter. And it was a complete and utter slaughter. They run into the stack. Oh, and well, they also ran into Kankan and Smoky, which is never something you want to do. Oh, goodness me. Well, it's a full buy against a full buy, and it's 8-7.
Well, there's some hope.
There's some hope.
Appreciate JDG if they use their utility this time around, though. You know, they got themselves in a good position. Yes, let's do work their magic. Yes, use your Prowler. Figure out your angles. Beat Chichu to the timing. You know that these are about a pillar, so it's an easy one for Stu to find. Thank you very much. Just do not let them get any more freebies on the other end. You got the numbers advantage. A great job from Sloggy there. But again, still very, very aggressive from JDG, perhaps recklessly so, as they will lose another player. No, Kekelin actually had a great adjustment onto that end, so it puts them in a good position. Still numbers advantage in their favor, but HP is where I'm a little bit worried. Stu, though, makes it very calming in that sequence. The C's not grabbing that much, but Stu should be the insurance policy. That's a beautiful first tap. The second one will not really find the same degree of effectiveness, but JDG, just like always, Stu, standing up, delivering, and he definitely walking the walk right now on this second map.
He is signed, sealed, delivered. Honestly, this is beautiful. You were talking about packages earlier. He just delivered. This little walk by here, beautiful. The kill from Smoky as well. I will say one thing. I got very worried when they planted and everyone went away from the site. And we're alone. Like, that's so easy. You're giving EDG one-on-ones. If it wasn't for Stu showing up and just killing everyone, that could have easily gone a different way, because you're giving EDG one-on-ones. Don't do that.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, for now, though, EDG, back to the weaker weapons for the most part. There's still, you know, a couple upgraded pistols, Stinger and Gianni. Chichu with the slow rifle on defense, it makes some sense. He's been pretty much one of the better performers of the teams. Of course, nobody's stop fragging, but you would give a hope on that C side. The cross is devastating, but they work their way. Stu is down. Zion can't find a trade, and JDG are starting to squander. They're giving away opportunities little by little. Their feet are wobbly here against them, but they should be able to slow the pace down enough where their firepower actually comes into fruition. There we go. That's the first kill. That's the second kill. Much more like it from JDG now.
I was going to say, are we about to see what we just saw in the last match? Where every time we have an eco, they just get completely annihilated?
No.
Oh, Xian.
Oh.
Okay, 3.
And done.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
And done. But hey, he made it doable. It's a 2v2 now.
It shouldn't be a doable round. EDG had pistols. No, Kong! He saves it still. And it's all down to Baby Blue. Caught in the relay bolt there. An easy shot for Kong again. First shot, not the most accurate, but he's given himself enough time there when that's done.
No. I just, no.
Yeah.
Why? Why did Kuro teleport closer against an eco?
I'm not sure. And again, like this round, like this, I gotta say, like when Zion gets all of those kills, I don't understand why you're not just playing around the B sides together. With only the rifles being there, just deny the guns, deny any opportunities from them. Yes. You know, EDG, again, playing the round a much better, and I gotta say, I was about to say, if they didn't take a time out here, I've lost faith in JDG completely. Thankfully, they took it.
I will say, I want to be inside Kang's head when he stands there and just gets hand-delivered on a silver platter a kill of an Omen just teleporting right in front of him.
And whiffs! That's the worst one! He whiffs the first few bullets!
the first one! But it doesn't matter because it takes forever to get the gun out, right?
I just gotta say, yeah. I have seen flashbacks from another player that was also in heaven, that was aiming at a player that was unaware of their positioning. Thankfully, this is not a final, just a group stage game. So we are safe from catastrophes, we're safe from heartbreaks, but it would be a heartbreak for JDG if they just go out without a fight in this one, because they've been looking so good. Just, guys, please, you need to gain composure when times are tough. Stu's dropping 27 kills in 18 rounds, and 17, by the way. 17 rounds of play, 27 kills, and everybody else kind of just close it out.
So that's what I was going to say. Do you think we're going to see a 30 bomb?
For sure.
Yeah.
If they need any hope of winning, Stu needs at least to drop 35.
At this point, yeah, unfortunately. Oh, goodness. And now we are on an eco, right? We have 3 singers. I love my singers. Stu?
Hey.
28! There we go.
This is the China Special. Welcome along, guys. Ecos are our specialty, and rifles do not know what the hell they are doing when the other team are speeding their way on an eco. They got the great setup there from JDG. A big fan of playing those stingers in the smokes. And that double cross means that even if you try to play an angle, it's not going to be the easiest. Nightfall in, there from the window, looking to make something happen. A counter Nightfall coming in, but the Haunt really stopping any early aggression. It's an excellent first kill from Smolgy, but he needs to hold for the next few. Stu and Baby Blue finding their pairing. Baby needs to find a single shot. Nobody was on 2 HP. Now it's starting to get a bit messy. It's Gianni against Stu and Jakuro, and they should have enough time. The operator on the angle could not find a connection, but time is on the hands of Jakuro. He will not be able to find a kill, but it is still double digits for JDG. Thrifty from one side, JDG instantly clap back.
Not just a clap back, there was some ults thrown into this. If I'm not mistaken, there was also an Iron Garden in this.
Yeah, and the Nightfall as well from both teams.
2 Nightfalls. But you throw in an Iron Garden against an eco?
It just I understand, you know, it's a critical mass round where JDG get double digits. They run away with the game. They should be running away with the game now. It's 29. So he only needs 1 kill on a team that has everybody on either light shields or no shields with an outlaw.
Yeah, I agree.
It's a 30 bomb. It has to be a 30 bomb.
It is. So I misunderstood. I thought it was EDG's Iron Garden. It was not. It was JDG. I'm a fan of that because even in the playing field is fine. Makes more sense. Thank God. I genuinely
they still use the Nightfall.
Yeah,
they still use the Nightfall. Again, they invested.
They really did.
Yeah, the ultimate economy now. Look at it. It's broken. Only Smoggy got anything. And it's the Viper Spit. It's the investment that you need to bank on to win you a round. The great thing for JDG, this should be the round to farm. KK Lin only one away from the pit of their own. Stu with that pace might have a showstopper in the next 2 rounds. So
Stu is gonna have a showstopper.
Yeah, so it should be pretty easy. Still a little bit worried about JDG because they're testing the Viper's Pit. You got the ultimate off. You have the choice of either backing off, trying to go back towards B, but that will leave a problem. Thankfully, Kekelin is able to hold for one side. Gianni almost finding the kill there. Stu holding strong. That's the 30, and that's Chichu out of commission. And I love that from Zion, understanding the timings. It's all well and done, and they will find that kill. Backing off just in the right time to let things stew. And Baby Blue is going to finish off Kong Kong. They need 2 more rounds, and it will all come down to that next one. EDG needs to take a timeout and needs to win now. Otherwise, maybe the Dark Horse really got a chance to win the race.
EDG are panicking. Look at that. They are genuinely panicking. I genuinely, because when he threw down that Viper Spit, I was like, why are you doing that now? It felt like a panic. It felt like an actual panic move. They're worried.
I feel like they expected JDG to do JDG. You know, just run through the pit. Maybe we'll fish a kill for free. Kong Kong to detect a player. Do it one way. Still holding the line. Not a lot of utility there coming out. Stu, meat on the slaughter, but the rest of the team are able to make the trades happen. You know, a big fan of how this game is played. Kong Kong, however, he hasn't been performing to his highest standards on this specific Lotus, and I feel like that's a problem. With the 2 of them out of commission, though, you gotta be a little bit scared for JDG.
Yeah, so that's the thing we were talking about on the crowd, right? When Kong Kong and nobody are swinging, they're swinging hard, they're swinging very strongly, and they're gonna win the match for you.
Well, let's hope that Smoggy
this time it's
the same kind of impact. Yeah, Smoggy still holding the line. Sheer broken. Back to BB go, but the Thorns buy a lot of time actually, and the Sheer's gonna go down. Look at how aggressive they are on the side of EDG. They might catch them off on a timing. That's KK already down. That was supposed to be one of your main pieces. You lynched on that pit, but you lose all of your players, even through the smoke. Zion goes down, and that is a backbreaker because now EDG pretty much should be set for the rest of this half. They got another timeout still, and JDG don't.
Yeah, I feel like, I guess there's no reason for the coaches to do his timeout because they feel like the team has figured out what the problem is and how they need to adjust, and it looks like, clearly, it looks like they have. But yeah, after last round, I was wondering if they wanted to do the timeout for sure. I'm quite worried here. I mean, money-wise, we're still good on both sides, but if EDG win, yeah, exactly. If EDG win this one, JDG are going to be on an eco.
Yeah, you can even tell in the util. Like for most of the members of JDG, they have invested a bit, but that's all that they can afford. You know, like Zion, for example, is missing one of the Thorns. Stu is already out of blast packs. He used them to get here in rubble. That's a good bit of control, but if you do not transfer something on the back of it, it's a little bit tough. So they leave Jakuro, they leave Zion, and they go farming orbs for Stu, who is now 4 away on that C site. Chichu is there holding the line. It's a great timing for the peak. Jakuro got the bait and switch. Thankfully, Zion is able to hold it down, and this time JDG will be the one to play the pick and roll with EDG's hard. Even Kong Kong Stu! No, the timeout. What was that one? What's that?
This is definitely, like, I was gonna say this looked a little iffy, but now it's like now at this point it looks like JDG are just playing with them, right? They're just having fun with them. I felt like EDG had a really good idea. Chichu is alone. I mean, if anyone could do it, it would be Chichu, right? We've seen this man clutch in the most insane way.
Yeah, well, let's see if Minister is able to, I guess, direct the call on this one. I feel like the save is the better choice, as we talked about, like both teams are on an econ reset. And that one Vandal will go a long way for somebody like Smoggy and Nobody. Maybe even Chichu himself. I don't know how Chichu has in their reserves, so that is in itself another important aspect. Stu's filthy in this kind of series though, so if you're EDG, you're not just worried about this one. I'm looking at Haven, and I am sweating lead. With whatever could happen in that one, Chichu should be had anyways. Baby Blue got the angle with the horn. They just need to find a shot. Picture perfect from Zion. And that's match point for JDG. The timeout needs to come right now. We were talking about it. Just bring it.
And how I don't remember, how does the other tournament, because at this point, if you're a JDG, you need to throw the kitchen sink and everything else you have at the next round. You need to get that round and get it locked in. I don't care that they're up against Nico. If they can throw any ults in there to guarantee that they win, I'd do it. I definitely do it. I don't know if I do.
So I think Chichu has his ultimate. I'm just trying to recollect what happened. I think everybody else was so far away from their own ultimates though, which is the main problem. I think like Kong was only like 4 orbs in. Same thing for Gianni, same thing for Nobody. You look at the other end though. KK still got the Viper Spit. He still got from the Shadows on Jakuro. And I think with the end of that round, you're a lot closer for both Zion and Baby Blue on their ultimates in comparison to their counterparts. So that's the thing that you should be playing on for JDG. That even if you actually do not win this exact round, you should be playing around your ultimate economy, layering those ultimates over the rounds, making sure that you always got an ace up your sleeve just in case somebody causes a disturbance. Because we've seen Chichu, we've seen Gianni, we've seen Kong, all of them having pop-off rounds, and you need to limit that to a minimum right now because this is your final calling. Stu's only a single orb away.
And I feel like
this should be the game plan. Yeah, I don't know about that one though. That's the main thing. It's like
they are out of money if they lose this.
I mean, again, they're out of money, but they're out of the game. It's gonna be 13 for
exactly.
JDG if they lose.
It's do or die, right? That's what I'm saying. Like they're it doesn't matter. But next round could be problematic as well, right? Because they have 0. So if they have 1 surviving, half of them won't be able to buy.
Oh, dude, that's too risky. And the trades are not good enough. And now JDG, the first piece of the domino has fallen. Now the king is dead. They did not miss on the side of EDG. Maybe not the shots, but the Prowler is gone far away. And Zion maybe could have caught Nobody on the timing. That was not the case. Second Prowler used again on the wrong end. Maybe there's an opportunity here. They understand that there's a player on the angle. They even anticipate the op. Not the best timing for Kong. Still able to find the kill. Relay bolt in a great timing and a great place. So he gets away safely to take another opportunity. Take another shot at Jakuro. But this time, the connection not as sweet, but it could be too little too late for JDG. It's a 2-on-4. While the A side itself is empty. Look at the rotations on the other end. 2 players by stairs. And then it is going to be Nobody coming in from the heaven. The Steel Garden does make them a lot weaker. And it should be enough for EDG to find the round. Time, very little. 10 more seconds. Baby Blue peaked and Gianni delivers a triple. Double digits for EDG. They need 2 more to try to force OT.
And the gamble paid off. And it makes sense, because I don't know about you, but I would never expect an operator to be out in a round like that. Like, they had to be very creative to find a way to make that happen, right? And that operator was actually so important. I also don't understand how Kong got away with that kill. And how he got away. Like, he was blinded, he was stunned, he was everything, and he just managed to get away from there. I am impressed. And now he has an operator. And it's 10-2.
Well,
Oh my goodness.
there it goes. Stu with the first. Kong, of course. We've talked about the antithesis. He has been the anathema for the previous round for JDG. But maybe this time they got the cure. Stu, 32 kills. I said he needed 35 to close this game out. To deliver 35, and he's 3 more kills. That would be a quad. That will definitely be the game if that's the case. They start off with a great opener, but the positioning of Chichu is everything in that round. Those 2 players coming through B main, they need to clear the Vice out. They're not ready, and they will not be checking. Chichu will have the timing. Classic in hand, he finds the right click, and that's the sight. Sure, open for them, but they open up more space. Baby Blue, Stu, and Jakuro. The 3 of them need to close off this round. Jakuro chimes in with 1, and they go back to the A side. The Nightfall buys enough time. They know that there's a player on the chase. But they're not really looking at the B side just yet, at least for 2 of those 3 players. Jakuro, again, presented with what should be a freebie, but he does not see the angle at time. But it is picture perfect on the cross. Now, nobody against the world. This is for Haven, where JDG's chances of playoffs, and Stu will not miss. 33 and 12. That is a carry performance if we have ever seen one. Not the 35, but he absolutely demolished what is totally, you know, like looking at the corrode, they were looking like EDG's out of JDG's league. Stu just grabbed them from heaven and brought them right down to earth.
Stu was like, I'm gonna cook, and he literally cooked. He made this in very good stew. But he also like, oh, this could have. I'm so happy Chichu didn't get more there, because that could have gone so wrong. But also Jakuro here, like his positioning. As soon as they could get confirmed that there's someone in B, he goes all the way to Rappel to make sure he can take that rotate. And I love that positioning from him. There was a lot of good plays from JDG. And again, we're not saying EDG were doing badly, because they were not. But I am very happy to see
they kind of were, to be honest. A few of those rounds were pretty winnable. Like, even the last round, that was pretty winnable if they just utilized the kill that Gianni got and try to play for their pacing instead. We see Kong trying to swing in with the operator in a bit of a risky peek. Speaking of which, that's Stu's time on the op. And yeah, it did come up big, but you see that kill? You see this round?
Yeah.
This round pretty much sums up why I think EDG lost that one. Like, on the corrode, they were always 1 step ahead. On this Lotus, it feels like that they were on even footing, and with Stu firing on all cylinders the way that he is, and the rest of JDG really having a much easier game, it just didn't really make a whole lot of sense for the rest of them.
Yeah, but I think, though, I will say the things we saw on Corrode that we didn't like from EDG are still very present here. I almost feel like their team play was better here. Does that make sense?
I mean, it does, but the thing is, Lotus is much more of an own quantity, and the quantity that we will consider here is a team comp.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I smoke.
Okay, just go in smoke, guys. Go in smoke.
Okay, I'm with you. I ban right side, okay, later. 3, 2, 1. I ban right side, okay?
Right side. 3,
I talk left side. Wait, ban it now. Ban it. 3, 2, 1.
2个回了 ，B 回了 ，B 回了。B 这边 ，B 这边。
Go back, go back. Oh, nice. I'm behind you. Open plan, guys. Open plan. 5秒人。放下吗 ？OK, hold CT。
两个。我这有个 B， 还有个。
我站上面了。OK。哎，我位 CT OK 燒。
霓虹在还在 B， 霓虹在 B。
我站那边给捆了。你击狗他出来行吗？行。我先不漏。把面。然后路。我这边霓虹没震，霓虹没震。我给完可以。霓虹没震。哎，到给 waterfall， 哎，到给 waterfall。呀。CT 一个。3, 2, 1。Nice, go waterfall。
霓虹80。
没有了。上个 CT，你看到？我给你演，等一下，给演了。谁忘了谁 ？Nice， 他也在好像。Nice，come on。
All right, welcome back. So that was look at Stu. Look at this. 10 multi-kills. Nah, fam. Also killed 2.4 KDA and what was I don't know.
I think that was like 224 damage per round.
Yeah, damage per round. I was like, what was that?
Yeah, that Lights out numbers, honestly. Lights out numbers. Hey, that is why, for me, JDG is the most entertaining team to watch. Look, I'll use some TMV terminology here. There's a lot of glue in this matchup, right? I'm not saying that this is clean Valorant, but it is for sure the most entertaining that we've seen today. If you want clean Valorant, go watch FPX, go watch XLG. This is where the fun is at, though.
Yeah, and I also was like, even I wouldn't call it glue. I feel like that's a little harsh.
Hey, but they are counting 3, 2, 1 on every play. That's what I do in my rank stacks. Like, that is glue.
Okay, maybe. But yeah, I love the 3, 2, 1. To be honest, because it's like we're all on the same page. God, 3, 2, 1. But I will point out that Kankan in the last map got an ACS of 346. So Stu beat that.
Yeah, by a margin.
By quite a margin. Was it 383?
Yeah, I think 383, 384, somewhere around that. Yeah.
Oh, sheesh. Like, what do you do? What do you say in that situation? Because here's the thing. Kankan was kind of the reason why Kankan and nobody was the reason they won on Road, right? I feel like.
Yeah.
Lotus, it was a very good stew with a little bit of like a sprinkling of his teammates, right? It was like a bowl of stew, and then the teammates were just like, I don't know.
It's basically Stu's playground, and everybody else is allowed to play it.
Exactly, right? So what do we do now? Like,
pray? Look, both teams are praying. Either if you're JDG, you pray that Stu goes back to back. If you're EDG, you're praying on his downfall. Like, please make him go back down to earth if we have any chance into this one.
Also,
well, guys,
really for Kankan as well, right? Because Kankan was kind of quiet on this map. He only got 14 kills.
Like for one of his best individual maps, he's pretty quiet on that Lotus. Well, we'll see what happens. JDG take their own map pick as per the JDG fashion. But if we let the trajectory run its course, it should be 2-1 for EDG. JDG will be hoping that will not be the case. So guys, go make your prayers, get your snacks ready, because this is going to be a cracker finale. Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Probably for the final time here today. Hopefully for the final time, there are no more games. And I don't think that neither my heart or my voice can really take much more of today's shenanigans. It is absolutely enthralling for today's matchup. The result that we've had, the highlights that we've had have been plentiful. But what I'm most concerned about is that how this Haven is gonna go. For the first time in this entire best of 3, we got a true mirror matchup between the two teams. So now it's just down to the individuals.
Yeah, and I was going to say the history for both of them is not that great on Haven. We've seen recently EDG, they played against Gen G and 100 Thieves and lost both of those matches. And JDG has played against Titan and Trace.
I mean, JDG basically have not won a Haven, I think.
I don't think ever.
Their last... Okay, so they didn't play it against XLG in Stage 1. In Stage 2, the games that they have played, I think that they've lost the Haven to Trace, if I'm not mistaken.
Titan and Trace,
yeah, they have lost the Haven to TEC. And if you lose to TEC, you walk into EDG, like, it's a completely different ballpark. They were able to grind that one out on the Sunset. That, of course, was not the option today. They were the team that had the pick of the litter, and they chose to go here between the final 2 maps. And now they will need to prove that their call was the right one. EDG on the defense side, and right now in China, Haven is very defender favored. So if they start off on a pistol, well, things are gonna go great for them. The Nano Swarm buys some time. The rest of the players from B are trying to swing on. They almost sign up. They will actually do just that. And they're gonna come to right click. Smoggy and Kong Kong each finding a kill. Chichu swarming in with another, leaving just Caitlyn and Jakuro. Now just the ladder, and Jakuro is able to find a kill. But the spike is nowhere near, and both Chichu and Jenny should have this round on lock.
Yeah, I think definitely they are very ready to see, like, Chichu has Garage and Jenny has Silong. He's just waiting. They're basically waiting for him to peek out. It's like, hello, where are you? And for Jakuro, he has to walk into their crosshairs. Wait, Chichu's, they're moving. Nope.
Oh,
doesn't matter.
Okay.
I think they've decided that he must be coming
but there's
from
a one-on-one.
Doors.
Representing duels. Oh, that could have gone very wrong. Thankfully enough, Chichu looks really sharp on the 3rd map. What are we at now? Like 4 out of 5 pistols for EDG, if I'm not mistaken?
Yeah. There was at this point it feels like a fluke that they got 1 pistol right. This little pincer move in middle was beautiful. Like, what do? You just run down by 5 players.
But it's predictable though. Like even ever since 2024, that has been the play on Haven pistol rounds. And you have garage control. You have the player at window. You could have gone for the big pinch. They just didn't even see that one coming, which is probably the most bizarre part to me. Again, you know, EDG adding to their pistol tally, and Jenny and Kong Kong both having good starts here. Of course, on the Marshall, it's pretty easy to farm those players, and I don't think that there are going to be any problems for EDG in that one, which is really important because right now it has been an ugly back and forth between the two teams, I'm going to be honest with you. So it's great to see some team actually having a semblance of stability in their game.
Baby Blue almost died to the KJ nade, to the nano nade. Just standing in a corner, like, it's like, oh, it feels, oh, this is a rough start for them. Like, Xiang had the right idea, and then this kill happens. But also, we were talking about earlier about the whole just walking in. And that's what we just saw in mid as well. Just walked in.
Yeah.
Just like, I'm just gonna walk in. And again, I feel like they just need to get going again, because they can play as a team, but
Kong Kong operator.
Yeah.
Dangerous territories for both teams. On the X-rays, you can see that there's an infestation of Zion deep into that Silong area. That's a lot of space that they're going to be occupying, of course, for JDG. But I feel like with the way that they're playing, they need to slow the pace down a bit. Love the drone. But also, love the counter read there from Smoggy. If it was just a tad a bit forward there, that would have been a drone denied. Instead, it opens up some space too. Apparently still firing, still pretty sharp. But Kong, speaking of the fire, third time that we heard the op in this matchup. Stu needs to trade, but Smoggy holding out a spray. And that is going to be a pair of kills. That is the bonus most likely converted. Just Jakuro on Zion. And right now, probably most of it is going to be on Zion because Jakuro is walking into the crossfire. He somehow actually works his way to the needle, finds the kill, but that's a spike down. Zion 1 on 3. One of which is a Kong that is holding the window and should pretty much have this round unlocked. The 1 on 2, the operator out in the open. It's dangerous territory. Zion TP's actually onto the left side. Not a lot of time left, and the operator's there. It was a gambit for sure, but it didn't work out.
No, I really like the in mid where nobody just walked out and was somehow missed. Missed him standing there. It was just like, wait, oh, I could get a free kill. But Smoky here steps beyond what I like. What? I'm his kill. But yeah, Smoky once again steps up and just shows why he is such a good sentinel. Like, he just is absolutely amazing.
Well, we'll see how things go. Kong again. Gianni has the right read. They know where Zion is, but are they even anticipating Stu? Oh, a little bit labored. Gianni still able to fire through at the end. And it's a great timing for Kong. He's a bit too far forward, though. That could be an optimal ring for a stinger. But the shoulder peek is great. Kong showing masterful understanding of angles, but unfortunately for him, also showing his tendency to perhaps be a bit too confident in himself. And that's a giveaway for them. 3 kills would be a great result. 3 people are down already for JDG, and they will force the Omen off the issue. Baby Blue leaving it down to a 1 on 2, but Chichu's not spotted by the dart. That means that they will need to take a dry duel, and it's a lot easier for the Vandal on that end.
Dagger so close for, once again for a frisky. No, that's not a frisky. Sorry, for a thrifty, right? We almost got a thrifty. Like it was a safe round, and we got really close. Kicklin, these kills, man. Unfortunately, a stinger doesn't do much in that distance, but it could have been another 50 for them. Oh, I love this. Very quick timeout. I do love this because clearly there are some things they could work on. You were already talking about like how they didn't really play off each other as much, and they need to shut down that operator immediately.
100%.
So I really like the fact that we have a timeout this quickly. I also feel like, is it just me, or are they back in the little? It feels like they're not playing with confidence again. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does make a lot of sense. And again, like it's one of those things for JDG, right? Like if they hit the ground rolling, they hit the ground rolling. It's sun don't shine, sun don't shine, as Hova has said himself. But well, we'll see how things go because, you know, Stu was pretty much putting everybody in the piggyback.
Yeah.
Do we even trust in somebody else? That's the real question.
I would love to see. I would love to see some of them wake up. I know that they have some. My brain is. I know that. Well, we saw Kicklin just do some beautiful shots, and Jakuro again. I've seen him do amazing things. So I know they can do it. It's just a matter of. I think the confidence needs to come back in, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, confidence going great. Those are 2 kills. There we go. That's the JDG that we know and love.
Yeah. Okay. Do you think they're EDG just gonna save at this point?
I mean, if I'm EDG, I was thinking about saving initially. That go from Smoggy might have made me flirtatious with the round, but I feel like with just nobody alive now, you would probably go for the save. I would wager. Like, yeah, like there's no way that they have enough credits. Oh, maybe oh, never mind. There's no way that they don't have enough credits, I mean.
Yeah, they
But
should have
even
money.
then, yeah, but even then, you just risk giving the orb. That's my one concern. Because if Jakuro gets that one or Stu gets that one, that's an ultimate guaranteed that they can use the next round, and that won't be the case. So, you know, we're blessed in that sense. It's a smart call from EDG, but straight off the back of the timeout, this time JDG will be able to convert.
Yeah, for sure. I'm happy to see it. Like, there's nothing worse. Is it Pacific where they have the efficiency of the timeout thing? Where it's like there's basically a stats for how efficient timeouts have been.
Yeah, whether the timeout converts in a win or not. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. I adore that. And really, that's what we want to see, right? We want to see a timeout that actually addresses the issues, and definitely here, it was a change of pace, right? They played more aggressively, and it worked for them. It was beautiful. Let's see if they can keep this up.
I mean, I hope, but you know, hopes and dreams are not reality. Kong still on the operator, despite it was in the previous round, so they've significantly invested in their own economy here. And Ultimate Economy is in a similar place for both teams, so there is a Hunter Series for nobody to utilize in case they want to play for the post-plant, but it's very clear. They are holding adamantly onto the site, onto the crossfire. They do force the Killjoy ultimate, and that is going to be nobody trying to capitalize on the back of that. They break it down. Jenny holding the line. A Baby Blue good on the trade. So they go 1-for-1. They force the Sofa off the site, but the overdrive might slow them down from actually approaching the A site itself. And I love this from Kong. Just opening the ultimate for the threat, slowing the pace of the round. JDG had the TP towards that C site, but Zion needs to win a 1-on-1. There are no other requisites here. Luckily enough for him, the C site is completely barred, and it does seem that EDG, maybe they just did not anticipate that is going to be the call, and Stu should actually find a freebie because Chichu is not looking safe for Zion, and Kong caught on the angle. They still know that the Viper is there somewhere, but I love this from Stu. Just make a rotate, go back for the Viper, double dip onto Chichu, almost losing their lives there. They're on 24 points of HP, so it makes a lot of sense to try to preserve your life as long as possible, as it's all going swell for your team on the other side. For Chichu, he notices everything goes wrong, and he does the right thing. You pick up the operator, your team should be broken the next round, and that is when you just say, okay, enough is enough. You know, we've had our fun. We've tried in a couple of different paces, but it's a lot more of ultimates actually being invested from the side of EDG for a weaker result, as they will 100% end up losing.
I agree, and also I do love as soon as the Viper pits pop, they left Stu, and Stu was pivotal here. I adore what he was doing. Oh, Chichu gets Kuro. They want this operator out of his hand, understandably, but that was what I was talking about on Kuro as well, actually. And before all of this, like at times, I feel like the use they have of Stu is just incredible, right? He's more than just a fragger. He is actually also one that can secure rounds in lurks or in a way of being a distraction, right? And it was, I love this play from them. It was, again, that's what we're talking about. They have some great ideas.
Yeah, they make absolutely excellent use of such ideas, which is going to be one of the main things that we talked about, you know, like using those ideas is the big part. EDG, maybe this time they got the better read. They didn't break the nanoswarm, they didn't break the alarm bot, but still the exact right play that you like to see when you're hitting the B site. Zion, backside, the attempt on the retake, slowed down by the util, but you cannot take the duels that much head up Jakuro. You need to slow down the pace. Even if you got the ultimates on your side, there's still a buy on the other end. An overdrive from Stu trying to emulate the same effect that they had at the other end. Kong very late in the round, same as Smoggy, caught up by KK, but KK needed to find more than that one kill because that might open up the pincer, especially with Kong being another angle. They line up for Jakuro, and even if they use lockdown now, it could be too little too late. Numbers are still in the favor of JDG. All they need to use, Poison Orb with that kill. That is the round done. Still tries to break Kong's ankle, but he wasn't up to the antics, and at least Kong, this time he's the one trying to save the operator. And it seems that will be the case. He's too fast, 2 Furious, and 2 dead from JDG as all 5 go down at the end.
I don't think that was intentional. I don't think they meant to die to that spike. That was a mishap. But I also want to point out that while Kang was flanking, I am pretty sure he saw Kicklin in spawn, and he could. He communicated it to the people in. That's why they swung him together in garage, right? Unfortunately, they lined up. But yeah, oh, there's a timer coming in from EDG.
Well, if it has the same effectiveness, they won the half. You know, if they get 3 rounds at the back of it, they're already on 7.
Yeah.
But the thing is, what are EDG supposed to do? Like, most of their defenses here on the Haven, for the most part, whenever they have played, is based on the operator of Kong. And if JDG continue to have the good reads like they've had for the past 2-3 rounds, where they either evade the operator or they set themselves up in a way that it is near impossible for Kong to actually be a participating member in the early exchanges, that neuters a lot of the value of the sniper. And I feel like for EDG, that is the main point that they need to discuss in this timeout.
Definitely. Yeah, and that's the thing you've heard before. EDG has a tendency to lean into Kong, right? And it's not just EDG. It's back in the olden days with Ascent, it was CNET and stuff like where if you have a very good duelist player who will just annihilate people, sometimes they lean too much into it, and then when the players shut down, they don't know what to do about it. So yeah, it's definitely. I'm very interested in seeing what their adaptations are going to be here, because so far it seems like we have 3 people on B, and that's it. But Kang is taking a pretty deep angle here. Let's see if he actually gets a connection. I do love the thank you. We have C-Long. I was going to say, if they dry peek this, I might actually lose my mind.
Well, they might re-peek it, which is even worse than dry peeking it initially. But no, they don't. They wasn't up to the antics. Look at that from EDG. 3 players on the angle. Danny in garage. It is only nobody here. And he's got such a devastating position. Just because when the cross from Jakuro happened, there's no way anybody else expected that to be clear. They still jump spot. It is perfect from JDG. The presence of mind that is usually not theirs. They will still instill their presence on this map. They fish for the pick, they find the lobby, and they pivot back instantly to the C site.
I love this from them. They're literally pushing and pulling EDG to go around and make mistakes. This is beautiful from JDG.
And that's the JDG.
All the time.
You expect to do C, but Kong is back. This time he's the one doing the peeking, but Stu beats him to the punch. And that should be the round over. That's Gianni and Smoggy. The former almost got on the relay bowl. The latter just hiding in a link. It should have been an easy one for Stu, but Gianni beats him to that peak. A little bit over-eager. Wrong dude is JDG. Yep. This time, KK is gonna be able to find the one. And KK is just able to back off 30 HP. Might even catch Gianni off guard. Knives out. The Bulldog again. In service. That's another kill. Upgrades to the Vandal. Not the worst thing in the world, but definitely not the result that we were expecting, because we were just talking about the efficiency of the timeout and for them not to find anything. And for JDG to come out better off in that round, that is very pivotal. Yes, like a couple of kills, but does it really shake the ship? I wager not. I don't think so.
I was very worried they were going to give him 3 kills there. I was like, guys, please no. No. But yeah, I don't even know what to say here. Like, first of all, the fact that Stu checked that when they had a player in Suez. How would that's we complained earlier on on Icebox that they didn't check corners. I guess now they definitely do. And look what it gives you. That if they hadn't got nobody there, they might have lost that round. Like, because nobody was good for it. I definitely believe he would have gotten 2 or 3 there.
Yeah, maybe, but in reality, nobody from the side of EDG was actually good enough to take the round. I'm just gonna keep rolling with the puns. I'm sorry.
I love it. I love me a good pun. Yeah. Okay. I was gonna say, just dry peeking an operator. All right.
I mean, it was an up-and-up battle. Like, it's a head-to-head, but like Kong's notorious for how good he is on that. Danny up close with the stinger. Of course, as we said, like other than the operator, the rest of the buy is pretty weak, and JDG not repeating them good old tendencies of just re-peeking the angle incessantly here. They spot 2 players at the angle. I say that. They still pivot towards the A side. They know where Kong is of the real, but they just couldn't shoot in time. Now Gianni swings. 2 from Jakuro. And Kekelin is able to find another. It's 4-4. The pit is down from Jakuro. Understandably so. It doesn't want to be the one planting. He's on 2 points of health. But the pit is there. Chichu takes down Kekelin. And a chance maybe Smoggy is going to be able to spray him down through there. And just like that, we've seen 1 throw from EDG. Now JDG returns the favor.
Yeah, I'm a little worried when you could confirm there are 3 people on site, one of which has an operator, and you still push it. I mean, that worried me a little bit, I'm not gonna lie.
I mean, their early exchange was good. It was just about that early kill. You know, like the trading protocol are decent. They just didn't really find the right timing to kill Kong without him actually finding more. Which is the real problem.
And then another one was also unfortunate timing on putting down the Viper's pit. Because he Jakuro was on 2 HP. So he needed that sort of insurance policy basically. But he didn't know how close they were, right? And that's why they lost, because they were too close. It's
they still are close though in this round. And it's a pretty dangerous one, because there's going to be an econ reset for them. They do use the lockdown. No ultimates from the side of EDG to counter that, but I've seen teams before using on A short. I don't know about the usage directly on that B side. It buys you more space, sure. But what are you going to be able to do with it, Stu? Finding a kill. Gianni there on the angle. Force out the relay bolt, and suddenly they just got a deadlock hold at the side, but it's broken through by nobody. 2 players there in A link, and Stu needs to come up clutch. He's spotted by the first reveal, second one as well. He buys the time, but Chichu besting at that end. Kong buying more space. Jakuro not a part of this duel. Kong again, still keeping the Viper in waiting. It's an advantage for JDG. Now brought back. It's back to that even. Dante 3 comes in. That is a spike denied for the most part. The smoke phase, they find that kill. It's another util kill. Gianni walks in a bit early. And it just, unfortunately, a little bit sketchy from EDG again.
I don't know. This is absolute chaos. Just... First of all, they get in this duel, Jakuro and Kong, I cannot believe happened. Also, this last kill here on the util, you're just like, oh no.
Yeah. Like, you know, EDG's coach cam, whenever things like these happen, it's really funny. But we'll see. I mean, it's all fun and games for JDG until you lose another Thrifty.
Oh, look at this. We have a 4-1 situation where they are pushing out from A. This might actually be pretty scary. Again, they always leave... I do love the fact that they always leave 1 agent here. We'll see if Kekelin can get something and not give a gun over.
Well, that's 1, 2, 3. And it could be a quad kill. That it will be a little bit labored, but now he's on for the ace. Smoggy at the other end of the universe. Yeah, he's going for it. You know, much like EDG, hyping up Gianni, telling them go for the ace. You look at JDG, they're like, can we find Smoggy? Now they do, and they're just gonna run it down. The hounds are on. Smoggy's running for his life, but look at that chase. They're hungry. They are eating. They want that one. Smoggy's trying to at least go back to the spike, so he guarantees his death. So it will not be an ace, but it will still be quite the highlight for Kekelin.
Oh goodness. goodness! I want the Benny Hill music for this scene so bad. Give me the Benny Hill music. He just got them to run the entire map.
No ace for you, my friend.
Look at this! That absolute goodness, Benny Hill clip. I wanna. This is why we love Valorant, isn't it? Not just the great and amazing plays, but also the absolute hilarious silliness that we see at times. I adore this.
Yeah, it is pretty silly, not gonna lie, but it would be a lot sillier from JDG if they're not able to close out this one with a 7. So we'll see how things go at the end of this one too. Popping the overdrive. That should be decided then and there. Not a fan of this push. But if they do find Smoggy, it should be a freebie. Smoggy still escapes with the life of the Vipers. Zion and Kong Kong trying to do work. There comes Kong Kong. Now it's all down to Kekelin. He comes in at the right time. Could catch Kong Kong off guard. The laser is still there. Pow, pow, there you go. And once again, just like the Lotus, the two teams are dead even.
Yeah, again, here it was. Before they'd even planted, there were 4 people from EDG there because they have 3 people mid, and that makes that positioning so strong because you can fastly rotate as soon as someone's outside. You can go offside, and then you can retake really fast. And that's what happened here. Also, this timing with Smoggy really was unfortunate. And then of course Kankan and the lasers, the pew-pews. He's just overdrive. Again, a good overdrive player is scary. It's a 6.5. Did you expect that?
I mean, I definitely did. Again, like JDG, grindy games, EDG, much the same. So it does make a ton of sense when you actually, you know, like look at that comparison and how things would go for this matchup. But EDG are looking shaky. Like that play on the operator from Kong Kong.
Yeah.
Not convincing. Not convincing.
Ooh, what's the... Oh, this is asking what's your most common play on Corrode?
Yeah. I think one of which is like push and the other is just a play passive, maybe.
Yeah, I was gonna, and one is like W gaming and the other is scout.
Ooh, yeah, okay, so the top one is actually taking mid aggressively.
Yes.
So like that's the play that we've seen in map 1. I feel like I'm with everybody who's just going to the bottom. Like I walk into Corrode, I try to set up something, and I just realize it's too much work. I'd rather just play deadlock, set in sight. I got my util set up, and you know, I just try to take it nice and slow, which is something that EDG will need to have in this pistol. They need to slow down JDG. If they repeat what EDG have done and they try to pincer towards that window position, it will be nightmares for EDG. They cannot afford to lose this one. Remember, their playoffs will go a lot smoother if they win this one. They win this one, they're 3-1 up. They are guaranteed their spot from Group Alpha. They don't. They're 2-2. JDG are 2-2. Tai Lu are 2-2. And suddenly everyone in Group Alpha are under a ton of threat.
And we've switched ties. we have attackers on B, and then we have about, what is it, four defenders currently in the attacker spawn. I do like this push out. Well, Timmy's not gonna say anything because he's behind them.
Yeah, he's a friend in me, you know. We got a friend in Timmy. But do JDG have any friends in this one? Timing is everything. I believe that KK spotted that one, but Smoggy still ends up with the life of Jakuro. So EDG starts off well. The post plant is picture perfect. It's so crisp. Not a single casualty as it goes to the flawless.
That was beautiful from them. So that's what was it? 5-1 for pistols?
Yeah, 5-1.
Yeah, 5-1.
So that one is a fluke. Yeah, that one is a fluke for sure.
The one was a fluke. I will say one thing for those of you who are going, are JDD cooked? No, there is some copium and hopium and all of it because supposedly.
Wow. Twice, Smoggy? Twice. Raptor the frenzy.
He's nasty with that frenzy. But supposedly, ADG are worst or not good on attack on Haven. Their win rate is 27.
Well, that is a lot more confident there from EDG. 2 though starts off really well with that opener. And those classics can do damage. You're already down 2. There's no room for error here, EDG. JDG are ready to hunt. I love the fact that they didn't get over eager to try to recover the guns. They gave them the space to keep the Bulldogs, but in the same time, they took away just about enough for them to be suffocated in this map.
Yeah, I was gonna say, are we just cursed today? Is it just any sort of saving round is gonna be this? This absolute.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of being cursed.
They'll clear it, right? They'll clear it. They'll clear it. Yeah, they did. Okay.
Okay. I was about to lose my mind.
Yeah, no room for complacency, but there is a room for Baby Blue to actually get a Bulldog and see how far they can drive this round. Right now, Spike is planted. It's all the way across. I like the fact that they're both playing towards C-Long together. And they must anticipate Baby Blue to come from that part of the map because the gun is there. They're lining themselves up. Baby Blue is gonna have to fight the elevation, but it's perfect from nobody. Straight shot to the dome. Still, they lose 3, and that's always the magic number in a Thrifty.
It really is. In the second round, you in the force buy especially, you do not want to lose 3. You do not want to lose the expensive weapons as well. How do they need to rebuy? I didn't check if they needed to rebuy ammo. If they do that as well, that is even more of a cost, right? Doesn't look like it. No, because we have the regen armor.
Yeah, at least
nobody is fine. And the regen armor as well. You can kind of continue that on as well. So now we have a full buy versus leftovers, and we can see they have bought another Bulldog into it.
Well, okay then. That is like disturbing to see. Like the accuracy to the smoke is great for a Sentinel player, but that pretty much ruins the plans for the other end. If you are on the side of EDG right now, like you really got no other option but to back off, leave C, which would have been one of your best choices. You know, you just try to overwhelm the players on the C side. Now, not really in your hands. You need to play Garage, and the smoke is going to open up some space. But if you look at JDG, they should be ready for a quick flood retake.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to go C, and it doesn't look like it right now. It looks like they might actually try and go in B, and they have garage control, which is very important. But I am, yeah, it was like, hey, do you want to come in here? Oh, where did he teleport? Oh, he just peeked. I was like, both me and Stu fell for that one. Was like, where did he go? No, he just did it. But Chichu. Oh, Chichu.
He opened up space. Look at the rotations coming in. But they even spotted the Omen. They need to find the shots though. Baby Blue finding Kong there. Might be the whole round on his end. Chichu with a pairing. Gianni with 1. And now Zion. The staff is holding the round over. Support has come in. And KK is going to find another. It's all down to Gianni in a 1-on-1.
No way.
Phantom, one-shot headshot. He spotted him TPing. But he doesn't know where. And Gianni's only on 25 HP. The regen comes in, it kicks him up to 50. So he has 2 shots that he needs to deliver. And Gianni speaking that one, right click from the classic would have been enough. But KK then is able to hold down the round, and JDG live to fight another day.
They do, but it was expensive. It was so expensive. Like, as a bonus, I would be okay with this, wouldn't you?
Yeah. So, I mean, I would definitely be okay with that one. But again, it shows the same signs of the problems, right? Like them not being able to play off each other in the side itself.
Yeah.
That is a problem. But for the other end, really, like those were such good shots from Smoggy that you can't really fault the players from EDG there.
No, it's Chichu as well. Like, Oh my goodness, it's
我先去了。
it's like when you just the idea was good, but the execution just went into someone who could do that. Okay, good trade. No.
Well, that is an execution for sure, and it leaves it in a 2-on-2. This time, Chichu will take down maybe blue in that duel. Is kicking in again, but this time he got 5 points of health, and they're going in a 1-on-3. Like if the odds were ever against them, this is the time. It would be a true miracle, and yeah, it should be easy as that. Double digits for EDG. And they are on 7. This is where I take a timeout and try to restructure things.
I would like a timeout here as well. That was absolute chaos on Zilong. I'm not gonna lie. There was a good trades, and then it went really wrong. I think it lined up. Yeah. And then this.
That was easy.
I don't understand. Do you understand why he tried to push them with 5 HP and a gun? Because I am a little confused.
I mean, it's very clear. Like, look at JDG. They already had a buy anyways in the next round. So it's like, we try to do as much damage to them as we can just to do things like these.
I mean, to be fair, Chichu was getting a little confident there. I will say that. Because that was what he did last round. That's a Viper down. That's a pretty big...
But if there's something that would be great for the side of JDG here, would be that it's Chichu that went down, so no pit on the retake.
Exactly. No pit. The wall's gone. There's no orb. Oh, and Stu. The timing! The timing! How did it? Kankan just leaded him!
Yeah, and that's not just the shot. That's not just the kill. That is not just the equalizer. That is the A site back in business. And EDG have found a home in this round. The lockdown comes in. No ultimates from the other side, so they'll need to respect that presence. Nobody still got that. The timing is everything. Smoggy beats Jakuro to the punch. And now the lockdown is dead. They still got a player in hell. And they will need to clear the high-low. They identified that, but apparently that goes to the wrong place, and that leaves the round all in the hands of Zion. He spots the one. Significant damage, but not enough to push them off the angles. And now instead, it is EDG who are springing forth, trying to take those duels, but they'll be on a foolish errand to take Zion down initially. At least Kong right there. Once again, the Slayer is up, and he is ready with one in the chamber. Is this gonna be the coup de grace?
It might be, it might be. I love the little kiss. Little kiss might be a kiss of death. This teacher got a little overconfident there, but Stu here, and especially Smoky here, I love that Smoky was immediately went. They might push from, like, they might flank here, so I'm gonna go protect my silver player. I love that. It was a beautiful play. So it's gonna be interesting. There's a timeout coming, as expected. What do you say?
I feel like it's a round too late though. Like, I wanted it the previous round because you had the weapons, you had the lockdown, you could have made a play where you know that you can trade the Hunter's Fury.
Yes.
For the lockdown, and then you have a better retake. And for me, the biggest part is when you know that there are two players there playing the high-low and hell, sending the paranoia to default is just an awkward decision. I guess like it is pretty much the default, you know, the protocol that you're trained to. But that little bit of adaptation is where ADG is pulling ahead in those 3 rounds.
Yeah, exactly. I'm really wondering what to say here, because at the end of the day, it's not even the Kong operator here, right? It's on the attack. And we're going back into a save round. Proper save round. Look at this. We have a ghost and 3 sheriffs.
And the timeout came at the wrong time. Sure, you got an overdrive, but are you basing your entire round off of one thing that Stu can do? Well, Stu has delivered so much previously, but already, there's Jakuro. Zion spotted upwards, and that should be another one. That's round done. This is 11 then and there. You lose both of your smokers. If EDG just plays at their own pace, it should be game though. It should be game over. Like, it should be good night here.
Also, who gave him who gave him the gun to farm, right? Who was it that thought the outlaw was the way to go? Oh, Smoky finds Kicklin. He doesn't get an ace this time, at least, but it's still doable. I loved when you buy an outlaw against an eco because you can just farm. As I was saying.
Oh, Stu took the time. Kong with an even better shot on the slide. So it's gonna be 11. We got 2 more for the other end, and the man of the hour cometh EDG, cometh Kong.
Yeah, we were talking about how he wasn't really showing up in the last map. I feel like we're back. He's back. We've definitely gotten him back, and that's great to see. He's on 19 and 11 currently, which is just absolutely horrendous. Like, that should be allowed, compared to Stu, who's on 13 and 15. So Stu is not as hot as he was last map, unfortunately. Kicklin is doing his best though. He's fracking, but the rest of the team needs to get on his level, I think, if we... And they need to shut that down.
Here's the thing. We talk about it. JDG are diamonds in the rough. EDG, they've been under the pressure time and again. They are the OG team in China. They are world champions.
Yeah.
They've tasted victory and they've even tasted bitter defeats. More bitter. And they've ever won. So they know exactly what to do in situations like these. It's not their first rodeo here, Gimson, and for sure, it's not the first time that Kong takes that duel. This time, neither him nor Stu find the value. Not a lot of time left, and they're going back towards that ace site, and that is going to be a problem, a big one for Jakuro in this round. He's been one of the better performing player, but he cannot afford a miss. Stu back on the angle. This time Chichu punishes, and they will speed into the site itself as Kong goes for the angle. Chichu again utilizing the distraction, and Kong on the rifle, able to do the work. Just 2 more players. 100%. They'll attempt it because they don't want to give over a match point. They're going to be able to afford to buy anyway in the next round. But now it's all in the hands of Zion. He was the reason they won on the last time they played against each other in Evo. This time he cannot even land a single shot properly. He had to dance. Ring around the rosies we go. Well, the rosies, they might wilt here. One final round. And EDG will make JDG repeat the same curse for what is the 4th time in a row.
Yeah, I think that was the round, wasn't it? I think this was genuinely the round. This was do or die, and it seems like JDG, unfortunately, I don't want to say chose because they didn't choose, but it was die. Today was die, and it's painful because you can see that they have great ideas. You can see that they're doing awesome things, and it's just small little mistakes there.
Yeah, well, there comes the mistake, but this time they actually make up for it big time. Welcome back to the turf. They're bringing the heat, and there is still a pulse in this haven.
Also, it was Kicklin again. What is he on now? Is he on 20-something? He is having a banger of a map. Is he on 17?
Yeah.
I don't know if it's refreshed.
I mean, he was on 17 before the round started, right?
Yeah, so now he's on 21.
Yeah, such a great round. Again, like, Stu died pretty early, but it's great that the rest of the team were ready for the trades, and just look at how crisp it was from KK then. Like, that's exactly what you want.
So impressive.
But the real problem is, job's not done.
No.
They can't just rely on that one round. Chicho himself is already on 21. The rest of the team are also firing on all cylinders. 22 for Kong. They need 4 more rounds on the side of JDG. Their ultimate economy is not looking the best, and they will need to hope that they are able to hold the line for now. Another TP comes in. It's a back and forth, and they've invested a lot of utility for the side of JDG. Now KK trying to repeat defeats that they've had in the previous few rounds. C-Long is locked. Garage is not the answer. And JDG might want to repeat back towards that A side. Nobody is in a great spot. Might catch two off guard. Instead, the Neon is able to evade back to safety. He anticipates a pretty aggressive push, but it's actually a lot of a slower pace from the side of EDG. Once again, trying to pick their moments. They can be explosive when necessary, but for now, they're reducing the value of the sniper. The wall up, and EDG closes. Stu needs to find another shot. Not the time to miss. He's holding the line for short. Concon beat him to the punch this time. Baby Blue holds. A second for him, a third. And JDG will do it again.
My heart can't take this, guys. I'm falling apart. No, what? The fact that he got 4 standing there is just not okay. This from Stu was beautiful, but Baby Blue gets 1, 2, 3, 4. How is Chicho not swinging him?
I mean, it's clear and obvious. They have an objective. They want to clear the players in backside and then go back and clear the angle. But it doesn't work when Baby Blue is frying. And speaking of frying, Stu again is on one. We were talking about the silver bullets. A coup de grace. But no rest for the Wicked goes JDG. And they will need to deliver Wicked and quick death. Stu once again. The sniper proves to be their greatest ally. And they would have been looking for more. Thankfully, EDG bought themselves some solace, but they're already down 2 players. No more Kong, no more Gianni. You need to rely on the veterans to carry over the plate.
How's the financial situation for EDG? Are they going to go on a thrifty, or they're going to have to save, right?
I feel like they would still... I mean, there's the thing. EDG, they would wait for a mistake. I think they will try to go for 1 pick. And if the person that is speaking dies, which probably should be nobody because he's the one that's going to gain value of losing his life with an orb at least. If they don't find a pick on the A side, they just go back, you know? They go for the save. I feel like they're already committing for the full save as it is. Just making sure that they cannot be peaked from the other end because remember, they lost 2. You don't know how many other players are in the A side. They've only seen Stu.
And JDG are playing this so beautifully. They have they have C-Long control because of Timmy. They have garage control because of the bot. And we have Kickerlin looking mid. It might just be a complete save.
It is. Yeah, look at them. They're not moving a muscle.
Nope. Because they were gonna, if they move, they run into 4 people. I understand this because their financial situation does not, like, they would go on an eco, right? So they need to save. And they can afford it. They have to win just 1 of the next 2
there he is.
rounds.
There he is. If there is a legend, there is a legend killer. And he incarnates that in name. He's looking to bring down the myth. And well, if you take down the Pantheon, you might as well become one afterwards.
Yep. And this is it. This is it. If they don't win this, there's a good possibility we might see some overtime. So they're going to do everything. And I look at how passive they're playing here. They want JDG to make a mistake. I love this from them.
I mean, this has been their bread and butter on attack. They wait for JDG to make plays because JDG is one of the teams that are actually, I would say, probably one of the weakest in the league when it comes to then playing from a passive position. They're the team that needs to make many plays, many stunts of aggression on their defense to find their full value. That's how we've seen Stu find a double kill to seal off the last round. This one, still a very competitive purchase from EDG. Kong can close up the distance, make this judge effective. He's already in a good position, but time, again, not their favor, not their ally. And they'll need to clear a lot of space. They need to work their way through A lobbies too. Not detecting much on B. I would probably risk it all here on that B side because they will know that eventually somebody's there. He saw him too little too late. He needs to find a shot again. No wall is an enemy. No Kong is too much, but maybe he is. He found the angle. He's already in back sight. He's gone back to his beloved. It's a 4-on-4. And the Viper pit is on. Everything riding for this one for JDG. Stu found the first kill, but they cannot extract Kong out of the angle. Try as they might. The AWP is holding strong. The TP's on the angle. Kong's still alive. Jakuro extracts him. Now they need to take care of the other three. There's a player on the spike itself, and the shorty is in the perfect kind of range. The pit is still on. They try to go for the spray. That's one more. All down to baby blue on Zion, and it's gonna be Chichu to find the double kill. And the Pantheon stands strong. They may be Titans. They may be similar in name, but they are not the same. EDG steal themselves, and they take down the Dark Horse, and they put them down under.
Down under indeed. I cannot believe what we just saw. There was a split second where I actually believed they might do it. Because Chichu got a kill, so they knew where he was, that they could spam back towards Chichu. They could have done it.
That is heartbreaking.
Instead, yeah, this is heartbreaking. Especially the comeback. It was starting. Like, if they'd gotten that, we could have seen overtime. Because, again, it would have been in eco. Oh... It's really heartbreaking because it was not a walkover. It was very close on Haven, a map that they do not play.
And with the amount of pistols that EDG has had in this series, by the way, if they lost one of those pistols, this would have been a very different game. Maybe JDG would have been the one to win it. At least they know what to work on. But unfortunately for JDG, I think that this means that pretty much their season is all but over. Their hopes should be down the drain. It's just going to be the head-to-head against Tyloo. They too lose, and JDG are able to find a win in their final matchup. For EDG, they're happy enough. They slot themselves in the playoffs. It was this kill right here. Stu bringing out the shorty, taking the peek instead of backing up and trying to play for the distance. That was the difference maker. And once again, Kong being the player to tip the scales for EDG.
Honestly, and this round from Smucky as well. There's been so many rounds where the players of EDG have just shown like little stars skill. Still makes me laugh. But again, the individuals stepped up and delivered. And as you said, it was not the JDD perchance were had bad ideas. It was more that they would get impatient and then make mistakes, and you cannot do that against ADG. They will immediately clock in on it. They will be like, yeah, you made a mistake, you're mine now, I own you. And it's so clear. And Stu, honestly, shout out to Stu, he did incredible. I kind of want to see like where he ended up at the end of this, because he's been fracking out. He was, if this is correct, he was in 65 kills at the end of this. That's just that is absolutely mind-boggling beautiful.
Yeah, but then you gotta remember, like, it's been a tough game for JDG in total. Sure, Stu is great. He went 65 and 50 at the end of that one, but we'll touch upon that a little bit later. We're gonna head to the team comps now.
小心右手，万子你要小心右手，我是架左手。A 小能出来，我剑被打了。好好好，
车库中路压了一个，反轻中路，反轻中路，去反轻中路。
还要我帮你架吗？
不要，他反轻中路。然后中路压，中路能走，直接走到脚下来的，你要不直接把飞机交了。
开飞机。
脚下收下。
开道具的。
左边看一眼。B 包点一个。
来包点上。
欧门 ，B 包点上面是欧门好像。
好，我能抽一枪 B。
小门我去电源道具吧。
A 大一个 ，A 大开飞机了。多大开飞机？他没看到吗 ？B 包点上面下把了，把 B 点道具清了，可以回收 A。这边有火，
这里有火，
我能封烟。
我帮你们架小门吧，你们去拆吧。
B 点火开了，对面。
来收 A。
This one。
一号。
狙吗？对面你。
对。
我先去了。
我一个人摸 A 小吧，你去吧。对。
他们。
你 A 小开枪，我就推黑，可以来提了，直接
来，真的，我们俩换一下枪。
3、2、1，我封2楼烟了，我要推黑了。
开什么大招？一会儿
我开警大大。A 小白牌，
打完直接提走。
来推了。欧门 TP， 我被救了。包点，烟里还有个白牌。我在加屁股，
走在。
二楼全跳。
我不 TP 了，还没踢。
警家在欧门吧。
我在加屁股，没事，我在带屁股。
不用几家枫叶了，几家不用枫叶了，我能加。
没封。
加完包帮他看2楼。
2楼我在看2楼帮我补个枪就行了。
左边，
他只能跳2楼的。
哦，他开大的。
2楼的。
我给你拉上来，这张。
2楼，
还剩吗 ？Nice，Let's go。
Well, who else but the main man took over Corrode. He was the difference maker here. 7 to the 8 of Corrode. That is a devastating tally for Kong. Almost 300 ADR here. This was as close as it could have gotten Gimson, but in reality, you gotta say, if JDG, that's the reality of JDG. You know, they're a dark horse for this reason. Their parts are pristine, but it's very rare when you see all 5 show up at the same time, and that's when you see here KK Lin, 20 and 18, 17 and 19 first 2, but the rest of the team leave a little bit more to be desired.
Yeah, it seems like they, as we were saying, they were outgunned a bit, and also at times it feels like they were, the synergy was wrong, which is interesting because their team plays were great, but they were just timings were off, and maybe it's just to do with practice. I mean, ADG, if our players who have, or most of BDG are players who have a pedigree or have like experience, and I don't know, JDG, I feel like they still need to sort out some kinks, but I do think there's hope. That's what we've been talking about today. They are a dark horse, but there is definitely a lot of hope for them. And yeah, I don't know. What do you think? Do you agree with me? Like, again, it was 13 to 10. Yeah, Corrode was not good.
I mean, if there is hope for JDG, it's gotta be their next matchup against Tyloo. That pretty much will seal their season. They need to win that matchup. For Tyloo, I think that's the only game that they have left. So this is basically their entire season riding on that one. It came this close from taking games from Billy. It came like 3 rounds away from winning against EDG. And you know what? Like, I'm a little bit sad for them because they got a special place in my heart. But I'm really happy for EDG because this is an ugly win. Yes, it's not going to be satisfactory for the team, but you will take that. You know, like in football, for example, like, you know, from my side of the world, soccer to the fellow Americans, they say in league play, it's all about the ugly wins. It's not about when you're playing tic-tac football. It's not about when you're performing to your highest level. It's about when you're at your floor and you're still able to scrape through, and that is what they provided here today.
Yeah, a win is a win, and especially when you are able to clutch it through when you're struggling or things aren't smooth that you're not at your caliber that you're used to. It is definitely a thing. But we are going over to the interview now, so let's see.
选手来接受我们的采访。Hello， 杰尼。
Hello， 大家好，我是 EDG 的杰尼奇。
欢迎，非常精彩的一场比赛，而且 EDG 在今天这场比赛里可以说给我们带来了很大的惊喜。在沿海矿镇这张地图上，我们居然见到了 Nobody 的夜路，可以说都没有想到，吓了一跳。那这套阵容你们大概研究了多久？
They were asking about the Corrode combo Novios and Euro, and asking like how long they kind of investigated.
时间，但是感
And
觉
he
有
says
着很
about
高
4 to
的
5
熟
days.
练度。我想问一下，这个决斗是 Nobody 自己的选
And
择吗？
nobody chooses role
刚好
himself.
其实也算教练组的选择吧。王哥现在和球球双指挥，然后可能他就放开了一点他的开枪火，然后
And he says that after like kind of sharing the IGL duties with Chichu, he can play like more
顺理成章
freely.
玩的也非常的出色。那其实你自己也是一个夜路专精，玩的很好嘛。那你评价他今天这
And
个
how do you
夜
rate
路
his
觉得
Euro
怎么样？
today?
今天是大王。
He's like he's the big king
大王
today.
表现非常出色，而且不光是王哥，可以说杰尼在今天表现的也让大家觉得非常的惊喜。你今天拿到了属于自己的 ace， 而且过去这段时间里，其实你经历了很多的历练，但是我们现在无疑可以感受到，现在的杰尼无论是能力上还是心态上都更加成熟了。能不能给我们聊一下过去这段时间的成
And
长？
how do you think you've grown as a player throughout all these ups
在
and
下
downs?
面刚好玩的是契合这个版本的英雄吧，然后就练呗。
And it's just that I'm just practicing the agents that are good in
确
this
实我们可以
version.
看得到，
Just
因为
keep
你现在为了
practicing.
让队伍玩的舒服，其实尝试了非常多的位置。那面对现在这样位置的轮换，会有一些不适应吗？
And were you ever like not used to these new
可能就
rules?
比较都还可以，除了夜路吧，然后其实都就挺好的。
And he's like, oh, it's all
玩
pretty
的
good,
都
like
挺
maybe
好的，而且
except
平常
your.
自己 rank 的时候也喜欢玩各种不同的英雄。
啊，对的。
对，而且赢下了今天这场比赛，你们也确认晋级了季后赛，大家都非常的开心。但是小组第一是可以直通6强的，所以说接下来的比赛也是至关重要的。那接下来的比赛，在赛前你有什么想要自己分享的心情，或者想和大家说
And
的
do you
话
have anything to share with us before like the next match, where you can try and get the
尽力
first
拿下
seed?
最后一场，弥补上个赛段的遗憾。
And he's like,
一定会
we're
尽
trying to
力
like
弥补所有的遗憾
kind
的。
of redeem
再次
ourselves
感
from
谢杰
like
尼接受我
last
们的采
stage.
访，我们今天的赛后采访到这里就全部结束
And
了。
that's it for
接
the
下来
interview.
让我们把镜头交还给解说席。
Well, you know, it would have been out of this world if at the end of 2024, you would have thought that the players from EDG would say, what we need is redemption. But here we are. This satisfactory stage 1. Not the best of performances at the EWC either. So, like, internationally, they've been off the wrong foot. Domestically, they've been bested time and again by Billy and XLG now. Trace is rising up again to be another contender. But they're a bit of an up and down team, you know, much like JDG. Unfortunately for JDG, it does seem that their downs always end with them losing series. But it was a valiant effort from them. I'm gonna remember this game very fondly. It was probably the most fun I've ever seen in Stage 2. Maybe the most fun game of the year. You gotta say, not the cleanest Valorant, so if you're here for like high-level tactical play, that's not the one. But if you're here for a roller coaster of emotions and just a pristine display of skill, I think that this is the game for us.
Definitely. And I will say, no, we didn't have the highest tactic play, but we did have some good little macro plays that you can definitely steal if you have a little premier team or whatever. But yeah, it was, I think, games like these where it's more emotion and you're like, as we said at one point, like my heart can't take anymore because you're just like, what does this round happen? How did this happen? What are you doing half the time? I think I yelled at one point, what are you doing? Because it felt like they were just, you know, full on. I kind of feel like it's a vibe team. Does that make sense? The JDG is kind of a little bit of a vibe team where it's like if the vibes are great, they were running, and if the vibes are iffy, they're doing iffy things.
Yeah, but well, that's the thing. They'll need their vibes and everything. They'll need, if this is like Super Saiyans 2, they'll need like SSJs 2 next time around, because their entire hopes of ever making an international appearance will rest on that matchup. They went against Tyloo. They're going to be the 4th team. Sure, they're the 4th seed. They'll start from the lower bracket, but it's better than not making it. Tyloo looked dangerous at the start of the stage. And they won't be on for the next time, but it will be FBX, who lost the top seed of Group Omega. They'll be taking on All Gamers. This is an important game for Wolves. And on the other end, Trace are looking to solidify their top spot. I know, like, it's All Gamers, FBX, but both teams are already locked. Like, if you've seen Group Omega, it's All Gamers, FBX, and XLG. And it's basically 2 races to who's gonna be the final seed, who's gonna be the 4th place. You got Wolves, DRG, and Omega. Alpha, you got Tyloo and JDG. At least for Tyloo JDG, their own fate lies in the head-to-head. For DRG and Wolves, this is like everybody just grabbing their calculators, nail biters happening, like begging for people to step up. You know, this stage, I would say, it's been really reinforcing for me in total. Because, you know, while I am unhappy about Wolves basically crumbling after their great international appearance, you know, XLG are back. EDG are reforming into a much better team now that they've fully played around rotating both ZJC and Gianni in the roster, especially with Gianni playing the controllers.
Yes.
Trace are looking good. FBX with Ligeia are actually a tactical team in China. So, you know, we definitely have a lot of good things going on at the moment.
Yeah. No, I adore Trace as well. I really I've been a fan of them for ages, so I'm happy to see them bounce back after their bit of a rough time. And yeah, predictions.
My poor little heart.
Yes.
And,
yeah.
Thank you, Magdalene, for bringing me more sadness. I just got out of the phase now. Now I'm gonna have to go back in denial. Fortunately, the truthers had it. The truthers had it, but me and Infinity had a dream, you know.
Yeah, no, and it almost happened as well. As I said at the beginning of this, like I threw this prediction out a couple of weeks ago, and before today I considered changing it, but I felt a little rude being on the day being like, I switched. But I really wanted to see JDG win, and the worst part about it is they could have. It was small little things, like you said. If they had a pistol on Haven, they could have pulled it through. It hurts so bad. It's like I have a friend who I've talked to a couple of players before, and they say the worst losses are the ones where you could have pulled through. It's like 13-3. We forget about it. We clearly were outmatched. We'll look at what we did wrong, but it doesn't matter. But the ones where it like small changes could have made it through, and this one I feel like JDG will really. That's the one that they will remember, because
no time. Unfortunately for them, there's no time for that. Their game is going to be on the 3rd, so on the Sunday. We still got more games, by the way. It's a cram-packed schedule here still.
Yes.
For Project Horizon and VCT China. So if you tune in tomorrow, Kordan, Neori, Crafty, and Kets will be guiding you throughout the 2 games that you've seen previously. But just to remind you, All Gamers FPX for one, Trace TEC for the other. So, you know, 4 spots on the line, solidifying the seeding, a lot of entertaining stuff. Of course, as well, a big thank you to Timo and Charlotte that were here earlier. Thank you for being alongside me. You know, it has been a pleasure. Yeah. And of course, you know, I feel like I just want to owe the greatest of thanks to groups of people. Our translators here, whether it is Juntuki or BDOS, because the amount of context that we actually get from being able to interpret not just the press conferences, but also like the Chinese social circles on Bilibili and all the other things. They are really valuable on understanding the inner workings and getting all the stories right. And it is just the big part of this narratives, you know. They're not just people that are shooting on a server. There's a whole lot more that are going behind it. And the biggest thank you, of course, is to everybody that has come here today and has tuned in. We've been cracking the numbers, so guys, thank you so much for your continued support. And you know what, it's really great to see a lot of interest in a region that all of us are very passionate about here.
Yes, exactly. I really appreciate that we are even have the opportunity to do this. Like, there are so many amazing people behind us, and I love that you guys enjoy it as well. Like, the fact that we can share our passion for this, for Valorant, but especially the Chinese region, because it's just I think we're very lucky, to be honest. I cannot say it, but thank you for especially also like as someone who's a part of it. Like, thank you for watching, and thank you for being a part of it, and thank you to our wonderful people that make everything run. Like, you are the best.
Absolutely. Well, guys, we've seen some of China's best, so once again, tune in tomorrow. If you just follow the social channels, you'll see everything that is going to happen. So thank you guys so much again. You know, another shameless plug to myself, Gimson, Project Horizon. Follow us on Twitter, you know, like follows, subscriptions, any donations, all of that are something that we'll be very grateful for. And until next time, aloha.